Okay, everybody, welcome to Hyper Game Dev, the place where Lees, tries to learn how to make games. I'm pretty new to that whole thing, so don't expect to learn a lot from me teaching you, but sometimes I might be able to tell you something. For the most part, I'm just here struggling through it. I'm open to help, suggestions, or not. Honestly, I'll sit here and chill and just do my thing. And today, I will be doing something. And especially, most specifically, that thing today is going to be learning proper animation in Blender. So yesterday, I started out doing some animation in Blender. Welcome, Creepy Eye Black. I started out doing, yes, this confirms it. I am making a game about an alien after all. I started out doing some animation yesterday, and apparently I might have been doing it a little wrong. Not entirely, but a little bit. And so I need to do some learning. I have terrible internet, which usually these days doesn't affect the live stream as long as I behave. Specifically, if I don't run videos on YouTube while we're live streaming and other websites that might cause a lot of bandwidth problems. It is what it is. I got bad internet. What can I say? Support the channel, donate or something. I don't know. But you know what? For now, I'm gonna make sure that I download these. So I've downloaded this. Bam. So now I can play it and it's not gonna cause as many issues. So that's a wonderful thing. So we're gonna learn, we're gonna watch some tutorials today, all right? This one was 25 minutes. We're gonna watch some tutorials. We're gonna learn about this non-linear animation editor in Blender. I don't know what that is. Whatever, we're gonna figure it out. Cause I was doing animation, so I made this walk cycle, which by the way, needs a lot of help. It ain't done yet. It needs work, okay? It was just like, I just did like the first basic level of the animation, and then I went to bring it into Godot, and it got there. So here it is in Godot. It don't look right. Oh, see, there's the problem. Let's ignore that problem. That's nothing to see here. It looks alright, it has problems, but what I ended up finding out was that when I went to change to different animations within Blender, because I wasn't using the NLA editor correctly, it was just messing all kinds of things up. So obviously this is a little too slow, the arms are doing weird things, so there's stuff to fix. But that's not the main problem. I need to, that's sort of just the artistic problem, right? Okay, we can fix that. But I need to, in order to fix it, I just need to better understand what's going on in Blender. So I did animate this all in Blender yesterday. But again, the problem came when I needed to so like you can see all my keyframes, probably. You can probably see my keyframes if I do everything right. Action editor, I thought they would pop up in the action editor. See, I'm still trying to figure this out. Timeline, where's my keyframes? Where is my keyframe? I thought I would already be seeing my keyframes, but I don't see as my keyframes. Is it because I gotta click on something in the NLA editor? Is it because I pushed it down? Does that take out? I don't know, right? So here, if I switch to this one, this other animation, right? Now I see keyframes. Maybe this one doesn't have, maybe it is this one. Maybe this is the one. This is the animation. Walk 2-2, I was looking at the wrong animation. Okay, so that's just me. I'm just labeling things wrong. This is the animation that we did yesterday. We've got all these wonderful keyframes here, and that is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I love to see it. But once I went to switch to these other animations, it would cause the whole thing to mess up. Now, right now, that's not happening because I went and I pushed it down or whatever, but I don't really know what I did, why I did it, or why it worked. And so it complicates things for the future. And so this list appears in Godot in the animation player, but then I saw like another tutorial that says this is the list that appears in there. So I don't know, I need to learn. I need to go deep into Blender nonlinear animation. We're gonna figure it out. Just for a little background context, the game I'm making is about an alien who invades Earth, many aliens actually, and you play as any one of them, and your goal is to eat meat to survive and to send glory back to your homeland. And so we've been working on different mechanics, for example, reaching out and grabbing these helicopters and knocking them out of the sky. That's where the whole animation came in, because we're not actually animating this arm reaching. It's like a stretch of the bone that's happening, and it's aiming at the helicopter. What I really want is there to be an animation that accompanies it, but in order to do that, I need to use Godot's animation tree, so that way we can keep the arms and the legs moving at the same time as the new grab animation is playing. So that's that, and then yeah, and then what I want, like, the problem is that the animation tree caused some glitches, and I think this is because of Godot's quaternion calculation, which isn't that great. I could be wrong. Maybe I just am doing it wrong, but I found that there's some glitches when going between in the animation tree specifically, not when I'm using the animation player, unless I upgrade to 4.2, then it happens in the animation player as well. But specifically when I use the animation tree and I go between the walk and the run cycles that I made, we get glitches. And so that's why I started doing it in Blender instead of Godot, because in Blender it's easier to avoid using the quaternions. So there's the glitches going between walk and run. That's not how it's supposed to look. That's not how it's supposed to look. Believe me, we've tried a million things. So that's why I'm doing it in Blender, is because in Blender it's easier for me to just lock down the quaternion rotation and then just make sure I animate everything but that, so that way when I blend between animations in Godot, it doesn't have to do a weird quaternion calculation. And I'm finding that I like using Blender to animate better anyway. So that's where we're at. Let me check back in the chat. Creepy Eye Black says, I'm gonna get my membership soon once I get my redeem card. What is a redeem card? That's interesting. And you can finally get your theme song. That's right. Wow. Wait, that's really for this channel? Yeah, so that is true. If you are a member of this channel or a paid patron, you will, every time you join the chat for the first time during a stream, and I remember, I will sing you a theme song. It is not gonna be pretty, but I will do my best. That's true. I am so thrilled that that is something that you are looking forward to. I will do it. I will perform for you if you support this channel. Will you also post it on Steam? Yeah, so, no. No way. So this is not, the ambition for this is absolutely not Steam. The ambition for this game is itch.io. And what I really want this game to be is a prototype. I just want to practice. This is gonna be the old walk animation, so we don't have to deal with all the weird stuff. This is just like a practice project for me, right? I have an idea, and the idea is a endless runner roguelike game about keeping your limbs intact and losing ability based on those limbs getting damaged. So for example, if I run into this little tree, we see the arm gets damaged and it shrinks down, and this isn't implemented yet, but in theory, your arm would be less able to reach out and grab things as it gets shrunk down. So we can get it shrunk down to just a nub, right? It basically disappears, your arm is dead. And then if you heal those limbs, you can get some more ability back. That also happens with your legs. The leg stuff is still a work in progress, but if you lose both your legs, you fall down on the ground, and now you're not even walking on legs. So that's kind of the main idea of the game, is managing limb health while also surviving in this endless runner roguelike game framework. And so it's just this idea that I have, and I want to try it out and do my best. And then I'm going to put it for free on itch.io when I feel that it's ready, or itch.io or itch.io, whatever. I'm going to put it up there for free, open source, when I feel like it's good enough. And then I'm gonna get feedback, and I'm gonna hear from other people. And based on that feedback, I'm gonna make changes, and maybe I'll remake it if it seems fun enough and the reception and the feedback tells me that it's worth continuing with. Then I will think about maybe marketing and putting it and raising money, putting it on Steam and raising money for it and stuff. So for me, I'm not one of these game devs who's like, we're gonna go to Steam, we're gonna make money, we're gonna be famous. Screw that. Like, I am just here to make games because I love making games, and if it turns out it's a lot of fun, then I would love to take that into the next phase of potentially selling it. But for now, I just want to learn how to do it. That's it. That's it. What did you do in the weekend? What did I do in the weekend? I ate food. I worked on the channel. I made thumbnails. I edited descriptions. I set up the live streams for the next week. I was active on the Discord, and besides that, I tried to hang out and chill as much as possible, but I ended up just doing a lot of work because that's just what happens. So that's what I did this weekend. What about you? Never use ChatGPT for code. I don't know if I agree with that statement. I think ChatGPT is good for learning what things mean and getting context. Like, for example, if I see a line of code that I don't understand, or I'm not exactly sure how to do something, asking ChatGPT I find can be a lot of help to give me context I wouldn't have had otherwise. And what I really love about Bing ChatGPT is that it searches at the same time. So it'll do a search for me and it'll pull up things. And so it's not just writing code, it's also doing what I would do anyway if I were to go and search for answers. Now, what I wouldn't do is just like, I feel like there's a lot with that statement that's missing a lot of nuance, but overall, like, no, it's not very viable to just copy and paste stuff from ChatGPT and blammo, it works. You know what I mean? You used ChatGPT for Godot mobile for a Wendigo game and it didn't work. Yeah, well, it's not going to, and that's the thing. Like, you have to make sure you check the code. It's gonna have errors, you have to fix it. So it's not gonna be, it's not like this amazing solution where it'll write your code for you. But it is very helpful in giving you context and potentially guiding you down a path that you maybe otherwise wouldn't have known to go down. That's what I think. Welcome, DNF Dead. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. And if you're here and you haven't thumbed it up, what are you waiting for? Thumb it up. Boop, boop, boop. Thank you for doing that. It means more people will see this live stream and be recommended the video after we go live. So thanks if you can do that. I appreciate it. DNF, always representing. I appreciate it. Good evening to you as well. We want to. I want to. I can't. I'm only allowed to do it once. Actually, I'm not allowed to do it at all. I can like it. I actually stopped. I used to when I first started. I'd be like, oh my gosh, there's no likes. I have to thumb it up for my own video. But I realized that that's not that helpful to myself. Because I only want real thumbs ups. If it's my own thumb up and I go back, 3 months later and I'm like, oh, this video got a thumb up. Like, that's not helpful because no, it didn't. I thumbed it up. That's not real. So yeah, you want to. I don't know. I don't want to. Thank you, DNF. I appreciate it. All right, so I'm gonna do some learning, guys, because I really need to understand what I'm working in here. Like, yes, right now everything's pretty fine, but I don't really know where to go from here. Like, I want to do the run cycle, right? I don't freaking understand. I don't really understand, like, what this is. What is this? There's a strip in here. We can move it and change its size or something or not. I there's so much about it that I find very confusing. Oh, I locked it. There we go. So we can read, like, why? What am I doing? Why am I doing this? Now, there's a couple different tutorials that I grabbed. So I downloaded these. I can't just watch any old video. I just can't do it. I'm not allowed to. My internet will collapse. So I downloaded ones that I thought would be helpful. Stop it. Stop talking. Including that one, which we're not listening to right now. So we also have this NLA editor with a Godot focus. So this way we can, and this is only 5 months old, so we can make sure we're setting this up in a way that works well. So one tip that I picked up, just briefly watching it, is something we wouldn't want to do is be resizing this and you know, like have multiple strips on here. These won't import into Godot correctly if you do this. So there's just like a lot of little things that I'm looking forward to learning about here. That I don't quite understand yet. Hi, kitty cat. Yes, I know you want so much love. I know you do, but I can't. I can't. He wants to be cuddled. He wants to be played with, but he can't be because mommy is busy. Mommy is busy. So let's look at, I don't know where to start because there's the NLA. Maybe I'll do this one. I mean, I feel like I should start here. I really like this guy's tutorials, C. Bailey Film. They're really fun and they're really good. But this isn't going to talk about Godot, and he's probably going to teach a bunch of stuff we're not going to want to use. And so if I know what things I want to skip over, that'll be helpful. There's also this one, Blender to Godot Rigged Character Workflow. This is an hour long. That's really long. That's really long. This one's only 11 minutes. I'm thinking we start here. This one is good too. I've kind of watched this one already, and it could. I think I might want to start with this other one. Not gonna lie, CodePal is like ChatGPT, but I think a little bit better. CodePal, CodePal. That name is interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. CodePal. You heard it here, folks. CodePal. All right, I'm going to pull up this one, and I'm going to see what we get. All right, this is from Cat Prisby. Cat Prisbray. And let's see what this tutorial is like. I might speed it up or something. We'll see.
Sort of video.
This is going to be the beginning of the stream today. Is going to be me learning about NLA editor in Blender, how to use it in Godot, and then for the rest of the stream, I'm going to try to actually get my walk and run cycles put together and implemented. If I have any time, I should probably use it. Well, I'm afraid to because it might glitch out the stream. I already know Copilot won't glitch out the stream. So I use it. So I'd have to try that in a different scenario, maybe on my own time or something. Consider it noted. Consider it noted. Maybe in a member stream, if you come through those, if you end up being a member, that would be a good place. Just so I don't like mess up the public video. You know, I don't want to glitch it if I can avoid it. But noted. Noted. Consider it noted. I'd be interested to know what it's trained on. You know, if it's trained on something different than, you know, Bing AI. All right, here we go. So again, we're going to learn some stuff. I want to watch videos. I'm going to do my best to figure it out. And then for the rest of the stream, after the learning portion, I'm going to do some animation and try to get it fit into Blender and into Godot. And my ultimate goal is going to be to get the animation tree set up with both a run and walk animation. So a new run and walk animation. It's kind of misbehaving right now in a way that concerns me. This is something that's been happening. I don't fully understand this. Why does it do this? Do we have like a @tool on here or something? I'm confused. So this is something I've been noticing where it doesn't like play the animation. Activate to enable playback. Yeah, but if I activate it, it's showing the wrong animation. I have a lot of concerns. You see how it's like not moving on every axis? That's wrong. And I don't know why it's doing that. It's not supposed to look like that. And indeed, if I close Godot, we reopen it, it should be better. But anyway, the ultimate goal is that animation tree will have our new walk cycle, our new run cycle, and we can blend between them without the glitch that I observe with quaternion blending in Godot. That would be the ultimate goal of this stream. So that's what we're working towards. I am going to learn, but I just want to like make sure I understand what's going on here. Why does it look like that? Because see, the animation it's supposed to be playing right now The animation it's supposed to be playing is walk_1 from the animation player animation alien. That's what it's supposed to be playing. If I come here to walk_1 in the animation player animation alien and we play it, look, we bounce up and down because of this position and rotation. It's almost like the position and rotation keyframes aren't being played at all, which is unusual. Usually they are in the animation player. Now if I come back here and I play it, that is to say I activate it, you see, it's not bouncing up and down. That's so weird. Has opinions like minimal, standard, documented, and with tests. Interesting. I barely understood that, but that's interesting. I don't know what the hell is going on there, but it definitely concerns me. It concerns me. I don't know what that is. It almost makes me want to just like rebuild it. So there's certainly some weird things going on here. Why is that? That's gonna bother me because we're gonna have to come back to this ultimately. So like, what if we just redo this? I'm just gonna get rid of the animation tree. I'm gonna make a new. I really want to get to the bottom of this real quick because this is like a baseline that I want to understand as we move into these tutorials. I want to at least feel like this all makes sense. New animation tree, tree root blend tree, animation player, assign animation alien. Come down here to this little node tree area, and we're gonna add in a animation, right? Test it creates you testing code. I may have understood the way you worded that sentence. Animation, we're gonna pick walk 1. I'm gonna add a new animation, and I'm gonna add run 1. And then we're gonna add a transition onto this sheet. And for the transition, we need to create 2 inputs. Boop, boop. Put that in there, put that in there. Make sure the animation tree is active. And then choose a state. Oh, we gotta hook this up to the output. It's not doing the full animation. That's so weird. That's so weird. So what if... Okay, let me just try one more thing. I mean, usually the preview in here was showing the full animation, but this time it's not. Walking, because these are actually referenced in code. Running, and let me just see if in the code, if we run it that way. So I'm going to comment in... This is in the script telling either it's telling the animation player to do run and walk when we press run versus walk, or it's going to run from the animation tree if we press walk. So I'm going to switch it from the animation player telling it to go from run to walk, and we're going to have it be doing it from the animation tree. And I want to see if this looks... Oh, we have to reconnect the reference. Apparently just renaming it wasn't enough. Animation tree underscore alien. Okay, let's rename this animation tree underscore alien. Okay, so now it should exist or be recognized by the code. Wow, look, it's not playing it right. It's keeping it level. That's new! That's a new problem. It's just not animating the armature at all. Since when? Dude, what? I mean, I just created a fresh one. Well, I am deeply confused. Is there some setting in here that got changed? That I didn't... Oh, that was a mistake. Okay, don't do that. I'm incredibly confused and frustrated. Root node armature. Maybe the root node changed? Is that it? I don't think that's it. Because now it doesn't play anything. Now it's like super broken. What has happened? I mean, I would think for the animation player for the root node, we would want it to be armature. But see, now it doesn't bounce. I'm so confused. I don't know what's happened. Because again, if I come right here to the animation player and I play it, look, it does these. Interesting that this changed. I'm confused. This one says armature, and it's got dot colon. I wonder if this one, oh man. So that one was, which one was that one? Was that this one? Now, wait, we've got the bounce back. Oh, is that just because this is playing? That's because this is playing. Okay. No, that ain't right. Weird. There's weird stuff happening, man. There's weird stuff happening, and I don't understand why. Because this is a problem. This is a big problem because this means that I can't do anything. Walk 2. Okay, so here's what I will say. Here's what I will say, guys. This is the new walk cycle, and it is bouncing up and down. So I don't know why the old walk cycle isn't bouncing up and down and the armature isn't playing anymore. I have no idea why that isn't being recognized by the animation tree when it was very recently. I do not understand that. However, if the new animation that we made does it just fine. So here the armature is set up. It's not really that different. It's the same thing. I don't understand why. I just don't get it. But as long as the new animations work, it's kind of all that matters. But it's a little sad that the old ones aren't working anymore. Like, what broke them? What made them not bounce up and down anymore? All right, well, that's that. There's really nothing more I can say about that other than we just have to live with it. It'd be interesting to go back to like an older version and see like if those issues are resolved. It's weird stuff. Weird stuff. Okay, so let's get to learning. I feel at least good to know that our new animations, the armature will be recognized. So I'm going to push forward with the learning at long last. Creepy says, when you run the code, it gives you, in its website, it shows you like the output if there's any errors or bugs or glitches. That sounds cool. You're definitely making it sound like something I really want to check out. That's very interesting. If you could drop a reminder for me in the Discord, like maybe in dev discussion or something, that would help me a lot. And remember, because I'm very forgetful, it would help me remember to check it out off stream, because that sounds extremely interesting. All right, here we go. This is Cant Prisbray talking about the NLA editor with a Godot focus. I might speed it up. We'll see. It's about 11 minutes long. I might go back and forth between learning and watching. We'll see. Here we go.
Okay, this will be a different sort of video. This is to show how to start making your own animations from a Mixamo-based skeleton.
Mixamo. Okay, so this is already a little different than what I want because we're making our animations from scratch. I'm sure this will still help us. It is interesting to know if you... So Mixamo is like a website where you can get animations and then add them to your game projects. And this is specifically about using those animations that you get from a website like that. Still going to be useful to us. I'm still interested, but it is a little different. That's always like kind of the thing about tutorials is they're usually not exactly what you need. And so you kind of have to like take what you need and leave the rest. Or hang on to the rest for next time. All right, here we go.
Well, we're into anything, but I'm just going to show kind of what standard.
Speeding it up.
So here I have a Mixamo skeleton. This could be a Mixamo model, but it's just a skeleton and a mesh. I need to first parent these because I actually don't have these guys connected yet. So I've got my mesh selected. I will shift click my armature, my bones, right click, parent.
This is all in Blender.
Weights. I can quick check that works by going to pose mode and wiggle in some bones. I can see my mesh is moving. I'm not going to bother with with checking the weight painting or anything. I'm just going to dive in so I can get the animation stuff. I've got the Mixamo rigger tool. I can link that in the description, but that is their open source rigger that will take their skeleton and give it a rig. So I'm going to click my skeleton. I'm going to bounce back object, but I'm going to click my skeleton here on that Mixamo tool and off on the toolbar, and I will.
So I mean, we're not using any of this.
Leave it on the defaults, and blam, we have a rig to move our character with. If I go into pose mode, you'll see I can grab.
Oh, I've seen some people using this, a rig like this. It looks really useful. You know, like you'll develop your Wendigo. You were just going to make Godot on tablet. Mobile is hard, so you don't think you'll be making it. Oh, okay. Yeah. The Godot editor on mobile does seem, you know, it's basically the desktop app except on mobile, which is kind of hard. But a Wendigo game sounds cool.
Nodes and wiggle my character about. These are better for rotations. So that's that. Now we need to start making the animations. When you first go to the animation tab, it's not.
I like that rig a lot.
You just want to. I usually like to have my upper left window here in the nonlinear animation option. So again,
yeah, I don't really like where I've got this window. I mean, I'll live with it, but also like, how do I move it now? Are they in layout or are they in? They're in animation. So what do I do? Like view. How do I move it? Horizontal split like this. I'm kind of fine. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm kind of fine with it the way it is, but it would be nice to rearrange things a little bit.
That toolbar, nonlinear animation, that NLA editor. And then down here, well, this is where we're going to start adding some keyframes. So first, I'm going to select all, hitting A. I'm going to right click, I'm just going to insert a keyframe. So now you can see all this, every single rig's location is now marked. I'm really not going to pay attention to much of it except for the summary and whatever one I'm clicked on in any given moment. I'll usually just use the summary line to control the individual nodes. I'll click on the ones I'm interested in moving. But let's go ahead and, well, let's actually change this a little bit. So I'm just going to grab my little rig, and I think I'll even mirror for a moment just to get things going. I'm going to bring down my arms by grabbing the hands, and let's rotate those and put them down. Maybe I'll even.
You got this, creepy.
Fingers so he's not so.
You got this.
Let's move my arms a little bit.
Take your time, ain't no rush.
Let his knees relax a little bit.
Practice
really
for now.
Be.
Make your dream game later.
Insert keyframe. So now he's locked in that position. I'm gonna go out.
Always.
30 frames down here. So
always don't make it first.
I can now shift a position. Let's move. Let me drop that mirroring. Let's I don't know. Let's make him do. He's in the Ministry of Fancy Walks. We'll move a foot forward. We'll move a foot back. Maybe I'll even give it a little bit of a. Whoop, there we go. Give it a little bit of that. And maybe we'll raise an arm up, we'll raise an arm out. And I'm going to select all, insert keyframe. In fact, I like this so much, I might even just actually maybe drag that over here. I'm going to paste this pose again. Let's copy pose, go back to 0.0, paste pose. Well, I'm going to paste flipped on the X. That's a handy tool. So I liked my first step here, way over here, this wacky do thing. Select all, right click, copy pose. I'm going to go to a new location.
I'm glad CodePal is like a good tool for you.
So what that does is rather than pasting the same pose,
it's nice when you find tools that
I will then right click and insert keyframe. So now I have right foot up, going to a neutral, up into another fancy ministry walk. So let me go ahead and.
So we've done all this before.
I've got my start and my end keyframes.
I don't think there's anything here that is news to me. It's just creating keyframes, and that's it. So far,
and right click paste.
I'm kind of waiting on the NLA
so what that
part.
Does is rather than pasting the same pose, it pastes the exact opposite pose. I will then right click and insert keyframe. So now I have right foot up, going to a neutral, up into another fancy ministry walk. So let me go ahead and reduce down here. You can see I've got my start and my end keyframes. This will just let me see better in a loop what I've created. So I've got this ministry walk. This is amazing. What's fun is the editor controls that you'd see in the rest of the mesh building also work here. So if I select all my nodes down in this bottom window and then hit S to scale, I can shrink this down and then G to grab and move it. That'll make it it's nice and easy to control. All the controls are the same throughout the interfaces. So there we go. Now we got a little bit more of a wackadoo little march. Although I do need to bring it back to neutral again. A couple frames after, so let's do 6 frames after 13. That'll put us over at 9. Paste pose, insert keyframe, and now that should be.
All right, creepy.
Let's take a look if I'm closer.
Thanks for stopping in. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun.
But you get the idea. How am I going to go through all this?
GLA Jeff.
Reset back to the first. But anyway, that's the idea. So I've got an animation built. So now here's the important part. Once all this is done, is pushing down these animations up here.
Okay,
in the
what?
Editor, so I can start working on another animation.
What?
Part once all this is done is pushing down these animations up
Just
here.
push them down. Just push them down.
So I've got an animation built. So now here's the important part. Once all this is done, is pushing down these animations up here. So I've got an animation built.
Dude,
so now here's the important part. Once all this is done, is reset
Did they?
that first
Where
frame.
do they click
That's it.
it?
So I've got an animation built.
I don't even see where they
So now here's
clicked
the
it.
important part.
Oh, they must be doing like a keyboard
Once
shortcut.
all this is
Because it's happening before the click happens.
done, is pushing down these animations up here in the NLA editor so I can start working on another animation. Because again, this is for a video game. In Godot, if you name your animations with a dash loop, it'll keep it as a loop. So if I truly do like this, and this is
Oh yeah,
something
that's
I'm
a
happy
tip
with for
that
my
I
walk,
need to remember, that we can add a dash loop at the end of the name of it, and that will make it automatically loop in Godot without having to set it in Godot.
I could call this something like walk dash loop, and then on import.
But they're naming it over here. There is one thing, I need to make sure, there's already like another one called walk 2, and I kind of wish it wasn't called walk 2. I'm going to call this walk 2 0. And then I kind of want to rename this one to be walk 2. And then if we do dash loop, it'll be a loop. Done. What code does Godot use? Just asking. GD script. GD script. You can also use C# if you want, but GD script is more integrated into the engine, and it's what I use when I use Godot. Let me just see what that change did. Have I broken everything? Has the world collapsed? Is my rational, reasonable question. Sometimes it takes a minute to import. Sometimes it even crashes. But it works it out. Okay, so it's going to come into this animation player down here. There's walk 2. It doesn't actually have the loop on the end. It took it off. And it is a loop. Nice. Nice. And then just to double, triple check, make sure everything's cool, we should be, instead of walk 2, we should have, well, I don't see the walk 2 0, but I don't really care. I don't need it. Maybe I need to push it down or something. I barely understand. All right, and there it is. Looks fine. World hasn't collapsed. That's what I like. That's what I like to see.
Into Godot, it will know that's a loop. It'll automatically mark that as a cycle to repeat infinitely versus a one shot if I did not include that.
JavaScript in Godot? Ooh, I don't think that's gonna work. I mean, I'm sure you can do it if you want, but I bet it's unpleasant. But there might be some way to do it. I'm sure there's some way to do it. Short answer is no. Yeah, I don't think so. GDevelop is a cool one for JavaScript if you're interested. GDevelop has some nice event like script-based coding, and you can just use JavaScript like straight up. So I do like GDevelop a lot. So it kind of looks like this in its simplest form. And it's better for 2D. There is 3D in GDevelop, and it's pretty cool, but it's not great. So I wouldn't super recommend it for 3D, but it kind of looks like this. So it kind of takes JavaScript and it chunks it up into these, like, you know, you just click on the word enemy here and you can switch it out. Click on the word 200, you can switch it out, and you can create your own, like, you know, code blocks and stuff. And then if you want, you can also just add a JavaScript code block, and you can just code in JavaScript if you want. And it's a super JavaScript friendly game engine if you're interested. But I would say it's especially good for 2D and less good for 3D. It's getting better at 3D, but it's kind of awkward. So, but yeah, no, not Godot, unfortunately.
So with that renamed, I will hit this push down button. That animation now exists. It is done. I don't have to worry about doing anything more with it. If I need to edit it, I can right click and say start editing stash action, and I get all that information back to keep working.
Whoa.
So with that renamed, I will hit this push down mark that as a cycle to repeat infinitely. And then on import into Godot, it will know that's a loop. It'll automatically mark that as a cycle to repeat infinitely versus a one shot if I did not include that. So with that renamed, I will hit this push down button. That animation now exists. It is done. I don't have to worry about doing anything more with it. If I need to edit it, I can right click and say start editing stash action, and I get all that information.
Whoa, start editing stash action? So if I edit this version, that's like the wrong one. But if I right-click this, start editing stashed action. No active strips. Oh, click, start editing stashed action. So that turned green. I'm a little confused. I do see that something changes down here. I got a lot of confusion. A part of me kind of wants to remove some of these. Because there's like this one, I don't really need this. This was like one that I made for testing purposes. I can't even preview it. How do I even switch to it? Like, I just don't understand what I'm working with. I don't know if this tutorial is really going to help me. It is helping me a little bit, but I don't know. It's going to help me, especially with the Godot thing. But I just generally don't understand like what any of this is. Like, what are these that I created here? How do I get rid of them? Like, I didn't just delete that. I pressed this unlink, but I didn't delete it. It's not gone, right? It's still there in some capacity. And then this imports. Now, for some reason, this one didn't import walk 2-0, and I don't know why. Why didn't this one import? I have so many questions, and I'm so confused. Welcome, Merp. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. I'm learning Blender today, NLA editor specifically. Are you using GLTF export from Blender? I am not, Olaf. Welcome. I am using Godot's built-in Blender implementation. So if you pull up project settings in Blender and you search up Blender, we can actually tell it to enable Blender support. And then if I hop into the editor settings and we search Blender as well, we can define the path of Blender. And then what'll happen is whenever I save .blend files in my project folder file system for Godot, it will directly update and allow me to use blend files. Now, I believe that Godot is basically just converting it to a GLTF on the fly, but technically I don't have to actually export anything. It's just already doing that for me. So all I got to do is hit save in Blender. And so like right now, if I hit the save button and I come over here, it's going to update everything for me. I really like it. It has some awkward bits, but for the most part, it works really well. Saves me a little time. Merp loves the streams because they always help you keep track of what day it is. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, I am nothing if not consistent. Oh, now walk 2.2-0 appears. So weird. What if it's not the active selected one? Also, I thought I renamed this to walk 2. Oh, I renamed this to walk 2 loop. But I didn't push this one down. And in fact, this strip is still called walk 2 too. But when I open up this, it's walk 2. So it seems to be obeying this gray bar more than this strip, more than this, more than this. Do you see why I'm confused? I'm so confused. So I'm just going to keep watching. I'm still, you know, a part of me, I really just want to like wipe the slate clean, you know? I want to keep the walk 2 animation, but I want the rest of them to go away. I don't want them. I want them all gone. Maybe this one, because Oh, see, this is the weird thing that was happening that made me first think I need to learn it, which is that it will apply an animation to something else to another thing that I don't want it to apply to if I switch between them here. So this was a big problem I was having. And so then it messes up all the animation. And now this is happening again, and I don't understand it. I don't understand. And this fundamentally changes it. I didn't push anything down. This stuff is very confusing. We'll just revert it. I just want to get rid of those things. If I click on this now, there it flips it again. So this was kind of that original problem I was having that made me want to try to figure this stuff out. See, now it's all broken. Uh-oh. I might have even saved it broken now that I think about it. Shoot. Yep, it's broken. Recover the last session. Okay, this one is correct. This looks much better. This walk still needs work, but at least it's doing it the way we animated it before. Here, it doesn't have that new name. And here, if I switch to this one, it doesn't move them. Why? Why doesn't this move it into the wrong places? You know? What if I click on this strip and I switch to a different one? What? Like, what the hell is this? What is this? I don't understand. I just don't understand what we're dealing with here at all.
Don't have to worry about doing anything more with it. If I need to edit it, I can right-click and say start editing stash action, and I get all that information back to keep working. Once I'm done, I can click off it, that animation's done. But what I can do now that I don't have that, I can be like, well, now I need, maybe I want to turn this into a, I don't know, some sort of jump attack. So here, maybe I want to base it off the same one. So I'm going to right-click this guy, I'll duplicate him. I've now got a new walk loop, and I've got my walk loop 0. I'm going to edit this guy because, hey, I like to.
So they're adding animations under this one armature. I've got this one, which is this animation, this run versus walk. No import. That is the reference photo in the back. So you can see those like words moving across. That's what that is. That's a separate animation. And how did he add a new one? How did they do that?
This guy, I'll duplicate.
They just duplicated it.
Maybe I want to turn.
So we have to duplicate it if we want to create a new one. Now, how is that different than this? So down here we have this. This is the way I had been creating new ones. Was I press this new action, and it would duplicate, but it would do it within the context of this thing. Now, if I... Also, this, like, brown thing, like, what the hell is that? Is that what we would push down? Or whatever? What is pushing down? Oh, man. All right, I'm just going to try to get through this tutorial, and then I feel like one of the other ones is going to help us understand these fundamentals a little better.
So maybe I want to base it off the same one. So I'm going to right-click this guy, I'll duplicate him. I've now got a new walk loop, and I've got my walk loop 0. I'm going to edit this guy because, hey, I liked some of these starting poses that I had here. So let's do this. Let's remove you. Let's make a flying kick or something. So I'm in this position here. I'm going to be in that position later. So let's do a little wind-up action. We'll do like a I'm getting ready to jump in the air sort of a thing. You can kind of get the idea. He's going to be so ready to jump in the air. All right, so he does a quick little get ready, and then I'm just going to grab all of him except for his root on the floor and put him in the air. And I'll even reset his rotation. Alt-R can reset the rotation. Alt-G will reset the grab. Alt, whatever general thing, will reset that control. Let's go ahead and give him a little bit of a leaperoo. And actually, since I'm going to be adding a lot of altitude in Godot, I actually don't really need him to go very high in the air because I will give that actual air in-game. I'd actually rather the animation stay kind of close to his roots, his ground. So I'm going to do that for his jump. Insert key formation. Alt-rotate around. Okay, wind for Euler animations. If you end up doing a Euler rotations, you want to swap to Quaternion before you even begin, because you're going to lose all this animation data if you change. It can be better to use Quaternion. Just name these as well. I can name this fly kick. I got my fly kick now, so I'm done. I'm going to double click this. I'll name this fly kick. You can kind of ignore these ones. These ones don't really matter, but you can right click and rename these as well. I can name this fly kick. Additionally, if someone's digging into your data, you can actually change one more location. If I'm editing down here, I can also swap.
What?
Additionally, if someone's digging into your, ignore these ones don't really matter, but you can right-click.
We can
something,
ignore them?
Fly kick. You can kind of ignore these ones don't really matter, but you can right-click and rename these as well. I can name this fly kick. Additionally, if someone's digging into your data, you can actually change one more location. If I'm editing down here, I can also swap to, where is it? Is it the dope sheet? Where is it? There's one action editor. In the action editor, there's actually a good view to be in. I like being in the action editor. You can rename the actual animation data fly kick.
The actual animation data.
Good view to be in. I like being in the action editor. You can rename the actual animation data fly kick, which is useful for someone else if they're coming through looking at the animation's data closer. So there's 3 places to rename, but the only one that matters to Godot is this one. But the people who
Okay, that's helpful. There's 3 different places to rename, indeed, but only one of them really matters for Godot. That's helpful. A wise man once said, you don't build it for yourself. You know what the people want, and you build it for them. Walt Disney. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. That's very out of I don't know what the context of that is. I think it depends. I think it depends. But yeah, that sounds like for Walt Disney that makes sense. That you want to sell products and therefore it should be what people want to buy. There is some compatibility problems with NLA and Blender and native Blender importer in Godot, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I mean, are you just saying... I mean, I would be interested. If that is true, I would like to know. But I haven't, like, seen any issues. It's just, for me, I just don't understand the Blender NLA editor in general. And then, you know, once I understand that, you know, then I also simultaneously want to understand how they talk with each other, the NLA editor and Godot's import. But maybe there is some issue. I don't know. But it seems to work. Like, I'm able to get animations from Blender to Godot just fine. But maybe you're referring to the fact that, like, these strips don't matter. My guess is that, you know, the implementation does, like, the bare minimum, you know? And it's not... You know, for example, like, I had tried to set up, like, a particle system in Blender. And use, like, it's like Blender's built-in shader tools. And I tried to import that into Godot, but it didn't work. Even if I did a GLTF or something, right, or export it, it didn't work. Because Godot doesn't have the same framework for those particle systems, for those shaders, as Blender does. But some things it does. So, like, for certain materials, they'll have roughness and albedo and stuff like that. And that does translate to Godot just fine. And I imagine that's similar to the NLA editor, where certain things translate into Godot. For example, you know, the list of animations can be read as an animation player, but all these finer points of the NLA editor do not translate into, say, an animation tree or something for whatever reason, because someone hasn't done it or it's too difficult to do or something. So yeah, so in that sense, I agree with you probably, but... You know, because you know, I'm going to be trying to learn the NLA editor here today, but a lot of what I'm going to learn isn't going to be relevant to exporting to Godot, which, you know, maybe I don't need those things, and maybe it would be nice to have them. I don't even know yet, but yeah, you might be right. Thank you, Creepy. Good luck to you as well. But it seems like that this name is the most important name. So, I mean, if I call this walk2-loop, I mean, let's just for the sake of walk2-test, I'm just going to add the word test on the end. We know this has a different name. I'm going to say this is walk2-dope for the dope sheet. And then here, this says walk2-dope as well. And then this I'll call, can we rename it? We can. Walk2-strip. All right, I'm going to save it. And in Godot, the only one that should come in is walk2-test. If everything makes sense to me. Which is good. Good to understand. I still have a lot of questions about all this. Namely, my biggest question is how do I remove these and move around between them without messing up existing animations? I mean, I've pressed this lock here. I'm not convinced it's locked. And like, what is it locking? The strip or like this? Like, I don't know. I have so many questions. Like, what if I just got rid of this strip? Will that remove this whole section and it won't import into Godot? I just don't know. All right, so here's the animation player. Walk to test is what it's called. So it did take the name from here, not this name nor that name. It took walk to test. So at least we see that that much makes some sense. So I'm just gonna rename it there. Yeah, like if I remove this strip here, so delete the strip, which it didn't delete. Even though I told it to, it said, no, you know what? I'm not gonna, oh, because I locked it. Okay, let's delete the strip. So the strip is gone. It doesn't play in Blender. What if I save it like that? Is the animation going to be gone? If the strip doesn't matter, but I think it does matter. I think that that one strip has to be there. But where it comes into problems is if I add multiple strips on the same line. These are the puzzles I'm trying to solve because I'm new to all of this, and so I'm just trying to learn. What? Whoa! Okay, interesting test here. So instead of saying walk to test, it now takes the name walk to dope because there is no strip. There's no more strip here. And so it defaults to this name instead. Hence why I was able to import it before without adding a strip, which I was. I didn't even know about the NLA editor until like the end of the stream yesterday, and I had done like 7 hours of work. And I was able to get animations into Godot without even acknowledging the existence of the NLA editor. And the reason for that is because it will pull from this dope sheet list, or this right here, if there isn't a strip available. And then that's the name that it uses. And let's see if the animation is in there. There's no animation in there, however. So, I think, let me just double check, make sure it's not like a loading issue. But it would seem that there is just no animation in there. Oh, there is. Nope, there's an animation in there. Blended data structure is complicated. I guess it is. So the animation is there. I just needed to reload the seed. So the animation is there. Again, explains why it worked fine for me earlier, yesterday, before I found the NLA editor. I guess it is complicated, Olaf. And I'm just trying to like poke around and expose that structure and try to understand it. So that way, when I'm making these things, I'm not like, why did that happen? I actually understand why things happened, even if I don't fully understand the data structure. Yeah, there's so many questions I have, Olaf. I mean, you know, like, there's even this whole fake user thing where an F gets put next to things or a 0 or nothing. Like, what the hell does that mean? I get it's a Blender thing, but why? And I have to assign a user to things, and do I? And why should I? I don't know. I have so many questions about this stuff. But clearly, well, I don't know if it's clear. Like, what, truly, in this moment, I don't understand the advantage to adding a strip versus just not adding a strip and having this be the animation that goes in there. Like, why bother adding a strip? I don't know. Because I kind of thought it might protect the animation from when I swap between these, at least, but it doesn't seem to. So I don't really even know the purpose. But I'm gonna undo deleting that. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep the strip, and then because the strip is there, Godot will see this. Not the strip, but it will see this. And it will ignore this. But then for all these other ones, it won't ignore them. For some reason, I would like it to. And that's one of the puzzles I'm trying to figure out. So now if I save this, the strip should go away, and we should get walk 2 as the name of the animation. I might have to reload it in Godot, but the scene, but overall, that's what should probably happen. Right, fake user. So I know that, but I don't know what that means. Like, okay, fake user, got it. Why? Why? Why is it, what does it do? Why is it beneficial to do it? What if I don't do it? And so now it says walk 2. So at least I can do things and I understand what the result of doing that will be to some extent. That is progress. That's getting somewhere. But yeah, the F is fake user. And so I first came across that just like looking at one little video tutorial saying that you press the shield to save it so it appears in Godot. And this is what adds the F on there. But like there's way more to it than this just saves it to appear in Godot. It's just stored data in Blender file, but you don't have to use it in a project. Okay, that's more information. That's more information. I mean, I guess we could always look it up if I really wanted to understand better. What is a fake user in Blender? A concept related to managing data blocks. I hate how hard it is to like scroll while these things are like pumping out information. It's super annoying. I'm not saying I know how they can resolve it, but I'd appreciate it. Blender organizes different types of data, such as mesh objects, materials, lights, etc., into data blocks. Each data block type has its own set of controls and settings. For example, lights have different settings than mesh objects. And brushes serve different purposes than lights. All right. Understanding the various data block types isn't crucial. What matters more is how Blender handles, saves, uses, and purges data in a blend file. Assigned users. When a Blender file uses a specific piece of data, such as a material, that data is considered to have an assigned user. Okay. Uses. When a Blender file uses, it's a user. Okay. For instance, if a material is applied to an object, that object becomes the material's user. I see. If an image is assigned to a material, the material becomes a user of that image. Oh. So the animation isn't being used by anything. And so if we create a fake user, it will allow it to be like accessed or saved in the data blocks. Okay. I see. So that's kind of what you're saying. It's stored data, and it gets stored because it has a user. If it doesn't have a user, it can't be stored, basically. And so perhaps by making a strip, that it becomes okay. The a little confusing. The strip becomes a user of the animation, or the animation becomes a user. I guess the strip would be a user of the animation, and that in effect makes, and maybe it has like a priority system where some users are higher priority than others. I don't know. And so then because this is a higher priority than the dope sheet user, it becomes the de facto user. I don't know. I don't know. And then so that's the one that it uses. I don't know. I'm guessing. For instance, if a material is applied to that, data blocks can have one or many users. There's a shield icon that marks as fake user. Right. And so that's what I was doing. I was clicking the shield in order, to assign. That's how I was assigning the fake user before, to save them. And that's something a tutorial told me to do, was if I want to get my animations that I make in Blender into Godot, I should assign a fake user by clicking that shield. And so I did that, and I didn't know why I was doing it. I just did it because I knew it would make it appear in Godot. But I hate doing things that I don't really understand. You know, it just wasn't very clear. It's just a little confusing to me. But I feel like I understand it a little better now. Hey, what's up, Tensha? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. Today, I'm learning some Blender stuff. And specifically animation And even more specifically, the NLA editor, and even more specifically, how the NLA editor communicates with Godot and how I can use that to not be totally confused as I work in Blender and Godot. So I'm looking at different tutorials, chatting with folks who have experience with this, and poking around and seeing what things do and trying to just have an understanding of, you know, the tools, so that way I can even come up with a workflow that makes sense to me. That 2 is 2 users. Whoa, really? Interesting. So wait, if I get rid of this, oh, I think I was right. So there, I was right. The strip is a user. Because look, now it's gone. Now the 2 is gone. But if I put that back, interesting. Oop, what did I do? I clicked on it. What did I do? I clicked on it. And it duplicated it? Why? Why would it do that? Why would it do that? See, now things like that, I don't understand. Okay, so if I hover this, display number of users, click to make a single user copy, it says. Why do I care if it has multiple users, and why would I prefer a single user copy? Like, what do these things mean? I have so many questions. I will get to the bottom of as many as I can by the end of the stream. It's just duplicated data. Right. So you can modify data to make new. All right. What's up, Mohammed? Yes, I'm a game developer. I wouldn't, you know, yeah, I develop games. Yeah. I'm going to say yes. But obviously, like, that can mean different things to different people, right? Like, I'm not employed. I don't get paid to do it. I don't make money doing it. I guess I identify as a hobbyist game developer, and then, you know, if something I make as a hobby seems like it might perform well on a platform like Steam, maybe I'll go into marketing and try to put it together as a Steam game or something, Epic Game Store, whatever. But for now, I'm a hobbyist who is keen on identifying if I could take a game further. Yeah. That's good. That's a whole section of Blender I've never really dug on. I'm in it. I'm deep in it. You can purge unused data. Okay. That sounds like that would be performant or something. Okay. All right. Thank you, Olaf. I'm so appreciative that you have, like, understanding. And I want you to know that when I'm, like, confused and like, okay, like, it's not at you. It's just, like, general mystification at, sort of what I don't know and what is able to be known. I really appreciate everything that you're inputting so much. It just helps, like, it helps me have a broader picture. I appreciate that. All right. Try some Blender to Godot export plugins. I'm pretty allergic to plugins. I'm going to tell you. I'm allergic to plugins. Also, like, why? Because I'm not, like, having any problems exporting from Blender to Godot. To me, a plugin, like, for me to find a plugin, oh, and for Blender, okay, that's more intriguing to me. In general, I tend to not go for plugins unless I'm, like, having a problem or something is, like, really overly difficult, and I'm like, okay, there's got to be a better way. Let me look for a plugin. Otherwise, I try to avoid them just to not have too much confusion and bloat and things that I don't have a lot of support on understanding better. But, can I share a Wendigo code attack? It won't really paste well in the chat, probably. Post it on the Discord. Put it up in the Discord. You can do a games by you. If it's a game that you worked on, you can put the code in there. Places like that. That would be better for the Discord if you could. Yeah, it's too long to share it. So, anyway. Yeah. But as for plugins, I mean, we can look. I don't think that'll slow down my computer. Probably not, or my internet. Probably not, right? It probably won't, right? Maybe. There's like a chance? Oh gosh. Just clicking on this is taking a while. Alright. Godot. Isn't it supposed to search? I don't think, I mean, if there are, maybe there's somewhere else. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. That's add-ons. I want like plugins or something. But like generally speaking, I try not to use plugins and stuff. There are no in-build plugins for that. Oh, ugh. In that menu, you only see the built-in add-ons in Blender. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It feels like a distraction. I feel like I'm gonna go off and do a whole thing. But I'm curious. Okay, let me keep reading about data blocks and fake user. But like, you know, I don't feel like I'm running into a problem with Godot to Blender. I'm not having a problem with going from Blender to Godot. There's no issue. I just don't fundamentally understand Blender, apparently its data structure, nor do I fundamentally understand the animation tools. So I'm just trying to like learn those and then at the same time learn how those tools interface with Godot when we do the export. But if I run into like a problem, then, you know, plugins would be something I'd look at for sure. Data blocks can have one or many assigned users. Assigning a single data block to multiple users is efficient because Blender only needs to save and remember one instance of that data. Oh, okay. All right, so it's not too bad having multiple users. Orphan data. When a data block isn't used anywhere in a Blender file, it's referred to as orphan data. Is that this 0? Is that actually an O for orphan? I mean, that looks like a 0 to me. But maybe that's what that is. Maybe 0 because it doesn't have any users? I don't know. If you create, but then it's like, what about these that don't have anything? I don't know. I mean, this has a strip. Well, that kind of confuses me too, because this one has a strip, which I would think is a user. But this one doesn't have a fake user. I see. So this has a user. It just doesn't have a fake user. Therefore, it's not an orphan. But maybe this one is an orphan because it doesn't have a fake user or it's not being used as a strip. I'm right! I love it! This is the kind of understanding that I want. I want to look at things and be like, oh, I know what that is. You know? That's what I want. Thank you for confirming that. For example, if you create a material but then remove it from all objects, that material becomes orphan data because it has 0 assigned users. In data block menus, like materials and objects, a number 0 appears next to orphan data. There we go, right there. This indicates that the data block has no assigned users and will be purged the next time Blender closes. Really? Tries to be efficient by not keeping unnecessary data blocks. Really? Really? Prove it. Prove it. Do I want to save it? I think so. I don't think there's any problems. Yeah, it looks fine. Save it. Close it. You sent the code in general chat? Am I mad? I mean, it's not really... You know, it depends. Like, if you put it in general chat and you want... To me, that... I wouldn't post it in general chat, right? Like, I wouldn't post it in general chat. I wouldn't recommend you post it in general chat. But, you know, if you want people generally to chat on it, you could do that. It's probably just going to get ignored. And it's just going to clog up general chat. I would say that's not a good place to put it. But I'm not mad. I'd have to really look at it to see, like, if it looks like a mess. If you've, like, clogged up the whole general chat, I don't know, at least spoiler it or something. I would probably still look bad. I'm not mad, but I don't like it. But I'm not mad. It takes a lot to make me mad. Okay, so I've now restarted Blender. If I come up in here, it's gone. The action is gone. So, indeed... if it's got a 0 next to it, that means it's going to be removed when Blender restarts. Good to know. All right. Fake users. A fake user allows you to keep data alive, even if it's not currently in use. Suppose you have a material that you're not using at the moment, but want to save it for later. To assign a fake user to a data block, in the data block menu, such as materials, brushes, objects, look for the shield icon on the right. So this is in different places. Interesting. I never really noticed it around in Blender. I never really noticed it. I mean, if I get out of pose mode, if I go to object mode, you know, grab an object, come to the materials. Oh, there's a shield. Wow, this is just everywhere in Blender. These are just everywhere in Blender, and I just never frickin' noticed it. This has 8 users, this green material. This one has 5 users. This material has 5. Wow, so if I just create like a new material, it doesn't have 0 users because I've added it to this object, I guess. So the object becomes a user of it by default. How would I even create a material without a user? I kind of don't care, but what if I hit this unlinked data block? Shift click to set users to 0. And there it has a 0. This is interesting. I mean, I'm learning about the fundamentals of Blender, and I didn't even know. I didn't even know. So is this what it was when I just created a new one? It is. So as soon as I created a new material, so this is like the beginning of a material, but as soon as I added a new material to it, now it has a user. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Heard. Gotcha. And so we could assign it. So I could assign a fake user to that if I wanted to that empty material. So come back to materials, create a new one. It's got a 0. We've actually still got 2 of them here. But it's okay because it's going to get purged at the end of the day. So who cares? Oh, I can't because it doesn't actually have... I actually can't assign it to a fake user. We have to at least make it new. It's a little confusing. So if I do this fake user, wouldn't it have 2 users? I don't know. I'm a little confused. But that didn't help me as much as I thought it would. It didn't help me as much as I thought it would. And like, you know, I guess in here, like, so in here, if I wanted to clear out some of these, right? I mean, I don't, because none of them are like fake users that I don't need. Well, I guess we could, let's do that. So let's give this one a fake user. And then I'm going to remove it from this list. So there's the fake user one. Now, if I create a new blank material, this becomes an orphan already. It's just, right? I think. Create this empty one. Actually, I don't know if it is an orphan yet. Well, what is this? Oh, so these are the ones that if I press new here. So these aren't orphans. Wait, is it? I see. So it's not an orphan because it's in this list. It is a part of Alien Head. And because of that, it's not an orphan. If I remove this, now it's been orphaned. Yeah, I see. I'm hoping that understanding this is going to help me understand how to deal with my animations, but we'll see. So I have now added this to the head, which means now... well, let's see. So if I just wanted to burn this down, if I do unlink data block, it just won't be saved. So if I want to delete stuff, okay, so then if I remove this from here, O3 still exists. So there really isn't a way to delete things. So if I do want to delete it, I have to orphan it and then let Blender delete it. Is that what I'm kind of understanding? So if I come back to, maybe there is a way to delete, but it seems like, now I'm a little concerned that we're going to mess everything up here. So I'm playing this animation. It looks fine. Now if I switch this to one of these I want to get rid of, is our animation messed up? It is not, because we're playing the strip. Okay, good. Now if I take this run 2 and I unlink it, we have to also make it not have a fake user. Unlink it. Will not be saved. Now it's an orphan. Oh, run Blender 1. Get rid of this. Unlink it. We get a warning. Fake user or stash in NLA stack to retain. Okay. Okay. So by stashing it in the NLA stack, that's how we really save and preserve the animations. Why the hell is it called a nonlinear animation? I don't know. Like, what's a linear animation? Anyway. So now that's an orphan. We come to test here, make it not have a fake user, unlink it. So what is it linked to right now? Is my next question. Like, what am I unlinking it from? So I can remove all these fake users. No more fake users. But then if I do, and even this one, walk to dope, right? If I unlink this, it's not going to remove it because we have it in the NLA stack. We've stashed it. So I don't even have to have that linked. But what, so just opening it, because now it's got 2 again. So the act of opening it in the action editor is what's linking it. And if it's linking it, what is it linking it to? Would be my question. Is it just like the project in general or something? I don't know. So that confuses me a little bit. And it doesn't really matter, but it would be nice. So then for walk 2, if I want to orphan it, we would just unlink it here. But if I were to go to walk 2, well, interestingly, it didn't become an orphan. Why not? Well, let's say I open up test, which is currently an orphan. If I open this, it's no longer an orphan. So just by opening it on the action, browse action editor, that links it. Why is walk 2 not orphaning? Oh, because that's over here? I see. Walk 2 dope. Wait, why does this keep changing over here? So this is telling me, so this brown section under the armature is telling me what is currently active. So when I do run Blender 1, that becomes the active one. I see. When I click on run versus walk, this becomes the active one. And then if I stash it, it goes into this list. So what the hell is this? What is this other one that I've created here? Is that stashing or is that just pushing it down in this same list? I'm a little confused. I'm still confused, but we're getting there. We're getting there. And then how's the animation look? Just fine. It's not all messed up yet. So that's good. Walk to dope is down here somehow. Why is that one down here and this one... Wait. How is it choosing which one to... Oh, if I like click, so it looks like which one of these is, so see how this turns yellow from white? Up here, oh, this kind of looks like in the material. Okay, I'm starting to understand a little better here. This kind of looks like in the materials panel, where when we click on, we go to object mode, I click on the head, and I go to material, right? We've got alien head, material 2, right? And so when I add a new one, material 008, material 008 isn't an orphan because it is currently being used by the head. Similarly, this animation data is being used by the armature. Okay. Okay. If I unlink this and remove it, now 008 becomes an orphan that's going to be deleted the next time I restart Blender. We're getting there. We're getting there. A little bit at a time. We're getting there. So over here, we have the animation data as a child of the armature. Now, if I click on this, I'm saying that this is making the animation data. So run versus walk, to be clear. This is this like image in the background that has that text on it. That's what run versus walk is. And that gets selected just like, I mean, almost, I don't know. I thought maybe it would be kind of like if I click on it over here, but it doesn't seem that way. It seems like it's like a separate selection area. I can select on things in this panel, but that doesn't necessarily update what is clicked on in this panel, in the animation panel. If I want to change what is being selected in the animation panel, I have to click on these sections in here. Okay. And then that's what it's assigning it to. So right now, test is an orphan. And so if I want test to not be an orphan, and I click on it, now it's going to be in here as or it's going to be used by this run versus walk animation data thing or something. The run versus walk object, the image plane that it is. And so if I come and do run underscore blender 1 instead, does that make test an orphan? It does. So it's only not an orphan as long as it's currently the one that's loaded up here. Now, if I were to push down, it's going to become a new strip in the NLA stack. It's going to be in the NLA stack, and it's going to have a new strip. If I stash it, it'll be a non-contributing strip for later use. What does that mean? Action stash. No action. So currently nothing is loaded up as being used by this, except for these. So if I open up this list, run blender underscore 1 now has a user. So whenever in this dope sheet browse action linking is currently active, is like being currently manipulated by the NLA editor, and as such is linked to it. Man, it's a little confusing. I mean, I understand it, but I barely even know how to explain it. And then this is just action stash. Okay, so this doesn't become, so run blender 1 isn't actually in the stack. So if I were to stash something else, would it just be a strip on here? So here's run 2, stash that. It just calls it action stash. What is this? I mean, like a fake user versus an action stash. Like, is it like an organizational thing? I guess when it comes to like Godot, right? I'd be kind of curious to know what this looks like in Godot. Like if I save this right now as it is, what the hell is this going to look like in Godot? So right now we have only test as an orphan. I've got run 2 and run blender 1 action stashed in the run versus walk image plane section of the NLA editor. I've got walk 2 in the stack of the armature. What is going to appear in Godot? What I'm wondering is if the image plane stuff will appear in here. I don't know. It's all very confusing. Run versus walk is mesh data, that triangle icon. Yeah, so basically it's this image back here. So you see how it says contact, recoil, passing? That's what run versus walk is. So it's an image plane. Yeah. And I animated it on accident, but I animated it. So if I hit play, you can see it moves, and it's animated separately from the walk cycle. So that's why it has animation data. All right, so in this animation player, we have walk 2, run blender 1, and run 2, and run versus walk, no imp action. It has no armature. No, it doesn't have an armature at all. No armature, which is interesting. So yeah, because we get this like, let me reopen this. Come back to the animation player. So this is walk 2. This is the animation that we like, that we want. No problem. This is one I want to get rid of, but I'm just using as like a test right now just to see how it behaves. There's this one. Now these are both being used. They're only being used by the run versus walk stack. And I stashed them in there. They're just in there. They're just in there. But it seems to apply to the character just fine in here. Kinda oddly enough. And we also get the run versus walk, which is weird because it doesn't actually have any keyframes. It has like one just like set of keyframes that don't seem to do much of anything. And then it's like a T-pose almost. And then I guess that's this right here. But really this applies to that mesh. But that mesh isn't being imported, right? I've set it not to import. So if I were to say, hey, import this, and then save it, maybe this would look different. If there is no armature, I think keyframes should be baked in Blender before export. So also, I don't need this to be in Godot. I don't actually want it to be in Godot. It's only something that I set up as a reference to use in Blender. So I actually specifically don't want it to be in Godot. With that said, that's very interesting. That sounds like a whole other thing. That sounds like a whole other thing to learn. If you want to make sure that the animations come in, if it's not a rig, you might want to bake them. But currently, that's not this situation. But that's really helpful to know, actually. So now I've imported that, the run versus walk thing. So it's actually in there now. Oh, and yeah, look. So now we have the keyframes for it. So at least it's nice to like be like, will this happen if I do this? And then it does. It's like, okay, things are starting to make sense. But I don't actually really want this. I'm not actually interested in it. Interesting that there is like a keyframe for run versus walk in walk 2. That must be just like there, just so that way it has like a default starting position. Interesting. That might be why. So yesterday I was wondering why thigh left and thigh right were appearing in here, even though I don't have these keyframes on walk 2. I think I understand now. If there are other animations that use those keyframes, it makes sure that at least one is there for all of them. So that way it doesn't put them in funky positions where they don't belong. So it keeps the same stuff if something else has those tracks to have keyframes on it. It's interesting. Okay, it's starting to come together a little bit. So I don't want any of this. I don't want this. So I'm gonna delete this somehow. Oh, they're locked. Don't lock them. Burn them down. The run versus walk, I don't actually want to import this. I do want it to have an animation. Like, I want it to have an animation in Blender. I don't want that animation to come into Godot. I wonder if I can just do no imp here. And this will keep it from appearing in the animation player. I don't know. We do still have this stack here. Remove empty animation data. Why is this still here? Why is this still here? Maybe this will go away when I restart Blender or something? Because there's nothing in this stash. This stash is empty. So that's something. Walk 2 dope has the animations that I want. Walk 2 does not, right? Or does it? I'm actually a little confused about which of these I want. I don't think I want walk 2. So I think I want to make sure this is not linked to anything. Where is it linked? Why is it not yet orphaned? Is it because it's still there? So if I do walk 2 dope, I don't actually want, I think I don't actually want this one to be here. So how do I orphan it? How do I orphan it? I'm a little confused by that. Walk 2 dope is here, right? I wish it were easier to see what was using things. I'm not exactly sure. Disconnected. Oh, there we go. I just had to click on it here, and then right here, I could unlink it. And now, oh, it's not an orphan yet. Why not? It even warned me that it might be an orphan. Confusing. Confusing. I'm overall confused. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it as for now. Just because I'm a little curious. Layer Alien, OAK Cycle, version 2.1, test 1. Okay. I'm gonna save this here. I just wanna be careful about this. And then I'm gonna... Well, actually, what you'd want to do is revert it and then save it. I kind of messed that up. I wanted to save the old one. There is different overview mode in the outliner panel with more detailed data structure. Oh, that! I'd love to just do that, actually. Okay. In outliner panel, which is over here on the top right, there's a more detailed data structure. So you mean just like this? Interesting. And then for down here, with the run versus walk, in LA tracks. No, on the icon. Oh, here? Whoops, I clicked early. Orphan data. So that's an action, the animation stuff. Orphan data, data API, library overrides. Blender file, actions, walk 2 dope. Oh, we can delete stuff here. Run Blender 1, delete it. Oh, now it's gone. Run 2. I mean, I'm gonna need this eventually. So I'll leave that. Test, delete it, gone. Now I just need to make sure I'm deleting the correct one. I think walk 2 dope, the one I renamed, is the one that I want to keep. So I'm gonna take a little risk here, and I'm gonna delete it. Now, what about these action stashes? Where the hell are those at? I don't even know. Okay, so if I save this in Godot, what's gonna happen? Thank you, Olaf. You've been so helpful. I'm so appreciative. Okay. I gotta sip tea for this moment. So I guess what I'm expecting is these will be the only animations in the animation player. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I'm expecting. And they'll be fine and good and correct. Oh. So run 2 isn't even in there, interestingly, because it's an orphan. Oh, run 2 is an orphan. So it'll show you the orphans, but they're not separate. If I want to come and see those separate, we have to do orphan data. I see. Interesting. And now if we come to walk 2, there it is. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. Nice. Good. Very good. I think it's okay. It looks a little weird. Actually, is that correct? Why does it look weird to me? Oh, I think I know why. I think because it's leaning forward. I think I need to come over here and say reset. Stop this. Come here. Maybe I need to reload it. I don't know. It just looks weird. It just looks kind of weird. What? Oh god, it's doing the weird stuff again, where it's like not playing the animations correctly. What? Oh, and then look, it's like the references have changed somehow. What the hell? What is this? I'm very confused right now. All these animations are like broken. Why? Why has gradually everything just been breaking? This one's okay. Oops. Yeah, oops. Absolutely oops. What confuses me is like, why would anything that I'm doing here impact this separate animation player that I have? Like, this isn't even the same as this one. It's different. Why would any of that impact this? That confuses me more than anything. So like, really, you know, I could come to my GitHub project. Now I kind of need to go back multiple commits. I still don't love the only way that I know how to go back multiple commits, which is to save an old commit as a new branch. I'd kind of rather go back to like around here. Or maybe this one. But I could at least revert this one to this one from yesterday. Well, first I have to save this. So this is animation experiments continued. 2 animations are broken. Commit it. It's taking its time. Okay, there we go. Come to the history here. That's not the history. Come to the history, and then if I revert this one, we'll go back to this one. Right? Sure, push it. I'd kind of rather go back to this one. Truth be told. But let's just do one for now. So I'm going to revert changes. So everything we just did, I'm going to revert it. Frankly, I'd rather go back even further. So that's going to mess this up in here. It's going to need to reload it. So everything we've done so far today is undone. Which means I'm still going to have some messed up animations. If you remember when I first started, I was having issues. Oh dear. Godot is like... so those problems will remain. However, the ones we've just introduced won't. So there's that. That looks better. That's all fixed. Like we never broke it. But like, why would I break it? I didn't update this animation whatsoever. I didn't touch this animation. All I updated was this animation player here, which still has all this stuff from Blender. So that fundamentally confuses the hell out of me. I wish I could lock this node down or something. And if I come to the animation tree, that is probably gonna have messed up animations, or no? Yeah, so here it's not bouncing up and down when it's supposed to. And so ideally, I would be able to switch back even further to this one, but I've had problems reverting before. So if I want to revert this one, right, it's not going to let me. If I revert this one. Oh, that worked. Nice. Oh, okay. We just have to make sure we click the right ones. Okay, let's see. So this might actually take me back to before any of those got messed up. Not that I know how to prevent messing it up, but at least I would like to try and mess it up anew. I would like to freshly mess it up. Not already be steeped in messed uppery. All right, let's see where we're at here. That looks good. Come to the animation tree. Play that. Let's see if it bounces up and down. No. No, it does not. Okay, we didn't go back far enough, evidently. Evidently, I didn't go back far enough. Because what I want to see are these bouncing up and down the same way it is here. And the reason I'm doing this is just to kind of reset everything. So here you can see we're like leaping, we're like jumping. This is the way the animation is supposed to look. But somehow that got messed up. And in the animation tree, it looks like that. And I remember that was a recent mistake. So the thing is, I don't want to go back too much further because I added in this objects on Monday. I don't really, I mean, I can add them back in. I barely did anything. Like, it really wasn't much. In fact, why don't I even just back this up on my computer separately? That way we have it, and I don't have to worry about it getting lost. I didn't really do much. So I'm going to copy this. I just really want to go back to before those animations in the animation tree are messed up. So backups, terrain. I'm going to paste this in here. And then I'm also going to add in the object itself. I'm still working on this object. By the way, don't judge me. It's half done. Buildings, military, Quonset. Let's just copy that. And then I'm going to put that in the backup folder. Give us a new folder. And we'll call it buildings. And I'll just paste it in. Okay, so now I've got backups of that. So we can keep going back even further. Probably, maybe. Assuming I know how to do this on GitHub. I think I would want to revert this one, right? Or this one? I think because we have changes right now, I think is the problem. What changes? What did I change? This is, don't worry about this. Just ignore it. No, no, no. No, 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 no. You don't understand. You don't understand. Just like get rid of them. Like get them out of here. I don't care about them. No, 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 no. I'm saying discard them. No changes. Okay. Revert. Nice. Okay, so now it should be even older a version. And perhaps, apparently I'm getting better using GitHub. So that's nice. This is it, man. This is it. Like learning all these tools and how to use them together in tandem against each other and so on. This is it. Okay, Godot. You tried. This is important stuff. And, you know, I'm happy to be learning it. It can't always be walk cycles and coding enemy attacks. Alert! Scene file Alien 3 appears to be invalid or corrupt. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's bad. That's real bad. Uh-oh. Am I learning Git? Or have I ruined everything? Invalid or corrupt. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. Now, it said changes can be restored before. Wonder what is happening. Am I in danger? So what about the main scene? I noticed that that's not loading at all. Main scene appears to be invalid or corrupt. Did we revert correctly? So how do I... Did I... Animation experiments continued to... Animation experiments continued. Animation experience continued, add a quote set. So, like, I feel like I went back correctly. Maybe let's give it a chance to just reload it. What if you just try again? Just try again, Godot. Sort it out, right? Right? I may have spoken too soon that I understand these programs. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think my project is broken. Okay. So, why? What has happened? How do I fix it? We could do undoing the revert. This reverts the commit the revert. Oh god. Oh god. Let's see what that does. Nothing? Nothing? It can't do nothing. It must do something. Guys, I'm gonna play some concerning contemplating music. This is the mood right now. Is everything is on pause because I may have broken my game permanently. So we gotta play the right music for this moment as I figure this out. What did I do? And how do I fix it? I don't think this undid anything, by the way. I see, so it's just, this is either, so this is basically doing the same thing again. We're just in a loop here. If I undo this and do the revert, it's still a revert, nothing changed. So what if I revert the revert? What does that do? Let's see if that brings us back to normalcy. Dear God, what have I done? My best. I've done my best. Okay, the game is back. The game is back. It's not corrupted anymore. So that's good. Everything looks fine. But now I'm not reverted. So we're okay. Okay. The game is back. This helicopter is underground, which is incorrect. But anyway, the game is back. The game is back. Breathing can commence. Yay! Yes, now this is a victory. Little victories. We got the game back. But it still brings me to my original problem of wanting to revert. So yes, we can get the Doom music out of here. Hey Google, play without me, Eminem. It was quite empty. I would say extremely empty. Concerningly empty. Now for the alien scene, that is floating in here. It looks good. The animations are going to be incorrect. Oh, it's right. Wait, this is the right animation now. Why? Why is it fixed? Okay. This is the way it's supposed to look. This is the way it's supposed to look. How long will this last? I don't know. I have no idea. We still have the Blender animation player. I'm going to hit a save right now. And we're going to save this. Animations. Animation. Is it still named Animation Alien? It is. Animation Alien animations are correct. Or really, it's Animation Tree Alien animations are correct. Guess who's back? Back again! I know, it's the game, thank goodness. And probably more confusion is also back. Many things are back. It's very shady. I would say there's a lot of shadiness here. Revert, undo, revert, I don't know, it's fixed. now I'm going to try breaking it again. The animations. Okay, so this is great. We've got it. This is kind of our starting point, right? The next time it breaks, I'm going to want to come back to this one. This is where we want to be right now. So I have a fear that literally just clicking around is going to cause it to break, but I don't know. So I'm going to come over to the animation import from Blender. This actually only has one. This is interesting. So this is before I put any of the new animations in there. It doesn't have any of the new animation data. So that makes me think that indeed something that I brought in from Blender is what broke these other animations. So here's some context that I want to give you. When I first brought animations from Blender into Godot, I already had this animation alien animation player named animation player. It was already named animation player. This made Godot a little angry because I can't actually rename this. What comes from Blender to Godot, I can't rename that. It has to be called animation player. So when it first brought this in and this was called animation player, it appended a 2 at the end of this. And then it created an animation player. So what I did is I renamed this to Animation Alien, and I changed the references in the code because before the animation, which is somewhere in here, I guess it's going to be down here, in here. So before this, right here, was animation player. So I updated this to be animation alien. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. And so I don't know if that has anything to do with anything. But it seems interesting that when I make certain updates, exports from Blender to Godot, it might be affecting this animation player. And maybe that initial import renaming confusion moment has something to do with it. Maybe not. But I just thought I would share that context with you. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm sorry. Okay, so now that I've done that, now that I've said that, and we're back to normal, now I'm going to try bringing in the new walk cycle. And I'm going to see if that messes up the animation tree and or the animations that are already in here. So there's another place where this could be messing up, by the way. What I've been doing is I've been saving the animation from the animation player that comes from Blender. Now, when I save it, interestingly, I've already saved them. So in theory, oh no, because you know what? I haven't been saving them because GitHub would have replaced them by now. So never mind. So if I want to save Run Blender 1 and get that into the animation tree, this might actually be part of what breaks it. So let's say I hit save here. I need to hit make unique because right now I can't actually save this and get this animation into here. I'm going to not do that. this is the thing. Do I want to try to break it or not? That's the question. That's the question I have. Do I want to try to break it or not? I think I do. I think I want to try to break it. Now that I know I have a point to revert back to, I think I want to try to break it. So I'm going to try to break it. I'm going to save this animation. I don't actually want this animation. I don't care about this animation. From Blender, you know, I didn't know about the NLA stuff. So this was just floating around with a fake user. Maybe that has something to do with something. I don't know. But I'm going to go to Manage Animations. I have to make it unique because I can't currently click on the save file. So I'm going to make it unique, which, what does that do? I mean, it's like not inherited anymore, which is interesting. Like, what repercussion does that have? if I export from Blender again, and now this isn't inherited anymore. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Because when I import from Blender again, export from Blender, it might not need me to make it unique again. So I don't know. I don't know. So I'm going to save this as, I'm going to go to Player, Animations. I've already saved it. Oh, we've already saved it. Wait, is this already in here? This might already be in here, actually. If this breaks it. Oh, it's already in here. Well, never mind. So I've already imported it. Just kidding. And this didn't break it. This didn't cause a break. So I don't even need to test this. We know this isn't going to cause a break. So there it is. Not broken. Now that confuses me, right? How could it be not made unique, but I already saved it before? Wouldn't it have had to stay unique? See, that confuses me. Okay. And this doesn't, nothing seems broken. Everything seems fine. All right. Okay, so never mind. We can't run that test because apparently I've already done it. However, I did just make this unique. I can't, like, undo that and make it ununique again. So we'll see if there's repercussions from that. Hey, Stormrun! Welcome. Good to see you. How you been? I hope you've been good. I hope everything's been good in your world. Welcome. Good to see you. I am... What am I doing? What am I doing? I am... Oh, it was a scary scream. It sounded like a zombie. You thought I was using Unreal Engine for a minute? I mean, I'm using Blender, so something that one might use alongside Unreal Engine. And the reason I'm using Blender is because it has superior animation tools to Godot's animation tools, at least in terms of animating character rigs and 3D stuff. So that's one thing that I'm up to. And I'm making a new walk cycle because I have glitches when I try to set up my animation in an animation tree. So the blend between the run and the walk cycles are super glitchy. And I've narrowed this down, potentially, to being due to quaternions, or quaternion calculations in Godot. Being blended into each other. So if I blend two animations that have certain quaternion setups, it will cause this glitchy blend to happen. So I set up like this animation that doesn't use quaternions, and we blend in between them smoothly, and I found myself not having an issue. You make your first pose your last as well. Yeah, same, for sure. So yeah, there's so many issues like that, or things like that I've tried and don't fix this. So at this point, like, the only thing I can personally come up with is that it has to do with using quaternions in the animation, and then blending between them in Godot causes this glitch to happen. So like this other animation here doesn't have the quaternions in it, and it blends just fine. And I found that with a lot of other animations as well. It blends smooth, everything's good. So the problem is way beyond keyframing. It seems like it's, in my estimation, to do with the way Godot calculates quaternions when blending between two animations. I'm using Blender because Blender allows me to easily lock down the quaternion rotation. I just explode. I'm in your face! I'm not! I'm in your face! I'm not! It allows me to lock down the quaternion rotation and animate it without affecting the quaternion. If I just do Eulers, it seems like it will still have like a quaternion component in Godot. So here I could just say the quaternion is 1. Keep it 1. Don't ever change it from 1. And I can come in here and do some animation stuff. And so that's why I'm learning Blender. And so now, today especially, I'm trying to figure out the NLA editor in Blender, which I'm barely starting to understand. And I've been learning about like data structures. So how Blender saves stuff, and it has these orphans and these fake users, and certain things or using other things. So I'm learning about all of that, which apparently is useful for all of Blender. And I'm trying to see how those animations and other things export into Godot. And that's pretty much it. So I'm watching tutorials, I'm experimenting with things, I'm learning things, and that's where I'm at. So I really want to keep making my walk and run cycles. I made a little walk cycle in Blender, and it needs some work, but before I work on it more, I want to make sure I understand exactly the pipeline from Blender to Godot, and how I move things around in Blender to make sure everything works. So I just reverted to an old version of Godot, or old version of my program in Godot, and it doesn't have my latest walk cycle. And I found that exporting that walk cycle from Blender into Godot has caused some other issues with other animations, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm now going to try to export the animation from Blender into Godot, and hopefully, it will not mess up other animations that shouldn't be connected to it at all. But I'm about to find out, and that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Right leg needs a little step down like the left does. Yeah, it looks good either way. Yeah, you know, I actually agree with that. And then also I have some problems with the arms. It needs some work. And you know what? For me, not the most important thing, because I just need to figure out how to make sure I get this into Godot in a nice way, and I don't mess it up in Blender before it even gets there, because I don't understand a lot about the NLA editor, but we're getting there and I'm learning more. And yeah, dude, I so badly want to get back into this. I just want to animate a walk cycle, but unfortunately, if I don't understand how these things, you know, how the program works, then it's going to be a mess. Because what ended up happening was I accidentally was overriding these keyframes, and I didn't know why. So I'm trying to make sure I understand it so that doesn't happen. Stormrat says, I've been working from 6 a.m. to almost 8 p.m. for a few weeks. Oh, that's a lot. Wait, 7, 8? That's 14 hours. That's 14 hours. Dang. Are you okay? My gosh. That is quite a lot of work. Someone's lucky to have you working so hard. The work is about done. I hope so. With all that time you're putting into it. Okay. So, now I want to make sure I have everything nice in Blender before I do this export that may or may not break the animations in Godot. Luckily, we have a commit to go back to if we need to in GitHub, so that's nice. But let me clean this up the best I can. So walk to dope is the animation that we want to keep. And I've currently pushed it into the NLA stack. And I've added a strip of it right here. So therefore, it has 2 users. One user is me right now loading it here in the action editor. So if I unlink that, it now will have 1 user, and that user will be this strip. And that's enough for it to come into Godot. And it should come in as walk_2, because this, in the NLA stack, this will be the top priority for it being named and it being imported. Will be this version of it right here. Okay. Now I also have this other animation that moves this text and this image in the background. This is totally separate. I don't actually want this in Godot. I don't need this in Godot. I'm not interested in it being in Godot. I've put no import everywhere I can. I honestly don't even understand why I need this in the stack to begin with. I mean, I guess if I don't want it to go away and I want the animation to stay. I've also made these action stashes that I don't really need anymore. They're like empty, and I don't really know why they're there or how to get rid of them. It just kind of looks ugly, and it's like, what's it doing there? Can it go away? I don't know why this is here, but it is there. As far as orphans go, the only one we have is run 2. Now, run 2, I don't even, I think this is just a duplication of the other animation. So something I'm still not sure about, like let's say Dude, I still have so many questions. We have to watch a tutorial for this. But like, let's say I wanted to change run 2. Is that going to be obvious? Like, let's do the right arm. I'm just going to remove, just for testing purposes, I'm just going to remove the right arm stuff from here. It's not constant work that you're doing. It's maintenance work. So when the job's done, no going back. Okay, I see. Interesting. I got you, maybe. So for this, there's not even any... Oh, we're not in pose mode? Today I plan on fixing my PC back up and figuring out why your graphics card won't display a picture. Then I can get back on your game. Your graphics card won't display a picture? Nightmare. That's a nightmare, dude. Oh, no. You need that. You need that. What are you going to do without a picture? You're going to need some serious text-to-speech. Dang. You'll figure it out. I know you got good tech support skills. So I'm a little confused. Like, where... Oh, we don't have run 2 selected anymore. Okay, there we go. There's these. Okay, so if I play this, this is the left, I want the right arm. If I get rid of all the keyframes on the right arm, will it stop animating on there? It will not. So this animation that's playing isn't run 2. Even though I have this booted up here in the action editor, that's not what's playing here. It's playing the NLA strip. So what if I uncheck this? Everything still plays. What? Oh, interesting. So I can stop the image in the back by unchecking this. If I uncheck the armature. Oh, okay. This is interesting. I'm surprised. So something that's immediately confusing me is, why does the walk 2 play even if I uncheck this? Whoa, the star. It's the star. The star keeps it playing. It like makes it the dominant thing. Weird. Not gonna lie, I made all my animations as separate files, then uploaded each one. When I tried multiple, it messed up each time. Yes, yes, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Exactly. I don't want to make multiple files. I want to be able to do it all in one. But that's a good workaround. That's another thing you're great with, is coming up with viable workarounds. You know, I want to understand this, and the reason is, you know, Godot has, it comes into Blender, or from Blender, with this like list of animations in an animation player, and I want this list to make sense with a list of animations in Blender. It's just, we're so close to it just being a list that I take from here and I put in Godot, and I want to be able to do it. But yeah, that was the problem I was having, was it would mess it up when I did multiple. And so the little shield, yeah, yes. So this is what I've been learning today in part, is the shield creates a fake user. Users, as I've learned very recently in Blender, are, okay, this is gonna help me learn, just going over this. So this kind of helped me understand it a little better. Was like materials, for example. So if I just do an object, I've grabbed the head, right? The head has materials. And so in the list of materials, some of these have zeros next to them. Those are orphans. That is to say, they're not being used by anything. And then there's this one, which has an F next to it, which means it has a fake user. And if it has a fake user, that is to say, we press the shield, then it's going to be protected from deletion if it has no users. So right now, alien head, the thing I've clicked on, has these 4 materials in it. And right now, material 6 has a fake user. It has a fake user. And that's keeping it alive. That's keeping it here. It's keeping it at all. So if I remove the fake user, it's still not going to have a 0 next to it, because since I've loaded it into Alien Head, it's being used by Alien Head, and therefore it has a user. Now, if I were to switch to a different one, like Material 2, we pop open this list, now 6 is orphaned. And that means that when I restart Blender, Blender is going to automatically delete this, and it's going to be gone. So this is kind of helping me understand a little better what that stuff means. Now I get why I had 20 copies of the same material when I uploaded to Unreal Engine. Yeah, well, maybe you had like either fake users or it was being used by different things. And so if you wanted to detach those, you know, you could unlink them, or you could remove them and then make sure that they're not linked to anything. And so something that Olaf has just taught me is that you can actually search for these things in this nice drop-down menu up here in the outliner. So up here in the outliner, we've got scenes, view layer, Blender file, orphan data. Actually, the Blender file is very interesting. So in here, we can come to like materials, and now we've got a list of every material in here. And so we can't really do much with this. Like I can't like open this. We can unlink it though. We can delete it here. We can add a fake user, clear a fake user, select linked. What does that do? I don't know what that did. Oh, it was already selected. Oh, cool. Look, let me move you out of the way. So here the body just got selected. So if I don't click on anything, right click on this, select linked, look, it selected these. So this is kind of a really useful way to just see where these things are being used and then get rid of them if we don't need them. So I already know some of these are orphans. So if I come to orphan data here, we can see there's apparently I have a bunch of brushes that are orphans. I don't really understand that, but then they're protected, so how are they orphans? I don't know. But here we have these materials that aren't protected as fake users, although we can protect them as fake users here if we want. Or I could just delete them all right now. So I could wait for Blender to restart, and if it has that 0 next to it and it's an orphan, it's going to automatically remove them for me. But if I guess the orphan section will also show you things that are only protected by a fake user. So they're kind of still orphans, they're just protected orphans. So, but what I can do is I can delete these without waiting for Blender to restart. If I just select all these and hit delete, now they're gone. And when we open up this list, all those orphan materials aren't there anymore. You learned a lot about Blender. There's so much there. There is so much there. Look, I'm trying. We still got a long way to go, but we're getting there. I wonder if UE will let me create without a graphics card. Wait, but like, how do you even see what you're doing without a graphics card? You're saying you have the onboard graphics card, but not like the extra graphics card. You might be able to like set it to the onboard. It just might suck. I have my graphics card disconnected using the motherboard. Yeah, I got you. HDMI. So my PC is weak right now. Understood. I got you. Yeah, it might be enough. It just might be very unpleasant. You should try it. Okay. So, I have this run versus walk. It's called no imp action. I don't want it to be named like that. So what this run versus walk thing, this is this, whoa, the head has disappeared. So this might be kind of what you were talking about. See, look what just happened. So I think this is what you were talking about, where it messes up the animations, right? So it has just become a decapitated alien, and now the head is floating along. And that's because it is now doing the animation that's set to this image in the background. It took another animation and it applied it to a different object. I guess because I had the head selected. I guess. I don't know. So this is kind of what I'm trying to avoid. Strange stuff happens. Yeah, so I would love to learn how to not have this happen. So what if I unlink it and we come to walk 2? Oh, look, it actually added in the NLA editor a new thing for the alien head. Dude, what the hell? Yeah, this all still confuses me. So I feel like I need to check out the tutorial. Yeah, Control Z. I think that's what I'm gonna do. What I did is make a whole idle animation, make it a blend file, then after that for each other animation. That way the idle is set. Yeah. That makes sense, and that's a cool workaround. What I would like to do is not have to work around. You know me. If I don't have to work around, I won't. But I love that now we have a workaround if all else fails. I don't think it will, because I have some more tutorials to look at. And I think I probably should sooner than later. Just a guess. So I kind of wanted to clean this up a little before I try exporting it into Godot and see if it breaks my other animations. But maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. I mean, I just wanted to rename this. So now here's another thing. Thank you. It's hard. It's hard, Stormrun. It's hard. We'll try. I'm going to try. If I lock this, and what if I click down here? So it might be that it depends what I've selected. So if I click on this armature, you can see the armature is actually highlighted in the scene. If I click on run versus walk, it selects that object. So this is very similar to selecting an object in the scene list. It's not quite the same though, right? So if I select the armature here, does it get selected up here? Kind of. It's like it turns yellow up here. So I guess that means it is active. Interesting. So that might be why it applied it to that. So if I click on this, and now I open up the dope sheet. Now, oh, okay. So that's still really weird that it like applies the animation. Now I wonder if that's because, so if I come to the timeline, is it going to be set to record? It isn't. So I don't really understand why it applies that, but it does. So this is where I want this animation to be, and this is fine. This can be connected, I don't care. So now if I want to rename that in the dope sheet action editor, I'm not getting a better understanding of it. If I want to rename this, run versus walk, I'm going to call it dope. That is to say, it's in the dope sheet. This one is run versus walk strip. That is to say, it's added in as a strip. And then this one is just run versus walk because this is an NLA stack. That's the normal one. I still don't understand why the stash is here and why I can't get rid of it, but we'll let it go for now. So this run versus walk has 2 users. That is to say, we have it loaded up right now in here. Now this has run 2 loaded up. I actually want in here this to have walk 2 dope. What? No, don't do that. See, now it's applying the walk animation to the thing in the back. Really weird. I'm trying to select the armature. It says run 2. I actually want this to be walk 2, not run 2. So that looks fine. That looks good. That looks beautiful. So what if I come to run 2, now it's playing the wrong animation. This is incorrect. If I come back to walk 2 dope, it looks wrong. It broke it. It messed it up. So now we have to Control Z. This is where I'm confused. Why is it applying a different thing to it? So I think at this point, I'm gonna save it. I really want to get rid of run 2. And so what I've done in run 2 is I did like remove something from it. And then it's asking me to push it down. Like, why? I'm going to save it as it is in my game. Okay? And we're going to go back to tutorials at this point. I'm going to see what happens, but then I'm going to go back to a tutorial, and I'm just going to see if it starts to click what some of these things are doing. There's a tutorial I was watching earlier, which I'd like to finish. And then there's another one that I'd like to watch that doesn't take Godot into consideration. But I'd be curious to just understand sort of a little bit more about the NLA editor, even if some of it isn't going to be relevant to Godot. But that's just me. My main problem was after exporting. Oh, the file size was too small and missing my animations. Interesting, when you added them in one file. So that may be something specific between Blender and Unreal, but I might also guess that it has something to do with them not being pushed down in the NLA stack. I don't know. That sounds frustrating. It sounds very frustrating. So let me make sure this isn't playing. It looks good for right now. Here's the animation player that we brought in from Blender. I just updated it. We have run versus walk, which isn't going to do anything because we don't actually have that run versus walk mesh in here. And this looks like it makes sense because it's just adding in like a kind of default keyframe for everything that does exist in the other animations. We have run to and walk to. So run to should be the same as walk to, except, well, it's not set to loop for one. And two, it doesn't have right arm animation. So there we go. I will say I thought it also had armature, but it doesn't. Let's go to walk to. So it looks like it's missing a little bit more than just that, but that's okay. Overall, it looks like it should. No problems. And then we have walk to, which is the current state of the animation that we're working on. Okay, great. So now I'm going to come to animations, manage animations. I don't have to make it unique this time for some reason. I'm going to go to walk to, and I'm going to save it as. And I'm going to call it walk to. Now, I'm going to come to my animation player over here. Now, before I do that, I'm going to see if anything is broken over here. Okay, so everything is only broken as much as it ever was. We're still bobbing up and down in the animation tree version of the animation player. That is to say, this animation tree is pointing to the animation player animation alien, and we've got the walk and the run set up in it, and they're running just fine. They're not messed up. I'm going to come to the animation alien animation player. Let me just turn this off for now. We come in here. So we're not going to have walk 2 in here yet. So I'm going to add it in. Manage animations. Click the little folder icon. Open it up. Put walk 2 in here. Now it's in the list. Hit OK. Now before I even check that, I'm going to come over here and see if anything's messed up. Press active. Nothing is messed up. It's still bouncing up and down, and the glitchy arms are just as broken as they ever were, as they unfortunately should be. Good, good, good. I'm going to come back to the animation alien here. Now, in walk 2, we've got this animation that I brought in from Blender. Now, it's not going to work because the path isn't correct. It's got the wrong path. And that may have to do with the fact that the animation player that we saved it from isn't in the same place as this animation player. I don't really understand. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but whatever. We just have to rename it. So we do have to rename every single line on here. I can't just rename the header. So I have to come in here and we have to just omit armature from each of these. And if I do that, now it's going to start animating one by one the things that we want. So let's just keep going there. We got to come through here, and we got to backspace on each and every one of these, the armature thing. This is not my favorite, but I guess it could be worse. I don't know any way to get around this yet, or if there even is a way to get around it. But here we are. You know, maybe in learning more about the NLA editor in Blender, somehow something will click and it'll be like, oh, maybe if we do it like this, it'll export differently. Probably not, but maybe. So we still have some things left to look at in the original Godot Blender video we were watching, and then I want to watch a full Blender only one. So this is adding in these that I don't actually need. I don't really need these two at all. This just created these because they exist elsewhere. I'll keep them though, because it might actually be nice to have them so it doesn't mess anything up. It's strange that it's in like a different place, but whatever. And then the armature, I believe for this one, what does the reference go for that? For that one, we just need a dot and a colon, and then that will apparently make that work. Okay, so let's see if the animation is there. It is. So we're bouncing up and down. The full animation is there. Let's see if it's broken in the animation tree yet. It is! Look, it's broken. Oh, you know what? I think I know what the problem is. It's broken. So that broke it. Okay, I think I know why. I think I know why. So this was the problem that I did all those reverts for, because it's supposed to be doing the bouncing up and down with the old animations. I think what's happening is that since the armature animation keyframes from Blender are on a different track than the armature animations that I did in Godot, I think that this track is staying locked in the last place that it was in. And when I switch to a different animation, that doesn't get overridden or tweened into or updated, because that track doesn't exist on these. So if I want these to behave normally, I'm going to need to add in a track that looks like this one somehow. Somehow. I don't know how to do that. I don't even, because this is like very different than what I have gotten in Godot. So somehow I need to figure out how to add that track. 3D rotation track, 3D position track, property track. I don't know. I don't have a clue which one it would be. I guess it's a, I don't know. Because it doesn't look like the icon doesn't look like this. It's like a, like what even is that? Like a little orange thing? Is that a position track? Maybe that's a 3D position track. I'm not sure. 3D position track. Pick a node to animate. Let's say armature. Okay. Oh yeah, look. There it's got that icon. Okay, okay. And then if I do plus colon armature. And the problem here is that I kind of needed to do this before messing it up before. So I think what needs to happen is I do need to, I don't even know if Control Z will make a difference. I think what I have to do is not save this. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to not save it and see now the bouncing is back. Now the bouncing is back. That's what did it. That's what did it. It's adding in the new animation that has a track that doesn't exist anywhere else. So if I want to fix that, there's a couple different ways I think we could do it. Number one, in Blender, I have to make sure that if I animate the armature position, that it comes into Godot the same way that we had it in Blender. Or that it is on the other animation, sorry. It comes into Godot from Blender the same way that this is set up. So this is like a property track. This isn't a 3D position track. This is a property track. And so I don't think there are property tracks that we can add in Blender. I don't think that exists in Blender, would be my guess. And so I think I have two choices. Number one, I reanimate these old animations that I'm ultimately going to replace anyway. I reanimate the armature as a 3D position track, so it preserves it when we switch between the two, the new animation and the old one. That's option one. We replace all of these keyframes here with a 3D position track keyframes. And remember, I'm gonna ultimately not keep these anyway. Option 2 is that I just ignore these old animations and I don't worry about replacing it, and we just forge on to the future with without worrying about these still keeping their position data. I guess there's a third option, which is that I keep these the way they are. I don't animate the armature moving up and down in Blender. Or if I do, somehow I make sure it doesn't import. I don't know how to do that. And then I reanimate it in Godot using the position property track. Does that make sense? So like here from Blender, you know, we've got this armature track. So I would come in here. This is like the third option. I add a property track for the armature and we animate that separately outside of Blender. I don't really like that because then I have to like, you know, so we like do this and we start animating it on here. The problem with that is I can't test it in Blender. I can't like do all my animation work in Blender. I'd have to like imagine this without any armature. So I'd have to like animate it like this in Blender where it's just like flat. And then I go into Godot and then I add in this stuff. Or I do it in Blender here and then we make sure it doesn't import and then I do it here, which is kind of annoying. So to me, the best option is to just ignore it. Is to just replace the position stuff in Godot. So not keep these old animations that bounce up and down anymore. Just not have that and that be okay. And ultimately work to replacing it with the Blender animations. And then if I really want them back, I can try reanimating it using the Blender friendly 3D position track. I wonder, okay, I guess I have one curiosity. Like, what if I added... Hey, what's up, Kai? We got Kai in the house. Kai is here. Hi to Kai. I say hi to Kai because Kai is a member of YouTube on Hyper Game Dev. Hi to Kai. Hi to Kai. Hi to Kai. Hope you're doing great too. You hope I'm doing okay. Kai, I hope you're doing okay. Hi to Kai. Hi to Kai. Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome for the song. And I'm sorry. I'm also sorry, but you're welcome too. Thank you for supporting HyperGameDev. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the well wish. I am doing okay. I am doing okay. Solving some problems. Trying to get the workflow between Blender and Godot animations figured out. It is an interesting topic, I think, but we're getting there. Thank you for asking and checking in and all that. So if I add in a 3D position track for the armature, could I copy and paste these down here? That didn't work. That did not work. Because you can't really copy and paste. Maybe all animation actions in Blender should be under armature hierarchy. So you're saying maybe it will appear as a property if we do it, if we do all the animation actions in Blender under the armature hierarchy. So currently, the way that I'm having the alien bob up and down in Blender, you're saying may not be under the armature hierarchy. Oh, so you're saying animate this instead of this. Can I do that? Oh, wait, can I? I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. Because this is giving me the head. Because this is what I animated in Walk to Dope in Under Armature. Drag and drop. Drag and drop which? Where? To what? So I've animated the armature to make it, you know, bob up and down. That animation is on this Z axis right here on the top level armature. And that comes into Godot as a 3D position track, which is different than what I've done for the other animations, which are on a 3D property track, or on a property track that applies to the armature. And so it sounds like you're saying that there is a way, potentially, to animate it in Blender, not necessarily doing it here, that will have it import on a property track, maybe. I don't know what the drag and drop refers to. Walk to Dope in Under Armature. Oh, here? This? All animations should be in one hierarchy. Okay. Okay. Heard. Walk around, etc. Is that not what's happening? And how would I make that be what happens? Hey, Swagbag, welcome back. Yeah, all is good. You know, I did realize that there are some things I need to learn about the NLA editor in Blender to make sure I actually know how to get things from Blender to Godot. So that's currently what I am trying to puzzle out. I'm watching various tutorials, talking with chat, and experimenting between the two. One little problem that I found is that Blender exports its, if I make changes to the overall armature, it imports differently in Godot than how I previously animated the armature in Godot, which I'm ultimately going to replace these animations anyway. But it would be nice to like keep them because I'm not necessarily going to finish it all, and it would be nice to keep these. So what ends up happening if I bring in the Blender version that animates the armature differently is it kind of crushes the animation as it's supposed to behave here on the old ones, which is a little annoying. So like ideally I would find a way in Blender to either be able to export things as what is a property track, which I'm guessing isn't possible, but I don't know. Maybe Olaf is trying to help me see how it could be possible. Or I just take the L and reanimate it for the old animations, except on a 3D position track, which is how it comes from Blender. Or I just don't care about it. I take the L and I don't worry about updating the old animations, and we just have crappy animations until I get all the better ones updated. And those will just be on the 3D position track. Something like that. Something like that. Good to see you though, Swag. It all is going well. When I made an animation, I always had to go back to the main animation before adding another. Yeah. The top level. Something like that. That almost makes sense to me. And you're saying that was after Blender or in Blender? Every action should be separate animation state in Godot. Yeah, so we have run to, run versus walk. Now these are the dope sheet ones, right? So these are the actions here, right? Run to, run versus walk, dope. So I've named them dope. I want to rename run too, but I'm having problems trying to do it. If I have dope on the end, that means that that's the action. That is to say, it's in the dope sheets action editor. Maybe I should name them action. But they don't come in that way. They come in... Oh, it's interesting. I like how it doesn't not import it if I put no imp. Instead, it's basing it on these. So whenever it is named in the NLA editor, if I push it down in the NLA editor, that's how it comes in. So here I have run versus walk no imp. It's not importing it, and it's keeping that name. So that's where it's getting it from. Is there an animation blend in Godot like in UE? Oh yeah, absolutely. So there's different ways to do it. You can do it in code, which I have been doing. So like there's this number here, blends it by 1 second if I do the animation player. If I do it via an animation tree, we add like a transition in this. This is particularly a blend tree node. There's different kinds of nodes, but this one is a blend tree node. And its transition, it currently has a 2-second crossfade time. We could lower that down to 1 second. The crossfading is currently glitching because of the quaternion issue, which is why I'm using Blender in the first place, even though I realize Blender has better animation tools in general anyway. But yeah, so it does have blending. We need Blender Guru to solve Blender problem. Yeah, but all these actions are not in one hierarchy. All these actions are not in one hierarchy. Oh, you're talking... Are you talking about... Did my keyboard battery just die or something? No? Okay. You're talking about the NLA hierarchy? Or this one? So over here, we've got... Blender Guru is like an actual YouTuber, right? Here you've got the animation hierarchy here in the armature. And then there's another one here in the image in the background, which a part of me doesn't mind that that's back there because I don't really actually want this to import into Godot at all. I don't care about this. This is just for Blender purposes. And then over here, we've got NLA tracks. I might even be able to keep it from coming into Godot if I get rid of the NLA tracks. Oh, there's the action stash. But I can't, like, delete it. We can view it. Close area? Huh. No, don't close. Please put the area back. Oops. I killed my outliner. How do I bring it back? Window. How do I bring the area back? Does anyone know how to bring an area back? Okay, so that was not affecting that particular maximize area, duplicate area into new window. I thought I was affecting this, but I was actually affecting the area. Control Z does not. I tried it. I wish. Maybe if I do a split here. There we go. Now we got it. We're back. We're back, baby. I had to right click and do horizontal split. Yeah, Olaf was already on top of it. Thank you. And then we'll have the option to add these back in. Outliner. Whew, we made it. We're back. We're back. Anyway, it's... Let's look at some tutorials, and let's go back to the tutorials, and let's see how those are helping us. So we've got kind of some information here. I think what I'm going to do for now is just, like, keep working on the walk and run cycles. Know that they will import into Godot. It's tough. It's tough. I guess what I could do, all right, you know what I should do? There are two separate NLA. Yeah, so there's one for the character nested. I don't think so. Wait. Well, there is this walk to dope. Which actually we can delete that. I'm actually able to delete this, interestingly. This must be the action here in the dope sheet action editor. And then there's one, so there's one that's on the character, and then there's one that's on the reference image in the background. So those each have separate, non-nested NLA tracks. And then within this, there's the walk to dope, which I think just means it isn't pushed down yet. And so if I were to unlink this right here, it goes away from there. But the animation is preserved just fine here. So I think that's what that's about. I think that just means that it's currently loaded in the action editor. I mean, what I'd like to do is be able to load run 2 in the action editor, push this down as a separate animation, and then play the walk normally. But you see, this messed up the walk 2 for some reason that I don't understand. But I'd like it to leave the walk 2 alone and let me mess around with that separately. So like maybe I want to push this down, but then it just adds a second one in there, which I don't want to do. So there's a lot I'm still very confused by. There's a lot I'm still very confused by. What's the yellow bar view? I never did that one. That's the NLA editor. This is the nonlinear animation editor. Not that I really understand why it's called that or whatever, but that's what this is. This is the thing that I need to learn today, because this is what is causing all the chaos or not, and I just need to figure it out. And that's kind of what we're focusing on. Hey, what's up, Hollow Tempest? I mean, look, I'm learning, but there's still a lot of mysteries and things that I don't understand. But I am learning. We're getting somewhere, but there's still all kinds of new mysteries and puzzles. But I'm learning a lot about Blender and how the data structures work, so that's kind of cool. It's going well, though. Hope it's going well with you. If you did make multiple files for export, as long as it is the same bone structure, it will let you link the new animation to the same model. If you did make multiple files for export, as long as it's the same bone structure, it will let you link. Yeah. And that's true in Godot as well. I do want to figure it out. Yeah, I do want to figure it out. Yeah, I could do that. It just, man, wouldn't it be so nice if it all just like worked together marvelously? Plus, I think Blender is an interesting program, and I watch people use Blender, and they use this NLA editor like it's just like they're just like, oh yeah, I use this, I know this, boop 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 boop. I want to be that. I want to do that. So okay. So this is where I'm at. Everything is good enough right now. Let's just make sure everything looks good in Godot. I'm gonna go back to this tutorial. This tutorial is, not the greatest one that we're gonna watch. That is to say, there's a really, really cool one. Godot has crashed. There's a really, really cool one that I want to watch, and it's about 30 minutes long, and it's going to be all about the NLA editor. But first, I'm watching this one that somebody made. It's just kind of like a simple thing that they just kind of put together to show how they use Blender with their Godot in a workflow. And so I'm curious just to finish that one, because we've had a lot of like, because they're just kind of like going through it very quickly, but I'll be like, wait, what is that? What'd you just do? And so then I like kind of want to go in there and try it. And so I want to finish that, and then I want to get into like the really special tutorial that's available as well. But let me just update this, make sure, I don't know, things still make sense. So yeah, everything seems fine. It all makes sense. Oh, so then the other thing I was going to try too was to see if I should have figured it out, but it took me more time to think on this than to make a new file. Yeah, totally. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. You got to decide your priorities, right? If you need to hurry up and get it done, then do what works, right? Me, I'm just here trying to learn everything that I can. Like that's like my number one priority is learning. It's not getting it done. It's learning. And so for me, that's why that always wins out, to find the hard way to do things as opposed to, you know, a different way. But I hear you. That's going to be different for everybody's project. Something I wanted to try real quick was seeing if it would be easy if I like create this armature track. Like right now, it's going to be at a certain position, right? So what if I just try to record a keyframe for the armature's position right now? Because that should be changing as we go to these different ones. And if I do the record, oh, see, that's the problem. It's just putting it up here. It's not actually putting it as a 3D position. So I don't even know how to record this. You're gonna make a card game next? That's cool. A card game? That sounds awesome. I love that. Honestly, I don't even know how to like add an armature position property on here. I don't even know where to begin with that. Like, where does that exist? Because if I try to do it here, it's just adding this on here. So I don't even know how to do that. I don't even know where that would be done, to be honest. So I'm thinking that's not going to happen. So never mind. All right, back to the tutorial. Again, this one is just sort of a quick and dirty thing somebody put together showing their process. Where we left off was they were actually showing you could right-click it and edit. So this orange strip, you can actually edit it, adding armature. Well, I shouldn't have to add anything. It should already be there. Or adding to it? Maybe. It should already be there because... So this animation player here, right? This is the same character with the same armature. Again, this is what comes from Blender, right? From Blender comes a 3D position track, right? And that's this orange one down here. This comes in from Blender, and this works just fine. It animates the position of the armature, which is that bobbing up and down. It does that just fine. So Godot can read this. I just don't know how to communicate it. I guess one thing I could do is try to copy and paste it, but you can't really copy and paste in Godot keyframes. It doesn't really accept a Control-C and a Control-V. Instead, you have to do like duplicate, and unfortunately, I would need to load that into here, which is going to mess up all these anyway. So I mean, I could. That might be my bet, but then the problem is it's going to be different. So I can't actually edit it. Anyway, the point is, it's not going to work. We can't do it. All right, moving on. I didn't know about that. I just did keyframes and my animation moved up and down. Yeah. So, I mean, I can do that here in Blender, and that's all good. But when I do that in Godot, it creates a fundamentally different kind of track. So in Godot, it creates this property track. And when I make it in Blender and I export it, it creates this different track. You gotta select the main bone, though. The main bone. You mean like the root? I mean, that's just going to animate the root bone, probably. But we can try it. I can try it, but I don't think that's... I imagine that's not going to work. I would just guess that's not going to work, but maybe it works. We can try it. I also could try the skeleton. There is the skeleton. So if I transform this... I thought you were in Blender still. No. And so that's the other thing. Create a new property track for position and insert key. Oh, see, that again creates a property track. So, and it even asks you, it even says, create a new property track. So, yeah, I just think it's not possible. But yeah, maybe in Blender, so you're saying, so let me reframe what you're saying. I didn't know that just the keyframes by animation moved up and down. You gotta select the main bone, though. The main bone. So do you mean the root? Oh, there is also this armature here. Wait, what is this? What is this? Wait, is this something we want? Hold on. We've got armature, the orange, and then we've got armature, the white/green. And it says there is a keyframe here for it. What? And it's changing on the y-axis? I'm a little confused by that. Either the root bone or try selecting all the bones by dragging a box around it, then move up and down. Ugh. It sounds a little scary. It sounds a little scary. Honestly, at this point, I gotta be honest, like, I don't even know. There's a lot that I'm not sure of anymore. So I animated all of this before I knew about the NLA editor, and now that we're using it, like, I don't even know how to take things from there to here. So I'm gonna not do this for now. Y'all, I'm just gonna skip this because I really want to learn more. I really want to learn more. So where this was left off was, thank you though. Maybe I'll circle back to that because I just, now that I've learned so much about the NLA editor and we've started setting it up, I really don't know how to animate anymore with this new information. So I really need to like get some more information so that way I can use these, because I could create a new keyframe, but then it's like, what am I even doing with it anymore? I don't know. What's the NLA do? Yeah, well, that's what I'm learning. That's what I'm learning. I mean, all that I understand right now is that it is a place where you push down animations and it creates a stack. And then you can add strips and then those do something. Although in Godot, we can't actually have multiple strips. So within Blender, if I were to guess, what you can do with the NLA editor is you can like string together multiple animations or have like a character go from walking to running or go from running to jumping. And then you can organize these in here. So like I can resize this, right? So I could take like one animation and, you know, have the walk here, or I could have like another animation, right? And that be like a jump and we could blend into them. I think that's like kind of generally what it does, but for my purposes in Godot, it's a way that I can get the animations to be saved and imported into Godot. But you know, I was able to do that without using it, but the problem is without using it, it seemed like sometimes the animations would get overwritten on top of each other. But I'm still kind of experiencing that, and so that's why I'm trying to get back to the tutorial, so I can just, the tutorials, so I can just understand better how these work, and maybe I can use them more effectively. Just a new word for me. Yeah, it's still new to me. It stands for non-linear animation is what it stands for. I still don't really understand like what's linear animation. I don't know. That seems so complicated. I got the animation blend to do that for me. Yeah, yeah, it is complicated. Let's learn. Yes. So where we left off from the last tutorial was if I right click on this, we can start editing stashed action. And this is interesting. So actually, when I do that, it adds a user. We get a new user in here, which is interesting. Start editing stashed action. It creates a new user. It goes from 2 to 3. And so this might be a way to then edit the keyframes. I mean, if I come into this one and I do start editing, I don't know, like edit it where? That's where this last left off, and I was kind of curious about it. Again, this tutorial is just quickly running through it. It's not the big one that I want to watch, but it is quickly running through it, and so I'm just going to finish it here.
Through in the action.
This is from Cat
You can rename the actual animation data fly pick, which is useful for someone else if they're coming through looking at the animation's data closer. So there's 3 places to rename, but the only one that matters to Godot is this one. But the people who probably work in Blender more, the only one that matters is probably this one. So good to know. That is the end of my video. This is not
that was it.
easy. I'm actually
there was nothing else.
Somebody who already knows animation from Maya, and I just wanted to show how the NLA editor works in Blender. So sorry, this one was not spoon-fed. It was just going through.
Okay, so actually we're done with that one. Okay, I'm going to move on to this one. This is a 25-minute long one. Now, this is not about exporting to a game engine. This is not about exporting to Godot. This is just a tutorial about using the NLA editor. And it might be a slightly older version of Blender. It's 3 years old, but I think it's mostly going to be the same. I watched a tutorial by this person on Monday, and it was awesome. It was this
Hello and
one...
welcome to another exciting Blender tutorial. Today
hold on. It was this one right here. I loved it. It was dope. It taught you how to do this animation right here, but didn't touch on anything about the NLA editor. I really like this person. C. Bailey Film is the name of this YouTuber. It's specific. Yeah. It's specific, but you know, it's not necessarily you know, Godot centric or game engine centric. So there's going to be some things that he's going to teach us that I can't actually use if I want to export to Godot. But what it will do is I think it's going to teach us how we use the interface in Blender, the outliner, the properties, the dope sheet, the NLA editor. I think we're going to understand the relationship between all these things a lot better. All right, enough introduction. Let's get into it. Is it still sped up? It is still sped up. It's 25 minutes long. I might watch the whole thing because this guy is just so good. All right, here we go.
Welcome to another exciting Blender tutorial. Today we're going to be taking a deep dive into the nonlinear animator workflow. Let's
go.
Get started.
Let's do it. Oh. That's a
All right,
good
so
intro.
today we're going to be making this little animation using the nonlinear animation editor. And it can be a bit confusing, but if you just bear with me, I'm sure you'll get it and you'll be able to start using this in your own projects.
Let's go.
In really powerful ways. So we're actually going to start off by taking a look at a clip from a previous tutorial that I made. You may not have seen it already. If you haven't, it's from the Bounty Hunter's Den tutorial series. If you haven't watched that series, go check it out. It's got some amazing stuff in it. It's an entire series around how to create a scene in Blender.
YouTuber.
We create the whole scene in Blender, texture, animate, everything. And then we bring it over into Unreal Engine 4 and make it look exactly the same. And then we turn it into a VR experience so that you can make VR using Blender and Unreal. It's really great. Check it out. Very much worth your time. You can also check out on the Blender Market. We now have it as a product you can buy. You get the all the episodes without ads.
No. Good.
If you'd like to learn
do
how
your
to make
ad.
this, learn how to make this little robot. I've got 2 tutorials on the channel about how to do that. So how to model and texture and then rig this guy. You can check that out. If you want to skip those and just get right into animation, you can check out the link in the description to the Gumroad page where you can just buy this model pre-rigged, ready to go. And jump in from there. So check that out if you're interested. Now, before we get started, I'll just talk about the windows that are important. Now, if you remember, so the timeline everyone's familiar with, if I select an object, hit I to make a keyframe, let's say a location keyframe, you get a little keyframe in your timeline. And so you can create animation. And this is usually how we work when we're just creating animation. We just do it all in here.
Yes.
You click the little tiny arrow to get this extra menu, and you can do a drop down to show you all the different things that are going on. And this looks just like the dope sheet, which is the other one that's really important. So we come to the dope sheet right here. Dope sheet gives us the same view with a few different selections up here in our menu. And we can do a lot of cool stuff in the dope sheet. Now, what's important for you using the nonlinear animator, we're going to be using the dope sheet. We're going to be using, bring this up. It's going to get really tiny up here. Where is it? Nonlinear animation window. And in the dope sheet window, we're going to switch down from dope sheet. We're going to switch this to action editor. And action editor is going to allow us to create some specific actions, which will make sense in a minute. So these are the main windows that you have: the dope sheet, the action editor, and the nonlinear animator whenever you're working in this flow. So let's take a look at this clip from this previous tutorial, and then we'll jump into our droid and talk about how we can apply it there. All right, so we've got no animation in our scene whatsoever. Let's find out what happens if we make some. So let's take our cube and let's hit I for a keyframe. Frame 50, grab up, and hit I again. Okay, so I've got a simple animation. Now, what happened when we did that? It's created this thing called cube action in the action editor. So nothing really has happened in the dope sheet. It's just kind of showed us what the keyframes are. I can open up my summary and it shows me everything that we've done. The action editor here has created this thing called cube action. If I go to my dropdown, you can see there's no other things in the action editor. And then up here in the NLA, we've got this thing. It's like a orange bar with 2 dots. What is that? And it says cube action, N-cube, right? So this name, of course, is corresponding with the action, which makes sense. And this is corresponding with the object, which makes sense. You can see the same information's here, cube action and cube. Great, fine. Let's see what happens if we make a new animation. So I'll go forward to frame 80 and we'll grab him on the X over here and I'll hit I. Cube action's developed a bit. It's got another keyframe here. I could actually open this up. You can see it's looking exactly like our
Your middle mouse wheel gives you issues. Something that I've done in Blender is, and I don't know if this helps you at all, but what's helped me because I don't have a middle mouse button at all, is if I pop open the preferences and go to input, you can emulate the 3-button mouse. And this is the way that I use Blender entirely. And so instead of needing a middle mouse to move around, I can press Alt Shift and click, and then that'll do like what the middle mouse would do. And in fact, if I like show you the keys that I'm pressing with screencast, it'll even show a middle mouse icon up there as if I was using the middle mouse key. But you know, this can sometimes mess up other shortcuts that use the Alt key. So that's kind of the frustrating thing about it. Yeah, it's useful. Sometimes if I like, you know, go online and they're like, use Alt to this for a shortcut, I'm like, oh, that might not work for me. Or like numpad stuff, because the emulation thing kind of messes it up. But I find it really useful and it makes a big difference for me. You know that unfinished race game, what if I combine it with my other project I made to interact with my racing setup? Ooh. Anyways, I'm at my grandpa's house, so not going to be able to work on that for a few days. Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds awesome. Wait, what's the other project? I remember the racing one that you made for one of our game jams. We're doing a game jam tomorrow, by the way. Every week, 1 hour game jam. You're welcome to join in any engine as long as you can get it embedded in the browser on itch.io. As long as you can do that, you can submit anything to our game jam. And I look forward to if you do. And Jordan made something that was like an unfinished racing game. I bet that's cool, Jordan. I bet that'll be cool. That's awesome, because sometimes you make little snippets in these game jams, and then you can use them in future projects. I think it's a great use for it. You posted it in videos recently? I'll have to make sure I look at it again.
Let's say I create a new object.
A part of me really wants to like make a blank project and follow more closely with this. I kind of want to do that. I think I'm going to do that. I kind of want to just start like something new. Save changes? Nah. You know, like I want to be right along following with him. Because this is a really interesting thing to do, is to just set up. So let's add a new area. We want to do a horizontal split. He's got the dope sheet. I think he's got it in a different order. He's got the dope sheet at the bottom, the action editor in the middle, and then the NLA at the top. NLA editor is right here. I'd kind of like to like just follow along exactly with what he's doing. Oh gosh. It does get very tiny in here, doesn't it? And so he just went in and let's move this to like a different place. Press I, add a keyframe, and we've got multiple places that this goes. Move down the line, add another keyframe, and now we've got an animation. And I'm just gonna loop it. How did we loop it? We have to change the length, the start and end positions. Where was that again? Maybe if I go to cube animation. I don't remember where that lives. Is that in the timeline? I think it's in the timeline. Oh, down here at the bottom. I'm covering it right here. Start end 250. Let's make that 20. So now if I hit play, it's just going to go back and forth between those. And indeed, we have cube action in our dope sheet. Nothing else in there. The NLA has put 2 dots with this orange bar in the middle. And I think we're caught up. And he was going to start doing like another animation.
See what happens if we make a new animation. So I'll go forward to frame 80 and we'll grab him on the X over here and I'll hit I. Cube action's developed a bit. It's got another keyframe here. I could actually open this up. You can see it's looking exactly like our dope sheet.
So he's also expanding all of these a little bit. It gets crowded in here. And then he's adding another animation. So I'm going to extend this to 40. And he actually did like, he kind of did it like different. Oh, I guess not. I guess he just added another keyframe. He said it like he added another animation, but he didn't add another animation. He didn't add another animation. He just added like another keyframe. So I'm gonna do that. Let's put it up here, add a new keyframe. And so there it's kind of looking more like his. Okay. Create a new object.
Scale it up. Okay. And
ooh, interesting. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. He's adding a plane.
what's happened? I've created this new object and I've selected it. Well, you can see that this is still up here. This hasn't changed.
Right. Cube action is still there. Dude, this tutorial is awesome. Okay. I'll try not to interrupt, but
we don't see any keyframes here or here anymore. Mostly because, you know, we've got selected turned on, right? If I turn off isolate or only show me what's selected, then it's going to show me everything that's animated in the dope sheet, but it doesn't show me everything that's animated in the action editor. So the action editor is more specific. Okay. Now in my drop-down option, I've got my
action editor more specific.
Action up here, cube action, which is this guy. All right. So let's just set a keyframe for this plane. We get I to set a keyframe, and on frame 105 for our plane, and maybe we'll scale this one up. I'll head into the keyframe for scale. And what's happened? Well, okay, we've got a new layer here on a nonlinear action editor for plane, and we've created a new automatically made a new action called plane action. And let me scale it up, and I'll move forward first. Frame 150.
So this is when I animated the like image in the background. That's why it created a new one of these, because it was an animation on a separate object. So indeed, if I grab this and I do a new animation for it. So let's just get a keyframe at its default spot. I kind of want to set it up like he has it. He's got a good setup. I'm going to get, let's just get the dope sheet. Or maybe I'll get this out here. If I get, I'm going to close this area, this NLA area, and then I'm going to put it up here. So it's a little different than his setup, but it's pretty similar. Okay, there we go. So that created a new section in the NLA editor for the plane.
Boom, we got a new keyframe. And okay, so our animation's playing like we would expect it to. And now we got this new action. When check out my drop down, I've got cube action and plane action.
Right.
Interesting. Okay, so let's deselect everything. I will select my cube again, right? And I could keep adding on to my cube animation, but let's try like, you know, changing the visibility setting, right? So over here on my filters, I'm going to turn on render and viewport. And for cube, I'm going to hit I and I for that, and then I'll move forward and I'll turn them off so make him disappear. And
wait, why is he doing this?
There. Okay, so again, it adds it to.
Wait, is he keyframing visibility?
What
are you doing?
Turn on, like, you know, changing the visibility setting, right? So
you can keyframe that.
Here on my filters, I'm going to turn on render and viewport, and for cube, I'm going to hit I and I for that, and then I'll move forward and I'll turn them off so make him disappear. And what happens there? Okay, so again, it adds it to cube action. So,
we can keyframe visibilities in Blender. I did not know that. I guess that makes sense. Why not? I don't know. J Jordan posting some code. Okay, yeah. Cool. I'm glad you're working it out, J Jordan. You can post that in the Discord too. Instead of full or left or right, you can half turn. Okay. He done confused me in 10 seconds. Wow. Okay, so he's adding also like some increased size here. So I'm just gonna keep playing with it similar to his. He did like a scale thing, although that's not the initial animation that we added. Wow, so if I undo that, that goes away. Create a keyframe for scale, make it bigger, move over here, create a keyframe for the new scale. And there we've got it, sort of like his. And then he's changing the view, the visibility of things. Where did he even get that up there in the outliner? At first. Was it filters? Restriction toggles. I've like never used this in my life.
drop down, I've got cube action and plane action. Interesting. Okay, so
He said interesting.
Let's deselect everything. I will select my cube again, right? And I can keep adding on to my cube animation, but let's try like, you know, changing the visibility setting, right? So over here on my filters, I'm going to turn on render and viewport.
You're going to just turn on render and viewport. Just turn it on. Looks like our viewport is already on. Okay.
And for cube, I'm going to
Was that like not appearing in this list? Interesting. So this is allowing us to set different options that we can toggle here in our outliner. Things that actually appear in the outliner. So I could say, don't even allow me to toggle visibility anymore. We could just not have that be an option if we want. And that's kind of what this does. I didn't know that. I never used that before, but now it's available.
I for that.
And he's keyframing the visibility of the cube. So if I hover over this and I press the I key over the cube here. All right, Jordan, thanks for telling me about your project. I'm very interested in it. I hope you put it up on the Discord, the things you're talking about, so I can respond to you there. I'm sorry I'm like in this like learning mode right now, but I'm really excited about you combining what you did with the Game Jam, with your other project. I bet that's going to turn out really cool. It sounds like you're figuring out some cool ways to make it work. Good luck with that, and yeah, keep me posted in the Discord. All right. And good luck at your grandpa's house. I'm sorry you can't edit it there. I'm glad you got to do a little here. So if I press the I key while hovering over this, it should create a keyframe. So it turned yellow, meaning it created a keyframe. No way you can port it to HTML? Are you sure? Maybe. And then he's also doing it with this render thing as well, which in theory should be creating keyframes. Disable in viewports, disable in renders. Right there. Okay.
And then I'll move forward and I'll turn them off to make him disappear. And
so move it forward. I don't have to follow all of these, but I just find it so much more interesting. So he turns them off, and then he creates them as keyframes. Did I do this right? I didn't. I didn't do this right. I don't see it disappearing, even though it does look like it's disappearing. Oh, because I did the camera. I did the camera. My bad. Closed caption on, and I was trying to turn it off. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're like, ew, closed caption. I do turn them on. I do turn them on. It helps me. It would be hard to interact with external USB devices like the steering wheel for security reasons. Wait, is that what you were describing earlier? I didn't realize you were talking about an external device. Yeah, maybe that would be hard. Okay, so let me undo my incorrectly done keyframes here. I meant to do it on the cube, not the camera. In fact, I'm just going to delete the camera and the light so that doesn't happen again. You're doing tutorials too. Hard to understand sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. And then I think about the audience too. I think about you guys. Like, I want to make sure that, you know, if someone else would want captions, it's on. Because I'd rather them have the captions than not. Than the people who don't want them have to deal with them. So we're going to keyframe it as visible in render and viewports. Move it forward, turn them off, keyframe it again. There we go. And now it disappears. Okay, I've learned it.
And
now
what happens there? Okay, so again, it adds it to cube action. So every time you add animation to an object, when you're working in this way, it's just going to keep piling it into whatever the action is associated with that object that it's created. So what is an action? An action it's a chunk of animation that's saved for an object. Well, it's not even that. It's a chunk of animation that's just saved. So it's not even really has to be related to an object. We can rename them and stuff. So let's go to our cube, and I'm going to call this move up, over, and off. All right, so because that's what happens to this, right? Now, check this out. I can select my object here, my plane, and now I've got plane action selected. If I select this and hit play,
right,
my plane is going to be inheriting that animation. So I can take my cube, and with cube selected, I could switch to plane action. And now cube's just going to scale up. So you can see what's happened is it's actually taken the animation data from that we've saved, and it's applied it to the new object. And that's really, really powerful. Stashing it is like, I don't want to use this now, I want to save it for later. Pushing it down means I want this to happen here just like I've animated it. I want it to be in my scene. Let's see what happens when we push down. So I click push down, and boom, it moves from
things made sense.
Down to this.
I'm gonna move the subtitles around. Boom. Sometimes they're in the way. I hope that's okay.
Let's see what happens when we push down. So I click push down, and boom,
it makes sense. But like, can I make it make sense? At least in my project, in my other project, I'm not sure that I always felt it worked that way. I mean, I have to do it. It's the only way. I have to do it. So if I click on the cube and I switch it to the plane and we hit play, the plane should still be doing what the plane was doing. And now the cube is doing that. So this is where I get confused. Now, if I want to switch this back to doing what the cube does, this is what confuses me. You see, look, it still inherits some of the things that we just applied to it from the plane, right? Now it's super giant. I bet that's because there are no keyframes that, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And look, this is the problem that I'm having in the other project, is that when I click on a different action, it keeps certain things from a different action in the new object or the whatever. Does that make sense? Like, and I think the reason why that's happening is because there is no scale keyframe on the block. The cube doesn't have a scale keyframe. And so when I try to switch back to cube action after applying plane action to it, it retains the scale information that we did set on the plane. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, even if I were to, it's keeping properties, right? And so this is what was just like making me so upset over there on the other project, was it would like permanently change things. And I think it was permanently changing things that don't have keyframes that will override those changes. And so therefore it keeps them. The same thing happens in Godot as well. And it's part of the reason why that animation would break when I added in the ones that have the position track on here versus the property track. It's the same thing. It's that it doesn't have a reference of what to go back to anymore. So it just stays at what it's been set at, which is, it's frustrating because it's so easy to just break it and mess it up. And so knowing that is good, I hope you'll have some tips on how to carefully avoid that, because it's very frustrating. Okay, cool, interesting. Continue. Please save me from this chaos. I think I gotta make a 3D playing card in Blender to make it flip to the playing field. That sounds awesome. Sounds cool.
It moves from this down to this. So this track, let's see what happens when we push down. So I have animated.
Okay, so this is push down stuff.
And that's really, really powerful. Stashing it is like, I don't want to use this now, I want to save it for later. Pushing it down means I want this to happen here just like I've animated it. I want it to be in my scene. Let's see what happens when we push down. So I click push down, and boom, it moves from this down to this. So this track is the action editor itself. So whatever animation you've got stored in here is in the action editor. When I push it down, it leaves the action editor, okay? and it goes into an NLA track, which is basically like a layer. And you can create a lot of these. So I could assign plain action, or actually, let's even just make a new one. So I'm going to click new, and I'm going to be ahead of Blender. And so instead of letting it create one for me when I add keyframes, I'm just going to create a new action with no keyframes. And I'm going to call this rotate. And
how did he create a new one?
Blender, and so in plain action, or actually, let's even just
wait, how did he get that so it was empty?
Down, it leaves so whatever animation down to click this.
Oh, because he pushed it down. When you push it down, the action editor becomes empty. I see. I see. So I guess I should try this. If I push down from my action editor, the cube action, push it down, and then there it is. It's kind of confusing because I don't have it super long, I guess. And it just like cuts it off. There we go. Wait, why does it scroll it down like that? Wait, what? Why does it disappear? Why is it disappearing? I don't understand that. I don't understand why it's disappearing. I hate it. Where's it going? Why is it going there? Wait, sometimes it's not disappearing. I don't know. It's fine now, though. That was weird. So I push it down, and now it's new here. So we can create a new one. And that's something. Okay, I don't know if that helped me or what. I did.
Action editor itself. So whatever animation you've got stored in here is in the action editor. When I push it down, it leaves the action editor. Okay? And it
leaves it. It's no longer in there. But it didn't leave it. It's still in the action editor. Oh, he meant it. So it's still in the list. It's just not currently set to the one that we have. I see.
What in here is in the action editor. When I push it down, it leaves the action editor. Okay? And it
still in the list.
Goes into an NLA track, which is basically like a layer. And you can create a lot of these. So I could assign plain action, or actually, let's even just make a new one. So I'm going to click new, and I'm going to be ahead of Blender. And so instead of letting it create one for me when I add keyframes, I'm just going to create a new action with no keyframes. And I'm going to call this rotate. And I want this to rotate my cube. So I'll go to my transform settings here, and I'll hit an I for my first keyframe. I'll rotate like that, and then I'll hit another I. So now he's going to rotate as he flies around. Okay. And so now what I can do is I can push down this one, and it's created a new NLA track for me. Now what's cool about it is I can drag this around. So I could say, actually, I want that rotate to start at the beginning. So I'm going to move it right to here. So he rotates and slides off. Here we are back with our little droid. He's got his little peppy walk going on. He's looking happy.
That was another tutorial.
So now let's apply what we just looked at with the nonlinear editor and the action editor, and let's see how it looks for him. So we've created these keyframes. They're just living in our timeline. If I open up my summary for my droid rig in pose mode and select all my bones, you can see that in the timeline, I've just got these are just the raw keyframes that we made. We haven't done anything with the action editor. So if I come down and I'll just create a little bit more room, I'll switch this to the dope sheet, and I'll make sure that the only show selected is turned off, just so that all my keyframes are visible in case I
only show selected is turned off.
Need to see them. And
that I have definitely been leaving that on for a long time. Only show selected. What does that do? What does this do? Show hidden. Only show selected. So if I turn this off, So this will show things that aren't necessarily... So this will show me everything that's been animated, I guess, like in the whole project, regardless of whether I have it chosen. So if I click on the plane, well, I don't see... Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. I had to scroll up. If I click on the plane appears. If I click on the cube appears. If I say don't show selected, this little arrow here, then it will show everything. That's useful. And then we can change that in these different editors. It seems like a lot of overlap. Yeah. What do you mean? And then here in the NLA, which it was off by default. If I turn that on, we don't see that.
I'm going to pull this up here, and I'm going to switch over to, first I'll go to the action editor. So dope sheet, action editor. So it's all the same, but I'm just going to label this, all right? Because right now we've got this drop-down menu, and this is the action that we've just animated. So this little walk cycle. You could just keep this, you know, and just
all the keyframes for each animation in one sheet. Yeah, that does. I mean, I guess it might depend. He seemed very intent on showing them all. Maybe for some reason he wanted to show them all. But yeah, I guess depending on the circumstance, that may or may not be ideal. It's useful to know that that exists, but it could get confusing. But then again, I think about, like, maybe it'll help me see if I'm messing up a different one, if I can keep track of it all. But yeah, it does seem like that's a lot to have to, like, take in at once.
Everything for your whole scene right here in the timeline, but we're going to try and use actions. So we can
So we could animate in the timeline, which is what I did for the walk cycle and that cube plane that we were doing before. But he's saying
this up here, and I'm going to switch over to
animate it
first.
In the
I'll go
action
to
editor.
the action editor. So dope sheet, action editor. So it's all the same, but I'm just going to label this, all right? Because right now we've got this drop-down menu, and this is the action that we've just animated. So this little walk cycle. You could just keep this, you know, and just animate everything for your whole scene right here in the timeline, but we're going to try and use actions. So we can reuse stuff like walk cycles. Okay, so I'm going to come right here, droid rig action, and I'm going to rename it. I'm going to call it droid walk cycle. Okay.
Okay.
And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to my non-linear. Actually, I'll keep them all up so you can see what's happening, even though it makes it really small up here to see what our little guy looks like. But I'm going to go to the non-linear animator, animation editor. Sorry. And you can see here droid walk cycle. That's what we've just named it. It also updates it here as well in our dub sheet, so we can see what the action is called. Now I want to turn this into a strip that I can reuse. So I'm going to push it down. You can click this button to push it down, or you can click here. It's the same thing. So you can see if you hover your mouse over, you get the tooltip and push down action. So I'll push down this action, and now I've got my droid walk cycle action in my NLA.
Seems like he's doing animation blends in Blender instead of the engine for something. Yeah. Well, so from the other tutorial I watched of his, I gathered that he works in professional, like, film animation. And so, so it's done running and waving, it goes back to idle. Yeah. So I think he also uses Blender for, like, storytelling and not necessarily putting it in an engine. Although he did mention something about Unreal Engine earlier. And maybe Unreal Engine is more receptive to the different animation blends and whatnot. But yeah, I think that's his main thing, is, like, doing films more so than, like, gameplay stuff.
Track. Now, if I delete this, okay, I'll just delete it. We don't have any animation in our scene now, but we haven't actually lost it, because if I do my drop down menu, you can see droid walk cycle is still here. Just bear in mind, it's a little 0 next to it. It's not assigned to anything, and we haven't protected this data block. So if I was to quit Blender now and then reopen it, we would lose that walk cycle. So you need to make sure it's assigned to something, or we need to protect the data block. So let's see. The other thing you can do is in the NLA track, you can hit Shift A.
It is so complicated. Action editor, dope sheet editor, NLA editor, timeline editor. Yeah, it's so much. It's so much. Like, I almost am curious about, like, the history of Blender's development and like when or why they decided to add all these in. it is a lot to think about, like, and you have to learn it and I guess understand the differences, otherwise mistakes happen. You did everything in the dope sheet. I guess I did everything in the timeline and the dope sheet sometimes. Exported and worked. Yeah, and I think like that can be enough. I'm still not really sure what the value of the NLA editor is, especially in relation to exporting to Godot. It does seem like one way to save the animations and get them to load in, but like why go that deep in the hierarchy? I don't know. What I'm really looking for is how can I protect my animations? Not like what he's about to talk about with pressing that shield. You've used it without knowing you use it, because Blender sets it up when you create any keyframes. But I know what you mean, like actually gotten in there and started messing with it. But that's kind of what like brought me to it in general, is seeing that Blender is doing stuff with it, and that maybe if I use it, I won't have to worry about accidentally overwriting things. Really, that's my biggest question right now, is how can I click on different animation actions from the dope sheet action editor without messing up a different animation. Like, I don't know, like, do I need to make sure I don't have something selected? So like here, if I have the cube selected, and if I switch to the plane action, now it's gonna have the scale of the plane, which I don't want it to have. If I bring it back to cube, it doesn't reset it, even though it will do the cube animation. So the only way that I know right now to get rid of that is to undo it or to like literally resize it. And so if I unselect this and now I do plane action, it still did that, even though I wasn't clicked on it. So like, what if I unselect it in the NLA editor and now I switch to plane action? It's still blowing it up. Like, where is it clicked on such that, like, I want to be able to edit the plane action without messing up my cube? That I don't know how to do. I don't even understand why it would do that. Is it because, like, up here in the outliner, like if I click on this, I unselect this, and now in plane action, I go to cube. Okay, so how do I unselect everything up here? Click the timeline tick, copy it, delete tick and replace it. I did get a few files that had 3 animations together, but when I tried all 10, it wouldn't work. I probably didn't go back to the root. Did you copy the animation? I never had that problem. I mean, I'm just clicking. I'm not even like doing anything. If you delete all the ticks, I bet it will still do it. Ticks? What do you mean? Click the timeline tick. What is a tick? Copy what? You mean the keyframes? These? Delete it and replace it. That's okay. If you delete all the ticks, I bet it will still do it. Do what? So, are you talking about, like, when so if I click on the cube, I even deselect it as far as I'm concerned. Up here in the outliner, it still has, like, this gray box around it, but everywhere I can see, I've unselected it, other than this little spot right here. And I don't really know how to, deselect, but that didn't really deselect it, did it? So if I come here to plane action, it still blows it up to be super big. Now you're saying that I could delete these? Now interesting, and up here in the NLA editor, it replaces the current action. But if I come back to cube, I'm not sure what you're saying, a storm run. I need you to be more specific. I don't understand what you're saying. But this is the main thing that I'm trying to figure out, and I'm watching this about. You're doing all this in object mode? Yeah, I've found that this happens in any mode. So, I mean, if I come to edit mode and we do this, it's still going to blow it up. It doesn't seem to matter. I've only done edit object, weight paint mode, whatever. I come here, it still blows it up. You know, it's just like, I don't know what it's doing. I don't know what the hell it's doing or why. You know, he was almost showing that off as a feature before. I kind of want to go back to his old tutorial that we were watching. I have to download it. Unfortunately, I can't pull it up or we're going to have problems with the stream. Does that object have an armature? No, there's no armature. I mean, literally, you saw me. I created this entire project fresh while we were sitting here. No armature, no nothing like that. Everything is right here. It's just a cube and a plane. And then I've just added keyframes per that tutorial we were just watching in here. Nothing like that. And, you know, I was doing pose mode in my other project, and the same thing would still happen. If I switch between these, it would increase it. So yeah, so the thing that I'm trying to figure out is, like, how do I edit different actions without messing up objects in my scene? That is kind of confusing me the most. When did it scale? Okay, so when I switch the action in the dope sheet, or the action editor, which is part of the dope sheet. So this action editor right here. This allows me to switch between the different keyframe sets. So if I, whoops. If I grab the cube and I'm on cube action, here we can see all the keyframes that relate to the cube. If I click on the plane and now it's actually switched it. It actually switched it itself. But see, this is where it gets confusing, because what if I want a new action? A different animation for the same object. Anyway, so if I click on the plane, and now I'm going to click on the cube right here. Well, let's not do that. Let's do the cube. And I'm going to change it to the plane action. That's when it gets bigger. If I've selected the cube, I come to the action editor, and I click on the plane action. That is to say, these are the keyframes. These are going to be the keyframes that apply to the plane. And if I click on that, it makes the cube super big. Yeah. I mean, I've been doing everything in pose mode as well. It's not making a difference whether we're in pose mode, edit mode, or object mode. This stuff is, it's agnostic to it. It doesn't have any bearing on what mode we're in. Yeah. So anyway, something that I'm thinking is, like, what if I push down, we've already pushed down one of these cube actions, but let me just push it down again, but then it causes another one. See, is that the only way I can get this to say new? I guess if I unlink it. If I unlink it, we still have the animation preserved. Now, if I create a new one, and I call this Cube Action 2. Okay? This is a new cube action, never before seen. New keyframes, right? Because I have a character with a walk cycle, and I want to create a run cycle. So I'm trying to figure out, how do I make new keyframes for that run cycle without messing up the walk cycle that's applying to the same object. So the animations are all fine. We have cube action 2. So if I grab that cube, and let's say we are going to make it bigger. So I'm going to actually apply a scale operation. So I'm going to do add a scale keyframe, and let's add another scale preframe, and I'm going to make it, let's make it smaller. I'm going to make it smaller, add a keyframe for scale. So now we've got cube action 2, which makes it go smaller there. Okay? That is cube action 2. I'm going to push it down. Interesting that it aligns it here where I kind of had it set up over here. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand what's going on here. I think maybe I don't want to be creating new actions all the time. I think the NLA editor is arguably the better place to edit things, or to save things, or to bundle, to gather up different animations. Because now, if I, let me pause that right here. If I come to Cube Action 2, this is confusing. So wait, that isn't messing it up. I guess because we're establishing... Oh, I'm confused. But if I switch to plane action, it blows it up. Even if we have the shrinking applied to it, it almost looks like it's like overwriting it. If I come back to Cube Action 2, well, now it's back to normal. I have the cube selected. I'm putting the plane action on the cube, even though I don't really want to be. That's what's happening. I still don't really understand why this disappears sometimes. But if I switch it back to Cube Action 2, it goes back to normal, pretty much, I think. If I do plane action and I go to Cube Action... Now, is this because I've pushed it down? Oh, I'm so confused. Okay. I thought maybe I understood, but I don't know that I do. I don't know that I actually do understand it anymore. Like, well, when I was thinking, when I thought I had an aha moment, I really hate how this is disappearing. It's so annoying. I don't know. It's just like, why is it happening? It seems like if I hover over certain things is when it disappears. It's really weird. So what I was thinking when I thought I had an aha moment was, what if I did all of my animations in one action, and then I push them down, and that keeps them there? I don't know if that's how it works. I don't know if that's how it actually works. I wonder if it's this selected. No, that's not what's it. Okay. So let's say I do a different thing. Let's rotate it. Let's add something totally different. So I'm going to keep it in this cube action. Well, let's say I delete all these keyframes, right? In this action. What if I just delete all of these? They're all gone. Well, now it doesn't do anything. Cube action is broken. So that's not what I thought would happen at all. I'm very confused on what we are doing. I missed the part where you made the cube and plane. Trying to catch on, though. Curious how you have keyframes selected in both animations. All right, let's just start over then. All right, let's start over. So, here, I'll just make a new project. Even though I did just make it, we'll just do it again. It's not a big deal. It's all good. Let's get everybody on the same page. So I'm going to delete the camera and the light. We have a blank, totally blank, fresh project here. All right. I'm going to the animation tab. Cube action and plane actions should have clicked a little better. Yeah, it's okay. So let's add in an NLA editor up here, which is nonlinear. Hey, kitty cat. Oh, kitty cat wants attention. Let's add an NLA editor up here. And then I'm going to add a new one. So we're going to do split horizontal. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yep. You heard it. He's coming. He wants some love. Why an NLA editor again? Well, because it's what I'm trying to learn. And because it's part of all of this. And so, like, you were talking about earlier doing animations and you weren't using the NLA editor. But you were, but you didn't know you were. So we're doing the NLA editor because it's just part of Blender. It's part of Blender animation. It just is. It's part of it. Hi, kitty cat. Welcome. Welcome. Hello. And it's what we're trying to learn. And it just is. It's here. It's just part of doing animation here in Blender. Even if you don't use it, it's still happening. So for example, imagine you said you did all your animation on the dope sheet. I did all mine on the timeline. So here's the timeline down here. But what if we're changing stuff we shouldn't? Well, that's just it. I mean, why not? You know, it's like I'm finding that, like, what is should? I don't know what should is. I don't even know what should means. Because before, I was trying to animate without acknowledging the NLA editor, but I was having problems. And the problem I'm trying to say is the one I'm dealing with, is where I'm getting. And so, I mean, we could not look at the NLA editor, but it's helpful to have it here so we can see what's happening. Okay, I hear you, but I mean, I don't even know what that means. So, okay. So, timeline is kind of where I did most of my animations. Look, buddy. Look, buddy. Look, buddy. Now, you listen here. I love you so much. Yeah, you don't want to be all up in this. He's like, actually, I kind of do. I love you, all right? You're a great cat. But you can't be nibbling at my fingers while I'm trying to use the keyboard. Well, it's not nice. It's not very nice. So, hopefully now, you feel sufficiently annoyed and you want to leave. Unfortunately, that is not what's going to happen. He does have such a cute face. He has such a cute face. He's a beautiful, beautiful, sweet cat. I love him dearly. But now he's just going to try nibbling. I don't think you can see. Maybe. He's going to try nibbling at my fingers because I'm not giving him more attention. I know you want attention, but mommies like to work during the day. We'll hang out with you later tonight. I promise. He just wants to cuddle. That's what he wants. I mean, he wants anything that makes him feel good, whether it's food or attention. He just wants to feel good. He's very nihilistic, but he's a cat. Who can blame him? Yeah, escape. Yeah, you don't want to be here. Escape. Run away. Be free. That's the trick. Just annoy him till he goes away. All right. I wish you could pet him. I wish you could too, because he would love that. That's all he wants. Although he's very it's interesting because when like, you know, people who work on our like internet and stuff have come over to the house, he's run and hid from them. I don't really know why. We don't know if it's because they're like loud and have deeper voices than us or something, but he gets very frightened when other people come, which is weird because he's so overly friendly with us. So I don't even know. I can't blame you for not resisting to pet him. He's very pettable. Oh, he went away. Let's go. I love him, okay? I do, but like, I'm busy. I try to find the easiest way to do stuff. I barely use it, but it's beneficial to do so, especially if you want to conceptualize for reference or showcase everything for portfolios. Interesting. So that sounds like kind of what I'm expecting it will do, but I don't know. Outsiders can't trust him. That's what they say. That's what they say in every like RPG game I play. Okay, so we've got a blank scene. All right, we've just gotten rid of the camera and the light. We've got the timeline, dope sheet, and the NLA editor open. Now I'm going to grab this cube and let's just make it bigger. So actually I'm going to make a keyframe for its first position. I'm going to press the I key. Let me make sure we got screencast on. We do. I'm going to press the I key, which means we'll be creating a keyframe. So I'm going to make a scale keyframe. All right, so things have happened, right? We could ignore the NLA editor, but look, it's doing stuff. Stuff is happening in the NLA editor. We've created a keyframe for the object transform XYZ scale, of the cube. And it's also created a cube action. So I'm actually not going to do the timeline because it's just so similar to the dope sheet and it's down here anyway. So let me just switch from the timeline. I'm going to go to the dope sheet, and then within the dope sheet, we can switch to the action editor. So now we've got the action editor, and we can see in the NLA editor, there's something called cube action. And in the action editor of the dope sheet, there's something called cube action. There's nothing else in here, but this got created just because I created one keyframe. So whether you're acknowledging this stuff or not, this is happening. So I'm going to move down the timeline a little bit, and I'm going to create, or I'm going to move, let's scale it, make it bigger. I'm going to create a new keyframe for scale. Now there's 2 keyframes, and on the NLA editor, you can see stuff has happened. It's created 2 points on here, right? I mean, I can't even choose these or select these. This is just sort of like, I guess, reflecting what has happened down here, and that's showing up here as well. So the cube grows larger. We can see that is happening. Okay. And this is tied in to cube action. I'm going to make the loop shorter. I'm going to bring this down to like 80. Just so that way we can hit play and it'll just loop through the timeline. All right. I'm going to create, well, I mean, we could do a lot of things. Because I'm still not doing anything with the NLA editor, right? I just created this blank thing here. But I want to show you the main problem that I'm having and that I want to resolve. So I'm going to create, I don't know if I need to create another object. Let's actually not create another object. Let's say I want to make another animation. I want an animation where the block doesn't just grow. I want an animation where it moves. And actually, let me add one more keyframe here. I'm just going to have it go to the last one. And let's make it shrink back down again. Let's just make it get tiny. And I'm going to create a keyframe there, just so it's always animating. Hey, Psychonic Joe. Yeah, I'm doing well. Oh, this is the NLA editor. Are you familiar? Are you familiar? Because we're not. I'm trying to learn it. And it's kind of making sense, and then sometimes it isn't. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing all right too, Psychonic. Welcome back. So now we've got this simple animation on here, right? And Blender has called it cube action. I like this. Imagine this is my walk cycle. Great. I want to set it aside, and now I want to make a run cycle, right? So how do I set it aside and keep this animation somewhere? Like, I want this animation to live, to exist, to be there. Great, we're done with it. Let's move on to a different animation. And then I'd like to come back to this animation, right? So that's kind of what I want, is to be able to make different animations for the same object and be able to just like go between them and edit them, right? I want to fix up this. I'm even going to rename this. Let's not call it cube action. I mean, why even rename it? Action is your output animation. Action is your output animation. That's very interesting. That is not a way of thinking about it that I have had. Psychonic's doing good. Never messed with it. All right. Well, here we are. Doing our best. I had neither, but I feel like it's messing with me. And so I have to get involved with it. So this is the output. I mean, if I come and so this is my problem. I even want to just like, can I just like type this on the screen so we just have this clear? Okay. We need this font to be smaller. It's going to be huge. Hello, that's Gecko. Hello. Okay. So multiple animations in Blender. Edit them separately. make multiple animations in Blender, edit them separately, edit and store them separately, edit them separately. This is what I want. What I want. This is my end goal. I don't think it's asking for much. But you know, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. So I'm just going to hang on to that. We're just going to keep that here, just so we're grounded in why this is all happening. Okay? This is why this is all happening. Is because I want to learn this and move on with my life. That's it. Okay? I'm just making it look a little nicer. Okay. If I remember correctly, oh, that's on top. That is above everything. If I remember correctly, you click that little badge, you can swap different actions. Yeah, oh yeah, we've been clicking on it. It does things. So what the badge does is it creates a fake user. This is something that I have gotten more of an understanding of. So right now it has a user, right? And its user is it being loaded right now in the action editor. So for example, if I were to create, and it's actually, its object is the user, in fact. So let's say, okay, let me say this. This is cube grow, cube scale, all right? This is just cube scale. That's all this is, all right? Yeah, the shield, I don't even know where to start, but like, yes, the shield, we've played with the shield. Indeed, it does things, but what it does is it creates a fake user, which means that it won't get deleted if it isn't being used by anything else. So it can save it, right? And as far as swapping different actions goes, it hasn't been that simple. I'm just like, how do I even describe this to y'all without confusing everybody else? That's where I'm just like struggling here. Is how I can get everybody on the same page, keep everybody on the same page, and still move forward. In LA, you can just mix keyframes. Right. I think I understand that. That's what I was able to achieve with an armature and pose mode. This, I just didn't export it right. Or maybe I didn't go back to the root animation before making another. It's not there. I'm looking. Oh, it's that little two documents icon that looks like the copy icon. Right. So, okay. So what this does is does duplicate. So this will, it says it's creating a new action. We have to pause it. Then we can look at the tooltip. It's going to say, I'm gone. I'm gone. Goodbye. So this tooltip is going to say it creates a new action. Now, if I do this, it actually duplicates the current action. So both of these have the same sets of keyframes in them. Now, look what's happened here. Look what the NLA editor has done. So all we did was we clicked this new action button that looks like the copy icon. All I did was click that. And what it has done is it's created an action stash. Cube scale is in the action stash. I can't play videos Stormrun, unfortunately. I can't play new videos. The only videos I can do is if I've already downloaded them. So it would be helpful if you put this in the Discord even, because I could try to remember to look at it later, but like the only thing that I'm actually gonna check is gonna be the Discord later. But yeah, so I can't play new videos, unfortunately, unless I download them ahead of time. It's a limitation of the internet that I have. Otherwise, the stream is gonna break down. I wish I could. I wish I could. I wish I could. Yes, buddy, you want attention, I know it. On blank scene, add a keyframe to cube. Move timeline, add keyframe. In NLA, push down transform animation, and add on top of it another layer with rotation. Yeah, and that's pretty much what I'm trying to do, actually. Except I did the new action, since that's what Psychonic was mentioning. When I had to do animations for Godot, just having them in the action list made them show up normally there. I never understood NLA. When I had to do animations for Godot, just having them in the action list made them, yeah, so they do show up. So the problem isn't that it's not showing up in Godot, because it does show up in Godot when I do this. The problem that I'm having is just this. This is the only problem I'm having, is within Blender, I want to make multiple animations. I want to store them separately, and I want to edit them separately. Stop it. He's trying to nibble on my arm. Buddy, I will yeet you. Yeah, the ISPs. It's really unfortunate. They basically bundle my upload and download speeds, and they'll throttle my upload if I use too much download. It's really annoying. Yeah, so I'm not having any problems with getting it in Godot. That is fine. The problem is I want to edit multiple animations within Blender and not have them impact each other negatively. That's what I'm really trying to sort out. You can then modify rotation and translate separately in one action. It's very interesting. Fiber weave? I don't know what that means, but no. So there's cable, and then we have cellular data internet. So we have AT&T Air, which is AT&T uses their cell phone towers to send internet to people, and that's the internet, one of the two internets that I use, and I have to use it right now. And so that's the one. So it's cellular data internet, and basically they throttle my upload if I use too much download bandwidth. So we can ignore, I mean, Olaf is telling me some things that I find very interesting, and I'd like to try. Multiple animations in Godot equals multiple animations in Blender. Right. Didn't you say you have optic fiber net? No. We don't have fiber in our area, unfortunately. I wish, but it's not available in my area. I wish it was, but it isn't. Oh my god, kitty cat, you're messing up stuff. You're making me so mad, Travi. I love you. I love you, buddy. But this isn't for you. This world of the studio is not for you. It's not for you. You're a sweet boy. I love you. He's a sweet boy, okay? But he needs to go. He's a big cat. He's such a big cat. Okay. Onion says, go to timeline, click dope sheet, then switch to action editor. Yeah. I hear you guys. All right. He just wants to make games too. He just wants to make games too. All right. How do I... It's so hard to keep you all on the same page. Not keep you all, but I mean, like, make sure that you understand what my problem is. And make sure everyone understands that. Okay, how do I do this? So let me just not do this whole thing, even though I was really curious about it. Let's not do it. So here we have the scale, right? It's scaling. The scale is changing. All right, that's pretty obvious. You can see that. Great. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Give it a new name and click the shield to save your work. Then click the copy button beside the shield. Okay, guys. All right. So let's imagine that we have, this is a walk cycle, all right? And I want to make a run cycle. So here's what I'm going to do. We'll copy this just like Psychonic is saying, all right? We'll make a duplicate of this. So now if we open up this action editor, we have two things. This is the copy that was made, cubescale.001 versus cubescale. So I'm going to come to cubescale 001, okay? And I'm going to change this to cube rotation. So I've now renamed that. I'm going to get rid of all the keyframes in cube rotation, okay? So now it's an orphan, apparently. If I come to cube scale, we still got the scale. Everything is good. If I come to rotation and I play this, it's chilling. All is good. Now I'm going to rotate it, or let's give it a keyframe. Animate it, then give it a new name. He is able to edit them differently. Okay, so I'm going to create a keyframe here for rotation. We've got a keyframe created for rotation. I'm going to put this as 0 here. Okay. Yes, buddy, you're a cat. I know you are. I know you are. But mommy is very busy. So you have to go. Created that. And let's put this down here. And I'm going to rotate it. Mommy's very busy. It's very important work. Create a keyframe. Rotation. Okay, so now it's going to spin around. And that's that one. Great. So you're talking about saving, right? So if I move to scale, I don't really need to save it. I don't need to click the shield because it has a user. And its user, see, did you see the problem? The problem has already happened here. Oh my God, this cat. The problem I just made the problem occur. So we've created cube rotation and cube scale. Now look at cube scale. It's rotated, right? Do you see the problem? So it's rotated on cube scale. If I come to cube rotation, it's like that. If I come to scale, it's rotated. Do you see the problem? So the problem is that it's carrying over the rotation data, which isn't defined in cube scale. It's carrying that over. So I'm not able to just switch between them if I name them differently, right? Because they have different keyframes that are animated between them. And so therefore, they get confused between each other. And in fact, you can see on rotation, now the scale is different, right? The scale isn't the same because it's grabbing it from the position. So if this shrinks down here to be super tiny, and now I switch to the rotation, it's super tiny. If we let this rotation go back to almost normal, we come back to scale, it's that rotation. You see what I'm saying? And this is where I think the NLA editor can help us, is we can separate these somehow. Set all location, rotation, and scale instead of just rotation. Well, yeah, that we could do that. That is a possibility, right? And maybe that's it. Maybe that's what we have to do, is we have to keyframe literally every single thing. That seems odd, but maybe that's it. The way I solved this was by keyframing everything, rotation, position, scale, in the original animation. That way it won't change when you change the duplicate. That's interesting. And that seems like, to me, that seems like a workaround. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's the right answer. Something that I think about is what if there isn't an armature on something and there is on something else? There is an option for all three. That's true. That's right. I mean, is that it? Is that the fix? To me, that seems like a workaround, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. That is a great workaround suggestion. I think that is a possibility. So if we do that right now, let's just do it, right? And prove out that works. So obviously I'm going to have to undo a bunch. So we're going to have to go back to before we did any of the rotation stuff. So I'm going to come to scale. Scale is performing on its own, all alone. So for this, I'm going to add a keyframe for location, rotation, and scale. Right, and then I got to think about this too, like custom prop. Like, what if I do something else? You know, it's like I have to now think about every possible thing I might do, which is fine, but it seems inefficient, and it seems not good to me. Because then there's also, what is visual location? You know, what makes visual location different from location? And what if I do a visual location for something? And then there's delta location? So, like, to me, it feels like a little problematic. Oh, interesting. So it actually isn't letting me keyframe all of these. You're just copying the scene. So if you don't keyframe, the others will remain. You're just copying the scene. So if you don't keyframe, the others will remain. Yeah, well, it does. I don't even need to copy it for it to do that. I just can't see it because of the new keyframe. So I could make a separate object and it would do the same thing. If you're saying what I think you're saying. So here's an interesting thing that's happening. It does feel weird, and I had to redo an hour of work because of it before. Yeah, it's super annoying. So here's the thing. If I say location, rotation, and scale, it says no suitable context info for active keying set. Is it because I didn't select it? Okay, it's because I didn't select it. We're fine. I needed to click on it. So I click on the cube. There we go. We've keyframed location, rotation, scale, and custom properties. And so now we have all of these keyframes set, even though we're not using them. So that means for every single time that we animate this, I have to animate everything. I hate that. I feel like that is a workaround, and I'm not interested ultimately in workarounds. But if someone can confirm that this isn't a workaround, that would be helpful. But let's just do it anyway. So we've added keyframes for all of these. Now I'm going to come to cube rotation. See, this is where I feel like it's a problem, is like, now I got to somehow come to cube rotation and make sure. Well, I need to make sure that I'm not in the middle of a frame. So if I'm right here or something, I come to cube rotation, now it's in this position, right? And I can't change it. And see, this is, even if I have, it's like every new one I create, I have to somehow make sure that we're back at the default spot before I can create it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it seems bad. Like, maybe I'm just stubborn, but to me that seems bad. Click the 3 option one instead of just rotation. That's what I did. I would work in only one view for keyframes. Okay. So here we're on 0. And I'm going to press I. I'm going to keep all the views up here. I'm going to press I. And then I'm going to do, just like you're saying, right? All 3 of them. This is adding custom properties, because I might want to add custom properties. And this is part of why I don't like this workaround, because I have to now consider everything that might get animated. Otherwise, all the other animations are going to get messed up, which seems like a bad way to do this. But I'm doing custom properties because this adds some extra stuff. Whatever custom property is, I probably want to make sure I have that locked in as well, right? I understand that you did that one, and I'm saying I'm doing this one. But do you see why I'm saying, like, try to understand what I'm saying. Like, what I'm trying to say is that by not doing this, I'm now going to take a risk. Because if I realize, oh, actually, I want to animate a custom property, right, in a new animation. Now for all the old animations, I won't have custom properties already stamped down, which means those custom properties that I make changes for in the new one are going to potentially affect the old ones, unless I click this one. But of course, that's not as comprehensive because there's also these other options here, which is part of the reason why I don't like this workaround. I understand you don't understand what a custom property is. I don't understand what a custom property is. But that's my point. My point is that it might be useful at some point, right? And if I haven't accounted for that now, then later on down the road, I might regret that. But if we don't do this workaround at all, I don't even have to think about what's a custom property. Like right now, I can think to myself, I'm never going to use scale for my character walk cycle. I'm not going to use scale at all for it. But what if I change my mind? What if down the road I realize actually I do need to scale a little bit? I want the footsteps to get bigger every time they hit. You know, now all the animations that I've done that weren't using scale, I have to go back and add them. And so, okay, I just add scale in there. But to me, it's the same process. Why not, or same line of thinking. If I'm adding extra ones that I don't need in here, so I cover my bases, why not add all of my bases? I hope that makes sense. Like, to me, I might as well add the most comprehensive one in case I need them. And that's also, to me, the weakness of this workaround, is that potentially I might be losing out on something that I'm going to need to have stamped down sooner. You can always make a copy of the keyframe, put it in one frame before delete it, then add the new keyframe with the same look. Maybe. That might work. That, I mean, you know, if I've got 5 animations and I've got to go back and do that in each one, I think that's going to be harder than it sounds. And so, you know, if I keep going, you'll see. So let me just keep going so you can see where I think this is going to have problems and why I think this isn't a good workaround. So, okay, so I have created keyframes for all the different aspects, the full size. Oh, we need to keep going. So I have to do this for each one. Let me do this for each one. So I'm going to create one here. I'm going to create it here. And what this is doing, what I'm currently doing, is I'm adding keyframes for each stage of this. And even for things I'm not using, like the rotation, the location, I'm not using any of these keyframes for this animation. But we're putting them down just because I might use it in a different one, right? So we've got all that set up. The animation looks normal on cube scale. Everything's fine. Now, I'm going to switch to cube rotation, right? Because I want to do that same thing. So already we kind of have an issue, right? Because if I'm in the middle of my timeline here, it's super large. If I switch to cube rotation, it's going to inherit that size, which is annoying. But okay, we can fix that, right? I could either come down here and just reset these to 0, or I can make sure before I click on cube rotation, I drag this back to 0, and now I switch to cube rotation. So now it's back to default. Everything's fine. We're good. I can start doing my cube rotation animation. So I'm going to start doing that. Let's give it a keyframe at the default spot. I'm going to do it with all these extra ones. We've added a blank keyframe or a default keyframe, a starting point with all of these different positions, whether we're using them or not. But we might use them in a different one, so that's why we're stamping it down. So now I'm going to move forward to the end of the timeline, and I am going to change the rotation like this. And I'm going to keyframe that with all of these extra ones, even if I don't need them. So we play this, it rotates, everything is good. Now if I switch back to the scale, they'll be separate. And we know that now. This is good. This is good. Right? Great. We have separate animations. That's my goal, right? Maybe I need to adjust my goals. What I want is to make multiple animations in Blender, store them separately, and edit them separately. And in fact, we can do that. I can store them here just in this action editor, and I can edit them separately as well. So in that sense, this list has been fulfilled. This list has been fulfilled. Let's say let's try to create a new one. So I have to make sure I remember, with this method, I have to make sure that I remember to go back to the default. Now, what if the default isn't where I want to be starting from, for example? What if, I just have to make sure I redo it every single time. Which, whatever, that's fine. I'm going to ignore that example. Let's not go down that path. So I'm going to create a new one, all right? I'm going to hit this new action, which is going to duplicate the scale. So we now have a new action called Cube Scale 1. and it's a duplication. So now if I come in here and I clear out all of the keyframes, just get rid of them all. I'm going to try to delete all these. It does nothing. Come back to these other ones. They're all independent and fine, not affected, not messed up. And if I come to the new one that I just made, you know, it's going to be at the weird spot unless I bring it back to default. Come here. Great. Let's make this one change its position. So clearly, my criteria are being met here. This workaround works. I have concerns about the workaround because I don't particularly want to have to keyframe everything. But maybe I gotta let that go. Maybe I'm being stubborn, and that is not something to worry about. To me, it feels less than ideal. So I'm gonna put one here. We're just gonna keyframe them all. And let's put another position around here. And I'm gonna keyframe that one. Okay, so this is this animation. And we'll call this one cube location. Yes, kitty cat, you're a cat. I know you are. I know you are. You're a good cat, too. You are. I love you, buddy. Okay. So there's that. We can now switch between these, and it doesn't inherit from each other. This is good. This is great. We've got separate animations. This is what I want, right? Where's the problem? I could save this into a new Godot project. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to save this into an experiment project. And they're all going to appear in there. And really, everything is fine. The only way this is a problem is if I indeed want to have different properties other than location, rotation, scale, custom properties. If I want to have something other than that, then there's going to be an overriding problem. Maybe that doesn't end up happening. You know? I don't know. Me, I would be afraid of that happening. Let's call this, let's put this in object. This will be block animations. We'll just call it that. I don't know why it keeps old keyframes and doesn't show it. It's weird. So, okay, I'm going to bring this into Godot so we can see. Don't have to save this. You can mask rotation in NLA by visibility and make separate action from it. That's intriguing. See, that seems kind of like the answer I'm looking for. That seems kind of like the answer I'm looking for. Maybe, I mean, look, if this gets me by, you save the location, rotation, and scale, so any new movements will keep that until changed. Right? You know, so it's this works, and maybe I just say, okay, fine. He's behind me, by the way. That's his butt. We say, okay, this is good enough. Everything is fine. Move on. So I'm going to open up the block animations. I'm going to create a new inherited scene of it. So this is the block that we just made in Blender. Oh, is he playing with my cord? Okay. You can go over there. Just hang out right there, man. Okay, so here's this. Here's the animation player. Oh, I think he's been distracted. And if we look, I'm still curious on the NLA thing too. I'm definitely not giving up until I understand the NLA editor. I refuse to give up until I understand that. So we only have cube scale in here. The other ones aren't in here, which is interesting. I think we need to create the fake user for it, as we were talking about before. I thought it would still appear. Well, there's a couple different things here. So there's a couple different things here, all right? So we could create a fake user, or I could add these to the NLA stack, and it will appear in Godot. Either of those will work. I don't really understand why we have this action stash. What if I delete that? Everything's fine. That happened when I created the new action for some reason. So let's say, let me just even save it like this. And let's see how it updates. It should still be in here in Godot as an animation. Yeah, so it's fine. There it is, getting bigger and smaller. Just what we created. The list is unpopulated. So let's try this. I'm going to say push down action. Okay? So now we've got cube scale in here. It's as a strip and part of this stack, right? So now I'm going to get a different action. And actually, our action editor is blank right now. So I'm going to get the location one. Now I'm going to push this one down. So now we've got cube location and cube scale, and they're both in here. And they're actually, in theory, would happen simultaneously, but they're actually overwriting each other, which is fine for our purposes, but because we set so many of those keyframes, the NLA editor becomes a little less helpful here, because they're overwriting each other. And I don't know if it's doing which one's on top or what, but if I like shift this, actually, the scale isn't even working at all here. So this is behaving very badly right now. But I don't think this will be any problem for what we get in Godot. So let me try this. So I'm going to add the rotation one here. And then I'm going to push this down. So I've got all three of these. Cube rotation, cube location, and cube scale. I'm going to save it like this. And I'm going to see what it's like in Godot. What does this look like if we just push these down in the NLA editor? What's this going to be like? So in here, I've got 3 animations. So they all came in there into Godot because I pushed them down and I added them in there. I didn't need to do a fake user thing. But if I look at this in Blender, I can't actually animate these separately anymore. Let me see if I... Oh, interesting. If I uncheck these, now the scale is doing its own thing. If I check location, it's doing its own thing. If I check rotation, it's doing its own thing. But if they're all checked, which is how it is default, it kind of conflicts with each other. Now in Godot, cube location is working just fine on its own. That's the masking. Gotcha. That's what the checkbox is? I see. Do channels contribute to result? Channel muting. They're calling it muting. Channel muting. So here's the location one. There's the rotation one. And there's the scale one. Now, you can also see that it's created a track for the other ones as well. So in theory, they're not going to interfere with each other, right? So I might not need to create so many keyframes for each step in Blender. I might only need to create the first one. Interestingly, when I bring it into Godot, it only sees this. Because remember, we set every position, every possible scale, every possible location, every possible rotation for each keyframe. But in Godot, it doesn't actually reflect that way, which I'm a little surprised by that. All we have are position, rotation, and scale. Those are the only ones that are actually in here. And even for the ones that aren't affecting this, so for example, this is rotation, the position and the scale only have one keyframe at the beginning, which is kind of interesting. So we do get all 3 of those separate ones. Okay, so that's one way to do it. If I didn't go back to the first made animation before making a new one, it would not export the others. If I didn't go back to made the first before making a new one, it would not export the others. Like it had a root. Okay. Alright. That sounds like a interesting thing. I feel like that's super irrelevant to what I'm doing, but I think for you that sounds interesting. For sure. I tried animation with location and rotation on separate NLA layer. I've created 2 action, one for rotation, second for location. I've masked by visibility rotation. So you mean the muting? By visibility rotation in NLA and exported to Godot. I have 2 separate animations in Godot, one with location and one with rotation. So it's pretty much what we've done here. Just create a separate action for it, or actually is one action. I don't understand. So it sounds like you're saying you did the same thing that we did here. And it works fine in Godot. This is great. This is good. Okay. So let me try something else. I'm going to try something else. I'm going to undo all of this in Blender. I'm going to undo all of this push downing that we did here. So I'm going to revert it back to here. We don't have anything in the NLA editor other than kind of what was just there by default. Actually, by default, it had this action stash that it created here when I duplicated the cube scale to make these others, right? I'm going to save this as a new one, and I'm going to call this block animations fake. All right, and for this one, let's do the fake user thing instead of pushing it down over here. So cube scale, we already know is going to appear. So if I load this up here in Godot, I'll go ahead and save this while we're at it. And I'm going to open up, I don't really want to open it. I wanted to create a new scene. So let's do that. New inherited scene. And this animation player only has cube scale. So this is just like how we started. Right? Cube scale. Okay. Now, in Blender, I'm going to try... So we don't need to create a fake user for this one. And the reason why we don't need to create a fake user is because it's already linked with the NLA editor, right? Let me just test that real quick. So if I get rid of this action stash, and if I try to... I don't even think I can get rid of it in the NLA editor if I want to. I don't think I can get rid of it. Oh, we can unlink it. Okay, cool. So I just unlinked it from the NLA editor. It's unlinked. It's no longer in the NLA editor. And in here, we now have these three. And in fact, as soon as I click on it, it updates in the NLA editor, which is kind of interesting. So I'm going to unlink it from the NLA editor, and I'm going to save it as such right now. So these aren't orphans. They aren't orphans. They're here. They won't get deleted by Blender. But they're not linked to the NLA editor. They're linked to the cube object, I would think. I'm guessing. So let's see. No animation player. So the NLA editor is crucial in Blender. And you've used it, even if you think you haven't. Probably, maybe, possibly. Let's find out. Well, I mean, what else can I do? Like, if I click on any of these actions, it's going to automatically load it into the NLA editor. And now, because it's not loaded into the NLA editor, it doesn't appear. So let's try this. So I'm going to come to, let's do cube rotation. I'm going to press the shield, which will give it a fake user. That is to say, it'll link it to something that isn't anything other than making sure it is going to export or be a part of the architecture or something. So I'm going to press fake user for cube rotation. Now it's got an F next to it. Now what if I unlink it from the NLA editor? If I pop this open, it's still got an F on it. And now if I save it and we come back into Godot, will it appear? I have a feeling it will. It doesn't! That's kind of interesting. So the NLA editor is very important. Let me just make sure. Let me just save this and try this again. Let me just open it up again, just to make sure that that's correct. Doesn't appear. No animation player is present. So it's not about whether we click on the shield or not and give it a fake user. What matters is if it is linked to the NLA editor. That's the only way that I can see right now that it's going to actually come into Godot. So that's interesting. That is interesting. I think it's interesting. That is not what I expected, actually. And so if let's load scale into here. So now it appears in the NLA editor, right? It's in there. It hasn't got a user added to it that we can perceive here. It doesn't have an F next to it. Now I'm going to press save. Now I have a feeling that scale is going to appear in Godot. but rotation is not. But maybe it will. Maybe it will appear. Animation player is there. Yep, we got scale, but no rotation. So the NLA editor is essential for actually getting the animations to appear in Godot if we have multiple animations saved in Blender. Giving it a fake user doesn't have any bearing on that. We can remove the fake user and we can still be able to get it in Godot. So that makes me think that pushing them down is the best way to do this. Now, I'm still not particularly sold on this idea of adding a ton of keyframes so that way we can easily move between them. It looks so complex. I mean, it's getting less complex and yet not at the same time. I thought it's action editor, my bad. That's okay. This is hard. This is complex. Welcome, Pixel Tuner. This is very confusing, but it's NLA. Yeah. NLA is the top one here. It's the one that has like these colorful bars and stuff. Is the NLA editor. It's the most important, and specifically, so this is another thing to try, right? What about these strips that are in here? What if I get rid of these strips, but we keep these gray sections right here? And what if I save it like that? Is that going to appear in Godot? I don't know. I think it will. It doesn't. So we have to have a strip on there. Otherwise, it won't appear. So, okay. We make sure a strip is on there. How do I add a strip back on there? Exactly. I mean, I could do undo. But I'm not exact. Maybe if we say add meta strips? No. Swap strips? Start tweaking strip actions. Start editing stashed actions. I think we have to actually put this back on here and then push it down. Oh, then it appears. So this is interesting because pushing it down was the only way to do this. We had to come over here to the action editor and pull this up, and then it will push it down. It even created an extra one. So it's got this leftover cube rotation here. That's kind of messy, isn't it? Is there any way to get rid of that? Like if I save this and I close Blender and I reopen it, will those be gone, or will they just be there as like empty categories that don't seem to do anything? No, they're just there. They're just there. Remove empty animation data. Yeah, I don't know what that does. So it's still so mysterious to me. Like it's got two with the same name of it. And if I come into Godot, it's going to have rotation and scale in it, or location, whichever ones I added in there. Those will be in there. But not these, which, what are they even here for? I don't know. I can delete them. I can press X or delete, and then they'll disappear. And now they're gone. So then the other thing I can do is I can, let's say we shrink this, right? The strip on cube rotation. I'm going to shrink this cube location strip. In theory, we can move these up here. And so if I delete cube location, now on the cube rotation line, we have cube rotation and cube location both. Now in Blender, this is going to basically play both of them in sequence, right? It's going to do this one and then that one. As I understand it, if we try to import this into Godot, it's going to ignore the second thing. I haven't actually tried it, but I've heard that it's going to ignore the second thing, and it's only going to pay attention to the first one. So let's try it. I'm going to save it as such, and let's see how it imports into Godot. It's importing something. You unlocked a new fear in game dev. Just had someone test out a compiled version of the game, and now the mouse input just doesn't want to work. Tested on 5 PCs and stumbled on the solution. Congratulations on the solution. That sounds like chaos. Oh, wow. Wow, it doesn't import at all. If there are multiple strips on one line, it just ignores that entire thing. It's just like, I don't know about that. I'm not importing it. Nothing at all. I'm so sorry you had to go through that frustration. So like they didn't have the mouse working, but it was working on your end, and you tried it on like different PCs to see like, what was the solution? Why was it working on maybe most of the PCs, but not all of them? That's wild. You never know until you try it on different systems. So that just skips it if there's multiple strips on there. In Blender, it looks fine. So this is why, you know, learning the NLA editor for me has its limitations, because I'm not interested in setting up animations in Blender exclusively and having like a cool scene that I made in Blender. I want to make things for games. Specifically right now, the engine that I'm using is Godot. And so if Godot doesn't care about 2 being on here, that is to say Godot isn't interested in anything that has that, then I'm not interested either, and I don't want to do it. So that's good to know. If I'm using the NLA editor, it's a way I can store these things and make sure they show up in Godot later. So okay, this has been very interesting. I'm going to save this project right now as it is. I'm going to go back to my character with the walk and run cycles. All this is in service for me to understanding how I can get those multiple animations, edit them separately, and have them be in Blender for the walk and run cycle. That's kind of like my main thing, is getting that to work. So I'm going to pull that up, and let's see if I can apply what we've learned to that project, and everything go well and not experience chaos. So basically, Unreal doesn't ship the required drivers within the compiled game. So have them download UE5 and it installed all the necessary drivers. Whoa. That's very interesting. Wait. I mean, there's got to be a way around that, right? If people want to, like, export their game and have someone be able to play it, you can't have them install Unreal Engine every time. But maybe you're saying because it's like a development build or whatever, you have to do it that way. That's wild. I hate that for you. So here we are. This is my NLA editor. I've got the action editor open, and then I've got my character up here. So the walk cycle looks fine. In my NLA editor, I've got walk 2, which I don't need to... Oh, actually, I think we can add... If we add dash loop on here, Godot will loop it when we import it. So that's a cool hack that you can do. That's great. That's wonderful. And I've also got this other thing in the NLA editor. And what this does is this moves my references. So I've been using this I've been using this to help me do the walk cycle. So if I make these visible, you can see there's like these little drawings of the different walk cycle stages. And I've just been using this to help me animate it and know what stage I'm at different points. So that's what that is. And then it moves along with the player. Now this animation, it only is here for Blender. I don't need this to be in Godot. I've only put it here so I can animate in Blender more effectively or whatever. That's why this is here. So I don't really need this. I don't need to keep this beyond it being here in Blender. But it's in my NLA editor. So what if I remove it from the NLA editor? So that way it doesn't import into Godot. I don't think it's just because it's a dev build. That would be the solution to any game build with UE5 by this point that doesn't have mouse input working, it seems. Did I understand that? You're saying any game made in UE5 that doesn't have mouse input working, the user has to download Unreal Engine? Is that what you're saying? That's a huge problem if that's true. So we still get the animation here. I think I need this in my NLA editor. Actually, if there's no strip, if there's no strip, so if I want, well, that's the thing. So this is where things can get complicated, right? So let's say I want to, okay, we got to be careful here because I don't want to mess everything up. There's a lot of things to think about here. So one of the solutions, even though to me it's a workaround, was adding keyframes for every possible thing that might be animated, right? So I've already got this run 2, which is currently an orphan. I'm going to say, let's burn that orphan to the ground. Let's get it out of here. I'm afraid to click on it. I don't even want to find out what happens. I'm going to delete it. So that way I don't have to worry about it. No more run 2. We got walk 2. Now let's make a run cycle. That's the next thing I want to be able to do. So I'm going to duplicate or make a new action from walk to dope. So when I click this, in my NLA editor, it stashes walk to dope for some reason. We have walk to strip, which I renamed after putting it in here as a strip or pushing it down. Walk to dope is now the active thing here in the NLA editor, even though we do have walk to loop strip here, and it added an action stash. I don't really need this action stash, so I'm going to delete it. Walk to strip should still be good enough as something that we're keeping here. Now, I want this to be run 2. I don't really need to name it dope. That was like a test from earlier. But let's just go ahead and call it dope because this is on the dope sheet as an action. We got run 2 dope right here. Okay. Now it has all the same keyframes currently as the walk. It's got them all. It's the same stuff. Now technically, I don't want to do anything other than these very certain things. I've actually locked down every keyframe that could possibly be modified. So if we think about that workaround that we were talking about, where we keyframe everything, it's a little less of a concern here since I've locked all these down. But let's say I move an arm in one, but I don't move the arm in the other. I better have a keyframe there, or else there might be some weird conflicts between those animations or something. And I guess the question becomes, do I want to make sure I do that for every single one? I don't know. I kind of hate this decision making. At least when this problem appears, seems to happen totally randomly also. Imagine you would ship a game that's actually an issue. I mean, somebody must have had that problem. Nobody's done mouse input in a UE game? That seems unlikely. And it's a random thing? Oh my gosh. That's a huge problem. That's a big old problem right there. Okay, so I'm a little overwhelmed right now, just thinking about how I want to go starting to animate this run cycle. And no, I'm not going to and KNOW, know that I'm not going to interfere with the other action, the walk. I mean, let me make sure I reset this back to the start. Come to walk 2. And so this should look fine. Even if the walk cycle needs work, we're not talking about that. I'm just trying to get functionally everything makes sense. So here for walk 2 dope. I guess I want to make sure that I know what keyframes we need to make sure we have. So if I click on this is one I learned. This being on, which it's on by default, this will only show you the keyframes for the things that are selected right now. So if I select the right hand, it'll show me all the keyframes for the right hand. If I select the left hand, it'll show me all the keyframes for the left hand. If I select, something else, it'll show me something else. But if I unselect this little arrow here, now it's just going to show me everything, which is kind of what I want to see right now. I want to see everything, and I want to know that we haven't left any gaps, right? Things that I might regret not having keyframed because it's going to mess up between the two animations if I swap between them. So I'm going to expand literally all of these. Why Walk2Dope has 2 users? That's a good question. That's a good question. My guess would be, and it looks like we do have every keyframe accounted for here, which is good. My guess would be that right here, that this is a user. So what if I delete this? Yeah, then it goes down. So this strip right here is using Walk2Dope. It's called Walk2Strip, but this is actually using Walk2Dope. Make single user? Yeah, we could do that. I mean, well, the thing about, okay. So here's the other, thing, right? And that's because it's here, currently selected, I think. I believe it's because it's currently active right here. If I push this down, and we come to Walk2Dope, now it has 3. Push this down, come here, now it has 4. So I think if it's the active one, it's being used by the NLA editor, or it's being used by the action editor. It's like being used by itself, I think, is why it has 2 users. And I want it to be on the NLA editor, so this way, and I want it to be pushed down and have a strip, so that way it will show up in Godot and we can have multiple stuff that we're in control of and we know why and when it happens. So I think that's why it has 2, because it's currently active and we have it in this slot right here, and which is represented by being right here. So that's one user. And then I think the other user is this strip right here. So it's better to make a single user before modification. Perhaps. Perhaps. I think if I unlink this, yeah, so even if I unlink it right there, and the chat was blocking it. If I unlink that, so I press this X right here, this will disappear from the NLA active slot, which is kind of interesting. If you know what driver it is causing it, and build an installer around it that auto installs all the drivers necessary. Wow. Wow. That's pretty annoying. That's a great workaround, though. I mean, people have to be talking about that. That seems like a very serious issue in Unreal. I mean, look, Unreal Engine is definitely an engine that I would go back to at some point, potentially. You know, to me, I say use multiple engines. Use whatever engine is best for your project that you want to use right now, you know? And if that's Unreal, great. If that becomes Godot, use Godot. I think having an allegiance to one engine is more problematic. Not that that's what you're saying. So yeah, keep an eye on stuff. Be open to changing engines, you know? You're a game developer, not an Unreal developer. You know what I mean? If you click on 2 user, Blender will make a single user copy. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So I click on Walk2Dope, and if we click on this, it says, display number of users of this data. Click to make a single user copy. So I click that. So it just duplicates it. It only has 1 user. which means this one now only has one user. Unless I click on it. If I click on it, it's going to get 2 users again. But right now, it has 1 user. So why are we doing this? Like, what's the purpose of doing this? Like, I get that it does stuff. I guess so then oh, I see what you're saying. So then I'm not modifying this one or something on accident? So I'm working. I mean, to me, it's like, then what's the difference? Now you can modify it without messing up the other. What's the difference between that and pressing new action? So if I undo that, so here we're on walk to dope, we don't have a second one. Instead of pressing the 2, if I click on this one, oh, interesting. So it created this stash here, which is going to preserve it having 2 users. And it created a new one that has a single user. So the difference between clicking on the number and clicking on the new action is clicking on new action will stash the one that you currently were working on. So the NLA editor is kind of important because it helps stash or hold on to things and organize how things are going to get exported. The action editor is sort of like what you're currently modifying. If I were to try to synthesize it down. And so this is saying when before, so let me go to undo. Right now, the current action is walk to dope. That is set as the current action. That is what all our changes are going to go to. Everything we do is going to be applied to walk to dope right now. And that is confirmed by being right up in this slot. And if I create a new action, it's going to stash what I was just doing there. So I kind of like to test this. I don't want to do it on this project in particular, but what the hell, let's do it. So let's say I make a sweeping change. Okay, we're on walk to dope. I mean, I'm a little concerned about that. I guess I don't want to make any change. I guess I don't want to make a sweeping change in particular. I kind of do, though. It just makes a copy instead of making empty new action by deleting. Right, by deleting it. Right. So what I was about to test, I actually just answered my own question. So I wanted to know if this strip would change, and it would. So let's say I come in here and I delete a bunch of keyframes. So I just broke this animation and it doesn't work right. Now if I do a new action and stash that broken one. So this is going to have the broken stash, but this walk to strip, which was also using that same thing, will also be broken. They'll both be broken because they both have the same user. So I love that Olaf is focusing in on what this number is, because this kind of means that whatever I do to this is going to impact it in both places. Okay, starting to make a little bit of sense of it. I like this. So I don't want to make that sweeping change, of course. And I don't particularly need to store this because we already have it stored right here. So instead of creating a new action, we click on this and it's going to remove it as the current action. So right now it's being used by the current action. If I click on this, it's going to say, okay, eject it from being the current action, go back to having one user, and that user is this strip right here. And give us a fresh one to work with that happens to be a duplication of the last one that you were doing. So here I can make that sweeping change and delete all these keyframes, right? And it looks all funky and messed up. This is not what I want, but it's separate. So let's say now I'm not sure. I feel like this might mess it up, but I'm just curious, all right? If I just click on walk to dope, I'm not going to go back to the first keyframe or the first frame. I'm just going to stay right here. And I'm going to go to walk to dope. Oh, it preserves it. That's it. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. And we come back to this one, and it's goofy. Olaf. Olaf. You get the trophy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Cool. I see. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. I mean, it's chaos. Like, don't get me wrong. This is very confusing. And all of y'all who've been advising and giving tips and ideas and things to try, I really appreciate it. Myself included. But my gosh, that is what I've been looking for. So now, can I remember this, explain it, and repeat it? That's the next step. Okay. So is anybody still confused? This makes a lot of sense to me though. So now I can switch between these two actions, and they'll have different things and they don't affect each other. So let me just, I'm going to exit out of this. I'm not even going to save it. I'm going to go back to our other project with the blocks. Okay, I'm not going to save this. Let's actually go to, let's go to this one. I'm not going to save what we've done here. We'll do it over again. It'll be a good learning experience. So in this one, I've got the 3 actions, the location, rotation, and scale. I've stashed them all as strips in the NLA editor, which means they pop up in Godot. Not in this scene, but in the other one, as 3 separate animations. And that's great, and that's good. There's rotation, there's location, there's scale. Okay, beautiful, wonderful. Now, if I play this in Blender right now, they're all going to try to play at the same time, and it's going to be a conflict. But I can uncheck these, and then it will only do the one that's checked. So if I only check scale, we see this. This is one way to do it. Now, the reason why this in part works, too, is because we created so many keyframes. What if I don't create so many keyframes? Because, as I said before, I would love to do this without having to create every possible keyframe that might need to be created. Actually, I'm not going to use this. I'm going to create a new one. We're going to start from scratch. Get rid of the camera. Get rid of the light. Let's go to animation. I'm going to turn this into the NLA editor. Let's push this up. I'm going to split this into the horizontal split. And I'm going to make this our action editor. And this one, I guess just that, the dope sheet, right? Okay. So, let's do a similar thing. Let's do a scale. I'm going to create a keyframe right here. I'm only going to do scale. I'm only going to do scale this time. I'm going to move down. I'm going to scale it up. Create a keyframe. All right, and then, so it loops nicely because why not? We'll put this at the end. We'll make it loop at 80. And so now we've got this looping animation. And I've only keyframed scale. Okay. Now I want to make a new one, and I don't want it to inherit anything from this. So I'm going to, right now I'm going to make a new action. Let's just make a new, actually let's push it down. Let's push it down. Because if I create a new action, it's going to stash it. Right? Does that make sense? Here, I'll even show you that. So if I create the new one, it's going to stash the one that I was just working on. Right? And that's just going to be that. And that's fine. I could rename this, you know, to cube scale. And there we've got this. And that's that. And that's wonderful. Now, this isn't named the same thing, so that's a little confusing. I think it's a little messier. So I'm not going to do it that way. So instead, I'm going to rename this to cube scale. And I'm going to push it down. If I push it down, it's going to add a strip here. Okay, so we've got this. It's a strip. It's got its own little section. We have no action currently selected. I'm going to create a new action. I'm going to call this one cube rotation. Now we can see it's still getting bigger and smaller here. But if I uncheck this, we won't see that. Now it's a little tricky, right? Because if I uncheck this in the middle of that, it's going to stay big. So this is that problem where if we don't keyframe everything, it remembers all of those. It remembers the last position, which is a little annoying. It's a little annoying that it does that. So I don't love that. So it might be important to remember to come back to the first frame, right? So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to create a new one. It's going to be for rotation. I'm going to rotate it. Oh, actually, we're going to make a empty one, or like a starting keyframe, just at the default spot. Come to 40. Oh, it got bigger because I didn't uncheck this. I need to mute it. So I uncheck this. I come to 40. It shouldn't affect that. I'm going to make this larger. I'm going to, oh, we want to rotate it. Just kidding. Rotate it. Create a keyframe for rotation. Come to 80 or whatever. And then I want to copy and paste these right there. So there we got an animation where it rotates all the way around. All right. Beautiful. Now I'm going to push that down. And so that rotates just like that. If I uncheck this and play the scale, it's rotated in the wrong place. It looks all janked up. Now I have a question. If I save this into Godot, will Godot make it look askew and scaled in the middle of the scale? Or will it preserve the way that it's set up on these strips? I'm going to save this as, and we're going to call this block animations single track. It will be separate. Nice. Good. So that means that we're only seeing it here in Blender, and we haven't created a problem. Now, if I were to start modifying these, then it would overwrite the other animation, and we'd be in trouble. All right, let's see it happen. Olaf has confirmed it. I want to see it with my own two eyes. All right, there's our new import, new inherited scene. I'm going to save it. You're not sure. Okay. I see you're guessing. All right. My vote is for it'll be separate too, but I don't know. Okay, so we got an animation player. We have scale and rotation. Rotation is doing its own thing. It's rotating on its own. Looks good. We come to scale. It's rotated. It's rotated. It's not separate. So it did save it that way. Interesting. I'm actually a little surprised. So I want to figure out why that happened and how we can avoid that. Now, if I have to create a keyframe for everything that we're not using, okay, I'd really rather not. I'd really rather not. So right now, if I come to scale, it looks fine. Everything's good. All I did was I clicked on rotation, right? And that actually fundamentally changed the scale animation, even though it's not loaded up on here. So it being loaded up in the action editor doesn't necessarily prevent it from getting changed. Which is a little unfortunate. So if I and you can kind of tell because I'm unchecking the rotation here, right? So it's keeping that. So something else I wonder is like, what if I like apply transforms, right? I mean, that's really gonna lock it in. So what is exported? Here, I'll unapply it also. Actions. The NLA, because actually I don't know. That's actually a good question. I would guess not, but we could find out. So let's find out. So I'm gonna name this cube rotation underscore NLA. In my experience so far today, this gets priority. If this exists as a user, it overrides the action list. That's what I think. So if I come in here and I do underscore NLA, so this has a different name from the name it has here in the action sheet. So I'm going to save that. And it'll be interesting too, because we should see that cube be in a different rotation position, even though we're on scale. Indeed, it has inherited the underscore NLA. And interestingly, the cube isn't in much of a different place. Well, now I'm even confused there, because look, the cube is in the right place. Even though here, we can see it is in the wrong place. That's interesting. I'm not sure I fully understand that. So now it seems like it's not inheriting it, the awkward position. You have two actions, right? Save first action with rotation muted and other with both muted. Two actions. Save first action with rotation muted and the other both muted. So I'm a little confused because are you implying that these actions have their own NLA like sheets? Right now we have no action defined at all. And these are both unmuted. What if I unmute scale and I save it here? Just out of curiosity real quick. I want to try what you're saying. Will the cube be in the weird position on scale? It's not. So muting or unmuting it without anything set as the current action, it doesn't transfer that position. Even though in Blender, if we look at it, let me do this. So I turn that on right there, right? It's in a weird spot. If I unmute it, it's still in the weird spot. And if I play it, you can see it's shrinking and growing in the weird spot. No action is loaded. Rotation is unmuted. Scale is muted. Or other way around, sorry. Scale is unmuted. Rotation is muted. So I'm going to save it. And I'm going to load it up here. What I'd expect is the scale block is going to be rotated. It is! So we don't need to have an action loaded in order for this to happen. Now if I just click on this, right? And so it's actually doing both of them. It's doing the scale and the rotation simultaneously. I'm going to save that, hop back in here. What's it going to be? The scale is normal. It's not in a weird place. What? Okay. I mean, certainly this leads me to think I don't need to create a keyframe for every possible keyframe that might conflict. I don't need to do that if I want the end result in Godot to look non-conflicted. However, if I have something muted in the NLA list, then it will apply wherever it's currently at when we get into Godot. I wonder, so something I think about, so right now it's sitting at these positions, right? 165.56 on the x-axis rotation, negative 30.14. Let's look at that one. That one's easy to remember. Y, negative 30.14. That's where it's at. If I save it as such, so we've muted the cube rotation, but I did it while we're in the middle and scale is active, meaning it's kind of like inheriting that position. It's like the object itself has, I think the object, I don't think it's that scale is messed up. I think the object itself is inheriting these rotation values. I think that's what's happening. And the scale isn't changing that rotation value. So therefore, it's preserved when we come back in here. So if I look at the cube and its transform, so, okay, the values are different when we get into Godot, but indeed, it's not negative 30.14. But indeed, there are some values here already. Whereas, if I just click that on and save it, that can't be all. These will be 0? That can't be true. It's not 0. But the cube is in the right spot. Oh, it is 0. Look, it's 0. We just had to play the animation because Godot is representing it in that position. But look, it's 0. I think that has to be it. If I uncheck this, now it's in that weird spot, and I save it, and we come in here. This is going to go, if we come, so the cube, by default, I haven't even opened up the animation player, right? The animation player isn't even selected. And look, it's in this position. And the transform on the rotation is that. If I come to the animation player, this will change its rotational position. And in fact, the cube should reflect, potentially, this change. But maybe not, because Blender is creating a track here. And it's preserving... So this track that it makes is preserving this value right here. When we export it out of Blender, it's keeping this value as this. Except it's doing it on the cube. So that's what this keyframe is right here. This stuff, and indeed, look, the Euler matches what it becomes if we look at the cube over here. We've got 125.4 on the y-axis. And indeed, this keyframe, if we look at the Euler, is 125.4. So I think what is happening is that, well, I don't know if I fully understand it, because if I unmute this, all I do is I unmute this. That means that when I export it from Blender, the keyframe on the cube scale is no longer going to have that 125.4 on the y-axis. Whoa. wait a minute. This is a bug. Hold on. I gotta close it. Hold on. We just gotta open it up again. That's just a bug. Let me open this back up. That's not the same thing. Sometimes Godot needs to have the scene reopened. Okay, here we go. So the rotation on here is 0. So it gets set to 0. That blank keyframe that it adds in is 0 if this is unmuted. It's almost, and I don't know if I'm saying this right, but it's almost like these actions that are pushed down here on the NLA editor, these actions have their own applied transform built into them. I gotta say, I wonder about some of these settings over here and if they can help illustrate what might be going on as well. But I don't know. It's like they have their own internal applied transform. And if I uncheck one of these, and the other one is going to inherit the transform of the thing that's been unchecked. But if I check it, it'll take its own transform that it was at when I first made it. It's actually really confusing. I wish there was some way I could visualize this information. Because, I mean, checking and unchecking this box, it doesn't seem to do anything in Blender. Nothing actually seems to happen other than the box is getting checked or not. But anywhere else, I don't see a fundamental change. But upon exporting it, it exports completely differently. So then the other thing to think about too is that somehow Godot is checking to see if these are checked or not and is making a change based on that. Okay. So now so assuming I remember to make sure everything is checked in this list before I export it to Godot, how do I live like this in Blender? Because in Blender, just because I uncheck this, now if I try to make a modification to it, well, I don't want it to be rotated. I want to be looking at this animation separately as if it isn't rotated. Now I could come over here and I could just like backspace these and then that resets it back to normal. If I click this, it gets in a weird rotation. Oh, this should be interesting. Oh, then it moves. Whoa. Oh, if I'm hovering over it. What? That's so weird. If I just like move my mouse over this, it updates the value in there. So something is happening internally, probably whether or not I'm hovering over this. I mean, obviously, because the block is changing. So I think it just must be that the object in the scene is getting the new information. So if I uncheck this, this stops updating, which makes sense because it's not rotating anymore. And that stays right there. So I guess I'd want to know if it goes both ways, right? So this is tricky. It's tricky stuff. So I could come in here and I could reset all of this, right? And I could save this as such. And so the rotation should be fine in Godot. Rotation should export into Godot. And then the cube itself will have a 0, 0, 0 rotation. So that's another way we could do it. And that maybe is effectively the same thing. I don't even remember what I was going to test just now. Oh, yeah. So what if I do it the other way around? So none of these are selected. I'm going to choose the rotation first. And now I'm going to do the scale of it. So it's going to get super big, and I'm going to turn off the scale. So there it's super big. If I look at this in Godot on the rotation as it is, that's the size of it. If I save it as such, and we come back out here, it should be larger. It's really hard for me to know, it is bigger. It's really hard for me to know how to explain why this is the way it is. There's the scale. And I hate that, because like, how can I teach other people how to do this? You know, how do I even explain that? It's just like, make sure you check all these boxes. Make sure you check all these boxes. I guess that's it. I guess that's the main thing. We check that box and we save it no matter what's happening here. It's going to make sure it defaults it all here in Godot. And there it's the right size and everything. And the cube isn't at some weird spot. Now it is rotated at a weird spot now because we left that animation there. So that makes sense. Interesting that the default rotation isn't its first spot. I'm not sure why that is. So okay, so if that makes sense, if that all is fine and good and well, now how do I keep it the same in Blender? Right? Because if I just turn this off and the scale is big, or the rotation is wrong, this doesn't help me. Especially if I'm doing a walk cycle, it's going to look all jankified. So I need to return it somehow here. I mean, it's not necessarily practical to come through and change all these, because if I've got, you know, 6 bones and they all have a ton of keyframes on them, it's going to be a bit of effort to come through and change all those bones back to the normal default. That's kind of a bit of effort that seems unnecessary. So if I wanted to swap this back to normal, if I load up the scale, obviously it's not going to go back to normal because the rotation is off. The only thing I could think of would be to come to the rotation and bring the rotation back to the beginning. And then I could come to scale, and now I can modify this and it not affect rotation. But I have to make sure this is unchecked, otherwise it's going to simultaneously play them both. It's a little messy. It's a bit messy. And I don't love that. So we come to the cube, we rotate it, that's that. If I come to the scale, we change the scale. So I am noticing something, that the rotation, I don't know, for some reason the rotation isn't at 0, 0, 0. That just might be because of the way that I set it up in here. We're on cube scale. There's that one. Let's say I want to change it. Let's add a change in here. And I'm going to make it grow even bigger at this moment. And let's create a keyframe there. So that's been updated now. It does have 2 users. But let's say we push it down. I don't really need to push it down though, do I? Because that's still going to be doing that extra thing in here. Now if I play rotation on this, it's going to have a bit of that scale information, unless I come in here and like reset all of that. Now it doesn't have any of that scale information. That all feels a bit messy to me, truth be told. If I bring this back here, we uncheck it, and we save it. It should all be kind of fine. I also think the rotation, let me just even check that. The cube, it should do that extra step. Actually, I don't think that is on here. I don't think it's doing the extra step that we added in. Is it? It's kind of hard to tell. Gets super big, then it gets small. Actually, I need to... I don't think I made these that different. I think that was the problem, is I didn't make the extra step look that different. So why don't I make it something even more special? And we actually change its position. So that means I need to create a keyframe here for location. We're on cube scale. I've added location in here. There we go. XYZ location. Right behind me. I'm going to add another one back here. Let's move it forward. Create a keyframe. Just for location. Come back to the end. And we'll paste the starting position. So this is now not just cube scale. This is scale and location. But I'm going to keep calling it scale. Just because. So I'm not actually seeing the position change, which is kind of weird. Why is the position not changing? Maybe I didn't keyframe it correctly. Let's go with that. Let's go with I didn't keyframe it right. Let me push this back. Keyframe location. Okay, now it's moving. I just keyframed it wrong. That's what we'll say. Okay, so now it's got a new vector. Yeah, maybe because it was muted. I think I just keyframed it wrong. Okay, so now I'm just going to save it. I've actually muted the rotation. I'm going to unmute the rotation, and I'm going to save it. And you can see in Blender, it's in a weird place. Come into Godot. This is all getting... It's like, the more I understand, the more confused I am. Okay, so the rotation is fine. Nothing weird here. On the scale, it's got position. It's not conflicted with rotation. It looks great. And the cube itself is at all the default positions. Even though in Blender it looks funky. And of course, if I were to uncheck this, it would then look funky there. Okay. So let's say I want to not have the rotation be affecting anything. So I need to make sure I bring this back to the front, uncheck this, and now I can animate this without it being affected by the rotation, and I can see it. I don't know if this makes sense to anyone else. I think I understand it. I don't like it, but I think I understand it. I'm going to save this example project, and I would like to go back. I still have questions. I don't even know what those questions are. I'm going to go back to my walk cycle animation here. And I'm going to not worry about creating every possible keyframe. But I am going to make sure that I'm not rewinding the NLA editor before I make any changes to a different action. Let me clean this up. We've got a mess in here. Delete this, delete that. This one, it's... Well, I actually don't even need this to be in my NLA editor at all. Truth be told. Because this is just for the reference. And if it's not going to import it anyway, it shouldn't show up in my project. We've got run2 as an orphan right now. Walk2-loop. Walk2 dope is the active thing. This one has run versus walk as the active thing. If I come up here and I do walk2 dope, everything's going to look fine. Everything is beautiful. Now, if I want to add run in here, I'm going to mute this one. I'm going to come to run. Oh, so now run versus walk is an orphan, which is interesting. I'm going to open up run 2, which is just kind of, everything is weird and incorrect. It's looking very strange. I barely understand why. We're going to delete run 2. We're not going to keep this. I'm going to get rid of this. If I unlink it here, it's now an orphan. So I'm going to come up here to my outliner, orphan data, actions. Let's get rid of run 2. I don't want to lose the run versus walk. So I think I actually want to stash this one. I think I want to stash this, right? I think that's what I want to do. So that way it remains. Ooh, so I've now, so see, this is what brought me on this journey to begin with. You see, I've accidentally applied that to my character. And so now it's just all messed up, right? It's doing the wrong things. So this is kind of the ultimate test. How can I get back to normal from here without necessarily Control-Zing is something I wonder. Well, the reason why I was coming to this is because I want to stash it. Oh, so I have the wrong thing selected. I have armature selected. So I am going to undo it. I want to make sure I click on run versus walk right here. And now if I switch to this one, it doesn't mess up the player at all. Nice. I'm going to stash it. It'll stash it here. It unchecks it. And there it is in our action stash. I don't have run 2 anymore. Now I'm curious. If I, first of all, let me check this and play it. Ooh, it's messed up. We got problems. See, look. The walk cycle got broken. That's not good. That's the kind of thing I want to avoid entirely. Is all of that. Yikes. Where along the way did that start happening? By this part. Let me go back. So that might have been a while ago. That was back when I was doing the run stuff. When I had run 2 as the current action, that's when it messed it up. That's when that broke. So I have to make sure I don't... Okay, so what if this? What if I drag the NLA editor back to the beginning? We see walk 2 dope is linked to 3 things. I'm going to unlink it from the current action. It's linked to the strip, and it's actually still up here. Oh, because we got to unlink it from this. Unlink it from there. Now it's not linked. Now I'm going to bring up run 2. Just out of curiosity. So there's that. What if I stash this down, turn that off, turn on the walk? Is the walk normal? It is not. The walk is goof troop. It is all messed up. Confusing. So what about right now? Is the walk normal? It is. The walk is normal, and it's not messed up. So something that Olaf was saying before, if we pull up walk 2 dope, and we click on the number, it creates a single user copy. We've created a single user copy. That's the current active action. Now, what if I switch to run 2 as the current active action? So that's what run 2 should be like right now. I'm going to unlink run 2, come to the beginning, and if I do walk 2 loop, it's messed up. But if I come to the beginning, but run 2 doesn't have a normal beginning. So that's why that doesn't work. That doesn't work good. This is tricky. You know, I just want to operate in here and feel like when I do things, it makes sense. But we are kind of getting somewhere because I'm at least able to revert back to a normal thing and not be horrified that everything is broken. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of the run. Is it still in here? It is. So run 2 is right there. Now, I want to delete this. It's not showing up as an orphan, but if I go to scenes, let me just look for run 2. How do I even find it? Blender file? There it is. So if I switch this to Blender file, this appears. I'm going to delete it. It's gone. It's not an action that's available. It doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. Everything is fine. The walk looks great. I'm going to come back to the beginning, the first keyframe here, which I'm going to want to be different. This is where I'm running into problems, is I want to make sure that the run first frame is different than the walk first frame. I don't want them to look exactly the same. So with the cube example, I was able to rewind it to the beginning and it would reset it. But that's not necessarily going to work here because I want the first frame to be different, which just kind of complicates it potentially. So I'm going to create, I could create a new one. Let's just create a new one. So this is like a blank action. It's called just action. I'm going to call this run 2. All right. So run 2 exists. It's been created. I'm going to push it down. It doesn't even let me push it down because there's nothing in it. It's just nothingness. If I switch back to walk 2 dope, the walk is not messed up because we haven't added anything into run 2 yet. I might want to mute this. If I mute it, walk 2, we're still getting the play because it's the current active action. So let's switch to run 2. If I hit play, it doesn't do anything, but it's stuck in these spots because the actual like bones, the pose position is actually like this right now. Rest position looks like that. Pose position looks like this, right? Rest position, I mean, that'd be interesting as a way to see if we can reset the animation that way. Probably not, but maybe. So we might be able to do like rest position as pose or something. That might be a way to reset it as well, but I don't know. So here we're in the pose position, which, you know, if I were to unmute walk 2 and move up here and then mute it, now that's the new pose position. And that's where it's stuck. And this will be where we start doing run 2. Will be from wherever this is stopped at. But I'm going to just have it be at the same place from this unmuted walk 2 loop. I'm going to mute it. And now we're free to animate as long as we're willing to start from this position. Something else I want to be able to do is I want to be able to look back and forth. But this is something I should have added to that list here. Is I want to not only be able to edit them separately, I want to be able to jump between them quickly and easily. So far, the workaround with adding a keyframe for everything, whether I'm using it or not, seems like the best way to do that. I hate that. I still hate that. But that seems like the best way to do it for now. We'll see. Okay. So let's start working on this run cycle. I still have a lot to do. I'm going to save it as it is, by the way. And let's actually see what it looks like saved this way. I'm just kind of curious to see like where we're at here. So I'm going to open up the project list. Get back into the alien game. And just see, what I should see, what I think I'll see, is walk 2 dope only. And actually, I have to keep in mind, the run versus walk animation is in danger of disappearing. Oh, I guess I gotta sort that out. Oh, it gets so confusing. I don't want it to disappear, because I want that animation to stay as a reference for myself in Blender. So let me see if I can get that to stay. Oh god. Without messing up the walk animation. So I'm gonna, regrettably, potentially, open up run versus walk. I have run versus walk object selected, and indeed you can see it's highlighted in the background here. I have that selected. I'm going to make it the active action for this part of the NLA editor, the run versus walk. So I'm going to open that. That's active here. I'm going to push it down. Really, I don't even want it to be there, but I do want it to be remembered. I'm going to mute it by unchecking that box. So now if I hit play, we're not going to see it animate. If I come back to the armature, and I'm going to unlink run 2 from the current action, and then I'm going to unmute walk 2. Is walk 2 normal? It is. So I have not messed up walk 2, which is good. I'm going to save this as it is, and I'm curious what we're going to have here in Godot. I'm not fully sure, but I'm fully curious. All right, here's the animation player. So it does bring in the run versus walk. So unmuting it, which I guess isn't surprising, doesn't keep it from importing. Maybe that's fine. I don't really care. I don't need to hide it from Godot. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Walk 2 is here. Oh, look, it's messed up. It ain't right. Now, if I were to guess, that would be because we started out in this run versus walk here. So, like, let me actually remove this entirely. And let me save it this way. And I'm curious, that's wild, because in Blender, it looks fine. But then in Godot, it looks messed up. I wonder if I do that here, if it's going to look normal. So the only thing that's going to be in here is the walk 2. This is so confusing. I hate it. I hate it. There's walk 2. That's not the right animation. So we just have to reload this. Open this up. Walk 2. Oh, we have to deactivate this. Come down here. Hit play. It's messed up. It's messed up. Wow. But over here in Blender, it looks fine. Oh, man. That's a whole new... Well, if I were to guess what that problem is, that's... So, yeah, okay. I know what this is. This is because we were looking at this other animation that animates more bones. And this object, this alien character, was posed in certain positions that this isn't affecting. And so now it's going to be weird in a different way because some of those are there. So I think I have to divide the trophy in half and split it between all of y'all who are also saying to add a bunch of keyframes. I still don't like this as a solution, but I think based on this right here, that is to say, post Blender, I still think that isn't a great solution for working within Blender. But for exporting it to work in a project that's going to have animations that might have different keyframes on it, at that point, I think it is worth adding keyframes for every single possible position. So that way, or positionable thing, so that way, when we switch between the animations, it doesn't get all weird. I think that is going to be my lesson. So I mean, you've all taught me something here. You've all taught me something here, and thank you, honestly, because I think that's what's going to be the right way to go. So Storm Run Psychonic, adding a bunch of keyframes, I think that that's going to have to be the best thing. I'm still not convinced that that's the best for working in Blender. I could be wrong about that. But I think for exporting into Godot, where we already have other animations that have already been made that have different bones, it is a good idea. There is a couple problems with this, though. If I create it for every possible pose, that's still going to mess up some of these old animations if I add in things that aren't relevant to that. But, you know, at that point, we are making these new animations to replace them anyway. Okay, so what the hell am I doing? Where are we at? What's the deal right now? Basically, I want to add keyframes for every possible position. I'm going to still see if we can recover this, and I think we can, because this looks so fine in Blender. I think we'll be all right. So I'm going to pull up Walk to Dope, and I'm going to add in... I also want to say, I don't think adding in that run versus walk was messing up the animation in Godot. It was, but I think we can still have both. So over here, I need to actually create a new keyframe. So something that I'm wondering is if I can do like it has it in Godot. So in Godot, if we go back to those other projects, if you remember, it would add one keyframe for the possible tracks that were available in the other slots of the animation player. It would just add one keyframe. So perhaps I don't need to add a keyframe for every possible posable area on every keyframe. Perhaps I only need to do it on the first keyframe, is make sure the first one has every possible posable origin reset point, the like default position or whatever. So I'm going to try that first before I start going in and making new keyframes for literally every single spot. All right. So I've locked down a ton of stuff here, including the quaternion, which I have the quaternions changing in some of these. Unfortunately, I'm going to need to unlock all of these. I don't know. Is it like the bone? I wonder if I can keyframe it with them locked. Let me try that. I'm just going to do whole character. We're going to do whole character, insert a keyframe right here. So if I unselect this, I don't know if that did anything. Did that do something? I don't know if that did. So I'm going to press I, whole character. I guess it is doing something, because I see something happen here. I just can't, like, tell if it's doing something, because the whole character should include, for example, thigh, right? We have thigh left here. Thigh left isn't in this list, because it's not one of the things that's been keyframed. Maybe I need to make sure I select the armature. I, whole character. But it's not showing up on here, which concerns me a little bit. That might be because we've locked them down. I think the locks might be preventing them. So let's try that. Let me unlock these. If I press I, let me make sure I just select the armature. If I press I and do whole character, yeah, that added in here. So the lock is preventing these from going. So I kind of need to get rid of the locks, which is half the reason why I wanted to use Blender. Only half. The other half is that, well, it's like for the initial keyframe, I want to set them all unlocked. Later on, I would like them to be locked so I don't mess with them, which means I have to unlock everything and to keyframe it once and then relock it. But I don't even know. Oh my God. This is kind of chaotic. Okay. Jesus. All right. Oh man. Okay. Okay, so I have to just unlock everything. Oh gosh, is there an easier way to do this? I do remember from this filters. No, we can't add like a locking filter. I guess that makes sense. Dang. Can I mass unlock things? Here we've got thigh and knee. Let me lock all the thigh positions. If I select both thigh and knee and I unlock it, are they both unlocked? No. Oh, man. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. So I'm going to have to go through and I'm going to have to unlock all of these in order for these keyframes to work. All right. Here we go. That's pretty unpleasant. And, you know, even then, I think we're still going to have some issues. Because there's still some tracks, like the armature property in Godot, that I don't even think exists in Blender. Some of these I'm not really using even in Godot. So I don't feel the need to create these. I'm just going to do it for the bones. And in fact, I mean, really only need to do it for the ones that are relevant to the animations that I've got already, right? I mean, this one does have a root, an arm left, an elbow, but this is just one, just like there, as like a standard default reset spot. And it's still... I don't know, I have concerns. I have concerns. Yeah, I guess we need to do every bone. I have to do every bone. We got to do all the bones. All right, do them all. Unlock them. Go ahead. Just do it. No questions. I mean, scale, we're not doing scale. I literally, absolutely do not need scale because we're not using scale. So I genuinely can skip scale. But for the rest of them, I mean, I'm not really going to use location either, to be honest. All I'm moving are the rotations. So actually, I'm going to keep those locked too. I'm going to keep them locked too. Maybe I'll regret that. I don't really want to do root. Root isn't one that we're messing with here. So we're going to unlock the quaternion. One of the most important reasons why I wanted to animate in Blender. We're throwing it aside for now. I will relock it. Well, first I got to make sure that just adding this one keyframe is enough. I think it is, because it'll establish the animation as the starting point that it needs to have. So I'm unlocking all of these. A lot of this does make me wonder too, like what this has to do. Like if this somehow connects to some of the problems that I've been having with the quaternion calculation in Godot. I don't know for sure, but it makes me wonder. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. But since we're learning all these new things, it's just like when I go to problem solve and think about what's wrong or not, I just have more things to reference, you know? All right. Unlocking all of these. Unlocking all of these. I think that's it. I think I've unlocked them all. Okay. So now, that wasn't that bad. Now, I'm going to make sure I have the armature selected. And we're going to do whole character. So now we've got a keyframe for every bone set in here. You know what? You know what I'm thinking? I don't think I need to do this. You know what I just realized? I don't think I have to do this. Wait. I think I have to do a little bit of this. Okay? Bear with me here. Bear with me here. So what if I don't? I do unlock all of this, but what if I don't create a bunch of keyframes on my walk cycle? What if instead I create a reset animation? I mean, I got to think about what I want that pose to be. It still kind of raises some questions. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, that was an idea. But the thing is, the run and walk cycle are gonna start from different points. So I don't think it really makes all the sense. Okay, I'm gonna keep doing. But what my idea was what if I create another animation that has all the default keyframes, and when I import it into Godot, it's going to create that extra track that has all those spots filled out automatically without me having to add it in here. But my problem with that is I don't know if I have a problem with that. I don't know if I do have a problem with that. Maybe I'm still going to do that. Because it's not like really like a default T-pose. It will be whatever this is. But I don't think that matters that the run animation is going to start from somewhere else. Because all we're looking for is for it to automatically apply. I don't know. I'm really curious. I actually kind of want to try it. I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to. But now I got to remember how the hell to do that without messing up the existing animation. So I certainly want to unlink what we're doing here so we're not modifying that. I'm going to unmute it, or I'm going to mute it, so that way it's not the main thing. I'm going to create a new action, and then this action is going to be, I'm just going to call it reset. That's what I'm going to call it, is reset. And in reset, I'm going to do I whole character. So now we've got one keyframe that freezes it in this position, and that's our reset. I'm going to push it down. Whoa. It didn't create a new one. Why not? That was weird. Let's push it down here. Look, it's just adding like a strip onto here. Don't do that. What? Oh, because it's on 0. That's why. And the other one starts at 1. So, okay. Let me move this to frame 1. And now if I push it down, now it gives us a new one. Okay. Great. There's our reset. If we look at the walk 2 loop, it's totally fine. We want them both to come in to Godot. I'm going to save this. Now, if this all is what I think it is, when I import this into Godot, walk 2 should have, it should automatically create a bunch of keyframes, because I didn't actually add in extra keyframes in walk 2. Walk 2 still has only the ones that we're actually worrying about. It doesn't have all the extra ones. All of that is in the reset. Please don't play with my hair. I know you're sitting behind me. It's so sweet that you are, but you can't, because you just want to play with my hair. Okay. I gotta reopen Godot because it crashed. Sometimes it happens on the import. It's fine. Open this back up. So what I'm hoping to see is that that walk 2 has a bunch of like quote unquote blank keyframes added in, because I didn't actually add those in on Blender. But my theory is that Godot is going to add them in, since there's another animation in the animation player that does have them all. That way I can have what I want, which is not adding a bunch of unnecessary keyframes in my Blender animation, but still make sure it doesn't get messed up when I come back over here to Godot. All right, here's my reset in Godot. Come to walk 2, we need to deactivate the animation tree. So walk 2 is going to look messed up. Oh, it didn't automatically create them all. It didn't automatically create them all. So this is going to look all messed up. And it does. If I come to the reset here. What? So wait, it didn't actually keep all the keyframes, even on the reset. That's weird. I did not expect that. So for the thigh, the knee, these ones which are not the root, the neck, the head, none of these actually imported to Godot. Why not? I added the keyframes. That actually confuses me a significant amount. Why wouldn't that? Weird. Why wouldn't that appear in here? It's almost like it's seeing that walk 2 doesn't use them. Well, that didn't work. Well, that concerns me for a number of reasons. Okay, so no reset. All right. This didn't work out. So let me delete the reset. Clear that. Make sure our walk 2 is normal. It is. All right, let's just try adding them to walk 2. Weird stuff. I'm going to add whole character, which will add a bunch of keyframes just at that one spot, in theory. We're going to unlink it from the action. If we look at it here, it looks normal. If I start editing the stashed action, no active strips, okay. If I start editing the stashed action, we can see, indeed, it has neck, root, head, thigh, all of that. Okay. So I'm going to save it as such. So I guess I want to see that neck, head, root, all of that, thigh are added in here as single keyframes. Man, I really thought that was going to work, that reset. It did not. It did not. Wait, look, it's not even showing up here. It's truncating them. It's saying, those aren't important. You don't need those keyframes. No, I do. I do need them. I need them so badly. Shocking. Oh, man. What? All right, let me edit the stashed action. And I'll try putting them in every spot for every single possible keyframe. So come to 5, I, whole character. Come to 15, I, whole character. Honestly, the idea that Psychotic and Stormrun had might not even work in terms of importing it into Godot, and Godot actually recognizing it. Because the problem isn't just keeping it from messing up in Blender. The problem is also keeping it from messing up into Godot, specifically when I move between old animations that don't have these and new ones that do, or vice versa. Which, you know, again, I could just delete all of my old animations, which I might have to do. And I don't love that. All right, I've now got a keyframe for every single thing at every position it could possibly be at. Stop editing it. I'm going to save it as such. And let's see if we get all these extra keyframes here or not. How could it even know not to add them? It must. It must know to add them. What? Oh, I am completely confused now. They're not showing up. Why not? Stashed action has keyframes on all of these possible parts in Blender. So here's the other thing to try. We could try creating a fake user. I mean, why should that make a difference? Hell if I know anymore. I am so confused. What? I mean, I guess because they're zeros. Because we're not doing anything with it, Godot is like, you're not using that. That's a 0. Why would I remember that? It's a 0. I can't just arbitrarily make everything not be 0. I feel like the answer is to not use any of the old animations. Is like, if I'm gonna remake these animations not using certain bones that were used here, I better be ready to yeet the old ones. But that doesn't seem great. That seems freaking silly. I don't like that. Wow, this is kind of a tough situation. It's really forcing me into a corner here. Wow. I mean, so I could take this a little further, right? I could save this animation, walk 2. It's already in there as walk 2. Looks like a lovely animation. Hey, what's up, Playboy Stacks? I see you, Stacks Carrot Gang. Yeah, this is a decent one. This one isn't bad. The reason why I need to replace it, though, isn't because I don't like the way it looks. The reason why I need to replace it is because it uses a quaternion axis that I believe is causing Godot to glitch out when I blend this animation in with another one. So I need to replace this with an animation that doesn't use a quaternion axis, or at least doesn't modify the quaternion axis. And I also wanted to start learning animation in Blender versus using Godot. One of my main reasons for that was that I could easily avoid the quaternion axis when animating in Blender versus Godot. And I also found it easier to animate in Blender in general. Yeah. But then once I got into the vortex, it's gotta go. It's gotta go. Once I got into the vortex of how to animate in Blender, this introduced all kinds of new things to consider and think about. And I'm not even sure. Honestly, at this point, I'm not even sure if it actually makes sense to animate in Blender instead of animating in Godot. I don't even know anymore. I mean, it's interesting and useful to learn how to animate within Blender. I like that. I'm happy about that. And I can get them to export, but like it introduces some new issues that I wouldn't have to deal with. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out what to do. This learning curve never ends. It never ends. It never ends. Absolutely. I hope your learning curves are never ending delightfully. Appreciate you stopping back in, Stacks. It does Blender. It definitely does. Blender is a good place to animate. Right. Totally. I like it, you know? And it's confusing, but I'm starting to get the hang of it. But now I'm also figuring out how to implement it with my other project, because there are some animations. So like this animation right here animates bones that aren't being animated on the new animation. And so these bones get put in weird places that, or not weird places, but it leaves it in like this spot, for example. Try GLTF2 exporter in Blender. Maybe it will work well for you. GLTF to exporter in Blender. So this is something else too, right? I've been using the Blender Godot integration, which lets me save things in Blender and then it just pops up in Godot, which is cool. But maybe it's better not to do that. So what Olaf is talking about would mean not using the Blender integration, because we would want to, I think, is what you're saying, because we would want to make sure we export it as a GLTF and then import that into Godot. I mean, it's worth a shot. I'd be curious to see what happens. Because right now, the main thing is I'm just trying to get these blank keyframes to appear. I don't even know anymore. So is that like an add-on that's just right available here, or is it like some other sus one that I have to go get? Import, export, GLF2 format. Oh, I think we already have this. Is this the one that you mean? I just haven't been using it. So maybe what you're saying is try exporting it as a GLTF and see if that, how that imports it differently. I mean, I'd be willing to try it. I'd definitely be curious to try it. So let's try it. Let's try it. See what happens. I mean, here's the biggest problem with this. There's a big problem with this. And that is I've already structured so much of my project around it being this way. So I don't know, it's going to be tough because I've added a lot of nodes in here and stuff. We can re-add them, but it's actually going to be a lot of work for me to do it this way. But out of curiosity, I'll still do it. Just out of sheer curiosity to just see how the animation player imports in. But in terms of it being practical for this project, I'm going to have to rethink a lot of the workflow that I've already been doing. But let's just see what happens for science. So I'm going to bring this GLTF as a new scene. There it is. The animation player, it does the same thing. So it eliminates all of the keyframes that are 0. If any of them are at 0, it just doesn't import them at all, which means it's going to have the same problem as otherwise, basically. Unfortunately. I mean, it's so weird. That's just so weird to me that that's even what happens. Like, how would I even... And so then just to, like, be clear, right? If I have this animation, so this is like the run, right? If I stop this in whatever pose it's at, and I come over here to this imported one, it's going to be messed up. The legs are in the wrong places because, again, it has bones that aren't in the other. I mean, I guess here in Godot, I mean, if I add... What if I add an animation on here? I mean, I hate that. But I guess just out of curiosity, if I add a leg thigh in here, I mean, I need to make sure it's at the default. And that's the thing, like, I have to... I don't even know, dude. It's so irritating. Like, where do we even start at? Even if I do the reset, it's still, like, not quite right. So if I do our T-pose here, and I come back down to this, actually, that looks fine. So that animates it quite well. We have no problem. So then, okay, cool. So if I grab the skeleton 3D, and I do the thigh, one of the one that's messing it up between the two of those, and I keyframe this, create a new track, and I mean, I could go and do this for each one. This might be the solution, honestly, which is super irritating. Come to the knee, create a track for that. Come to whatever else isn't animated, the arm stuff. Create a track for that. Arm left, create a track for that. Root, just all of them. Give them all the tracks. if it doesn't have a track yet already. Thigh right. Interesting that it starts creating a reset track for us. Neutral bone doesn't get used even in the other animations. So we should have a track for each of these, right? It's kind of hard to tell. I might be missing one. I don't know. But let's say here, now if we play it, it looks fine. Now if I come over, the only one that's going to be hard is the armature. Well, let's create a property track for it. Create a property track for it. So armature, transform, create a position, rotation, create a position. So there we go. Oh, that locks it in. So that kind of breaks that. But I guess I could uncheck these and then it will move. Okay. So now I'm going to come to the run animation from before. Looks normal, looks fine, no issues. Stop it in the middle of the animation. Somewhere, yeah, like there. And then I'm going to hop back into the animation player here. Does it look normal when I play it? It does. So, like, that's the other solution, is I just make sure I create in Godot manually an empty track for each of these that aren't being used. So that, because I can't do that in Blender. If I do that in Blender, it doesn't translate over to Godot. Godot is just like, that's got nothing in it. Get out of my face. What does the reset track look like? Garbage. It's just missing a bunch of things. Yeah, I think that's the best solution at this point. I hate it, but I can work with it. Yeah, no, it's like, if it works, I guess that's the way to go. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't feel like I want or need all of the millions of keyframes that I've added in here. I'd like to keep the reset. So if I do need to reset it, we can do that. But adding all the extra keyframes for each of these, I don't particularly want to do that. So I'm going to get rid of all of those. So we do have the reset track. Okay, we got to make sure, unmute that. We've got this reset track in Blender, and it's got every single bone put on here at the default spot. So let's say I do play this loop here. Or let's unplay it. Go to 0. Come to walk 2. Play it. We're in this weird spot. Uncheck this. Now it doesn't... Oh, we have to unlink it as well. Unlink it. Now it doesn't play anything. And now if I get the reset track, that'll put us back into that position. Unlink the reset track, play this, everything looks fine. I think this is the way that I do this. And so, now to test this further. Well, here's the other thing. I feel like if I export this, so if I save this right now, I bet you it overwrites all of these. I don't know. I could be wrong. But I have a feeling all of these are going to get yeeted. And then we have to do it again, which is whatever. Maybe I'm wrong. At the very least, I could save this, but like, kind of what's the point? But I could do that. I guess I'm curious to know if it will yeet all these that we just made. Let's find out. Let's freaking find out. I'm going to save this as such. Let it load in. I have a feeling all these are going to disappear. If they don't, that's interesting, and I'm impressed that it can manage that. It might actually leave them. It looks like it's leaving them. Oh, Godot crashed. That's okay. That do be happening sometimes when importing things from Blender. It does. So it's not a perfect integration by any means. So my next steps are to finish this test and then try doing the run cycle and see if I know how to do that without chaos happening. Oh, it did overwrite them. Yep, they're gone. They're gone. Yeeted. So that means every time I update the animation, I'm going to have to make sure that I create an empty bone for all of them that we're not using, as long as those are being used on the other animations. Unless I just don't care and I get rid of the old animations and we move on from those. Phew. Man. All right. That's it. That's the workflow here. Interesting that I can't delete them. Is it because it's not unique? I like how I can keyframe them. Well, that's kind of weird. So it won't let me delete them or save them because it's not unique. But it will let me create keyframes. I do kind of want to try one thing here. So what if I save it like this? It's got one keyframe in here at the root. And if I re-export this, and I didn't make it unique, will it not overwrite this? Would be my question. I don't know. I just want to know. I have a feeling it's still going to overwrite it and yeet it out of there. It doesn't like that. I wonder if, like, specifically having to remove things is part of what causes it to crash in these instances. I don't know. A part of me wishes I could make like a tutorial after this live stream and just be like, okay, guys, I suffered through a lot of this. Here's what I figured out. But I gotta be honest, I still don't feel like I understand it. Like, I would just be telling somebody a way to do it, but is it a best way to do it? I have no idea. Yeah, so it'll yeeted it out of there. Okay, good to know. I hate it. I really do. But it's good to know. Oh, that's so annoying. Alright, well, I'm gonna start animating the run cycle. I'm almost out of time. I can't believe we've been here for so long. I'm almost out of time, but I'm gonna start doing the run cycle. And we'll just see if I actually understand how to do things in Blender without messing everything else up. Wish me luck. Here we go. So we've got run 2. That's the one that I want to update. I don't want to mess up walk 2. I'm going to uncheck it so walk 2 doesn't mess up run 2. I'm going to switch to run 2, which has absolutely no keyframes in it whatsoever. It is not keyframed. Nothing is here. This is a fresh start. Oh, wait, there's still one more thing. My reference image. I forgot about that. Okay, we're not ready to do the run cycle yet. My reference image is animated. It is animated. It's not currently playing, so I need to make sure I add it in here so it will play. So that's now connected. It's being used because it's currently active in the action editor. Now, if I come over here and I switch this to run 2, so that doesn't play because it's not in the NLA editor. Okay. And actually, this isn't even set up. Oh, look, run 2 is down here. Oh, interesting. So that replaced it down here. Gotcha. So let's push this down into the run versus walk. So it looks like I can actually only have one action active at a time on a different whether it's a different object or not, I think. So now that animates. This is also going to import into Godot, which I don't really want it to. I guess one way I could trick it so it doesn't import into Godot is if I have multiple things on this track, it won't come into Godot, but then it'll mess up my animation. So I don't think I really want to do that. But we could. I also want to move this up. I don't want it to be animated that way, but I want to move it up because the purpose of this whole thing is to be animating it based on these images at these different stages. And that didn't remember its position. I guess the position is keyframed on here. Apparently it is. It doesn't need to be. All right, so we need to modify it. So I'm gonna upload. I'm gonna add this as the current action. And so we see with the object transforms on here, we've got location. I don't really need location to be keyframed at all, in theory. I noticed that you're not animating. Is it just because I removed the location? Oh, just kidding. Location is what we want. It's the Z location that I don't want to be animated. So let's delete the Z location. I actually don't need the X location at all. Okay, so there it moves. Good, good, good. Now I'm going to push it up so it's up higher so I can actually see it. And now it moves along up there. Got it. If I unlink it, the animation is still going to play because we have it in the NLA editor. Now, I'm going to move to my armature, and I'm going to link the run to action. And this is where we're going to keyframe the run cycle. Now here's the thing. I want to make sure that it matches the same frame positions as walk 2. That's half the reason I made this whole thing back here. I made it for 2 reasons. I made this image so I could keep track of what the position is supposed to be at different points. The other reason I made it is I want to make sure that the walk cycle, if the right arm is up on the walk cycle, I want to make sure the right arm is up on the run cycle. Even if they have different stages, I need to make sure that they're at the same stage at different times. Okay, so I'm going to open up this separately so we have it. I believe I put it in the project folder, which is here. Didn't I make like a DevDocs folder or something? I thought I did. Did I put it in player or? I thought I put it in there. I guess I didn't. I really thought I did. NPCs, objects. Oh, because we reverted. That's why it's not in there. I forgot we did so many reverts. So actually, where is this getting it from? Where is this file even at? I don't even know where it's getting that file from at this point. Can we see where this is in my computer? I don't know. It might be put into the blend file itself. Is this one good enough? This one might be. It might be an old one. Yeah, this is the old one. So, okay, I guess I'll just re-download it for now, which is weird. I'm a little confused, but I could be more confused. So basically, I made this image back here yesterday, and I added it into my project, Godot project, so that way it would be in the GitHub repo. In case anybody else wanted to use it, it would be there. But I reverted those commits, which means it's gone. But it's still in Blender. So I was just kind of wondering, well, where is it on there? Can I use it there? But I guess not. So let me download this again. I just want a different version of it so I can like open it without messing it up here in Blender. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. It isn't in the project. I said I'd put it in there yesterday, so I better put it in there. Save it from Blender. Well, that's kind of what I was wondering, Olaf. I just wasn't sure how to do it. Well, now that you say that, I want to do it. I figured that was the case, but I didn't have the, like, gumption to figure it out. In the image editor, but you've given me the gumption. What is the image editor? Oh. Image editor. There it is, run versus walk. .png. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Image save as. Open. I mean, I'd be curious to even like see it in the file system, but whatever. Open cached render. No, don't do that. Save as. Oh, wow. Good call, Olaf. Olaf's got some experience. Thank you for sharing it. I so appreciate it. All right, let's put it back in the project so it'll be in there in the GitHub repo. And we're going to say dev docs here. Put it in there. Save it. Done. Thank you. Let's go. All right. Good call, Olaf. All right, so for the run position, I want to make sure that this frame, this keyframe that I have on, or this set of keyframes that I have on the walk cycle is the same thing that we're doing here in the run cycle. So that way they blend together as seamlessly as possible. And then in the run cycle, you can see there's 2 stages. There's an extra stage, but I got to make sure that that doesn't interfere with these. So we have to make sure we do it beforehand. And it'd be nice if I could just move between these. So what if I go to start editing stashed? What if I click on this one, start editing stashed action? So I see that on the walk cycle, it's set to, oh look, it adds a star to it, I think. It's set to frame 1. Frame 2, frame 5. What is frame 5? What's the difference between these two? I'm not actually sure what the difference between these values are. They are different. Let me grab a bone that changes. And looking at these values, it does change. So what are we even doing here? I guess I added this in as like a blend thing. So maybe we'll just use that because this should be recoil. That looks like passing. So I guess this is recoil. Wow. Okay, so actually we have to wedge in. Oh dear. I have to wedge in both of these frames before frame 5 in the run cycle. It's pretty brutal. These aren't that different though. I actually can barely tell the difference between them. They look exactly the same. Why do they look so similar? I don't know. I think it's supposed to be like a height difference. And maybe I just didn't line these up right on here. I'm not exactly sure. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna skip this for now. So I'm gonna stop editing the stashed action. I want to be modifying run 2. The star's gone here. And we're gonna just plop down some keyframes. Now, I actually want to relock these. Unfortunately. Oh gosh. All right, hold on. Before I start doing this, no active strips to enter tweak mode on. Wait, then how did we just do it a second ago? Whoa. Did you see that? If I'm on frame 1, so I have run 2 loaded in as the current action. If I'm on frame 1 and I try to edit, oh, it is working. Dude, I don't even understand. Whatever. Never mind. I don't know what to say. If I'm not gonna use... Oh, we still have all the extra ones on here. I guess we do want those? I'm confused. I forgot what my plan was. I'm already confused. Because I want to lock these down. I'm going to lock these down because these don't change in this animation. And I don't want to animate them if I don't need them. I like locking things down. I just do. So I'm going to come through to these others and I'm going to lock down all the ones that I know I'm not going to need. I'm going to do that right now. Hi, kitty cat. Yep, you're a cat. Oh, I love you, buddy. I love you so much. Yeah. I know. Oh, he just wants so much attention. Oh, he's such a needy boy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's so needy. Don't put your fingers on the keyboard. Put them on me. I know, I know. I know, buddy. I know. I love you so much. I love you so much. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. Goodbye. Okay. So, I'm locking all these down. I know it's so much preparation just to, like, actually get into doing the dang thing. But I think it's worth it. I don't know. It's what I'm committing to doing until someday I realize that wasn't worth it. Today is not that day. I want to lock these down because I don't want to accidentally animate them. It's the life that I want to live. Okay. Putting all these on lock. Just about got them. Okay, that's it. All right. I'm going to move back to the beginning here. Stop editing stashed action. We're back on run 2. First frame. Is it going to happen? So, clearly I want to be leaning forward a lot more. Hopefully I don't have this locked down. We don't. So we do have the rotation free here. So I do kind of want to animate this. I don't know that I really want to change this. Oh, you're a sweet boy. Oh, I love you. Oh, I just love you. Oh, I love you so much. You're a sweet cat. Mwah. I love you, I love you, I love you. Goodbye. Okay. So, that's my new strategy. Love him and then toss him. Okay. So, I lost my train of thought. Yes, rotating. Do I want to do that? Because I'm not really going to be changing that. I feel like that's something I could do, like, in Godot. I mean, some of them do kind of have different leaning positions. Maybe, sort of. It's a little hard to tell. And that's what I did on the original run animation, is I did give them different leaning positions. But really, it's kind of at the same spot. Like, this one is maybe leaning forward a little more than that one, I would say. Dude, I didn't line up the heads on this at all. I need to deal with this. I didn't line up the heads at all on the bottom row. Then I need to update it, though, in Blender. Dude, what'll happen if I try to update that in Blender? Chaos, probably. I slightly messed this up. Because this goes up and this gets higher. But this is supposed to get higher here. The passing should be lower. I don't know. I kind of want to not think too much about it, but I could have done a better job with it. I could have done a much better job with this. You can pick rotation method in Blender, quaternion Euler axis, but I don't know how it works with armature. Right. You know, I noticed that, and I was a little afraid to toy with it. So I did see that. And the reason why I was afraid was because I wasn't sure if in Godot it would still, because Godot is going to make it a quaternion when I bring it in there, as far as I know. It's just going to make it into a quaternion, right? There's no way to, as that I know of, and I could be wrong, but from what I've seen, we can't change it to not be a quaternion. We can just temporarily edit the Eulers only, but the quaternion is the default. So my thinking is it's going to like modify it automatically somehow. I'm actually already concerned that I see the quaternion changing here. Luckily, it's not changing much. But it is definitely changing, which already concerns me, truth be told. So I don't know. Yeah, that's something to think about. I mean, at this point, I feel like it's too late to change it. Because I've already done the whole walk cycle one way. So I don't know. Yeah, because it's right here, right? So if I go to, let's say I'm moving the elbow, we have mode quaternion, right? And so I can like change this to a different mode. And then it gets rid of the W. But like, what does that happen when I export it? You know, I'm like afraid to find out. I did mess up my reference image on the back here. It's so hard to just even get started with this. There's so many things to do and think about. Let me look at the original. Let me just look at the original. I forgot to. I should have made sure I checked that before I exported it. But, you know, if I want to update this image in Blender without messing up the animation, dear God. Replace. I mean, it does say we can replace it. Maybe we can. Maybe it's not so bad. Load recent. I mean, I don't have time to do the whole run cycle today. So this is the heights that it's supposed to have. If I come over here, let me look at my reference image. Yeah, this one should be a little higher. This should actually be quite a bit higher. This is one of the highest points. It's not the highest point, but it's up there. And then this would be our ground point. I kind of need a ground point. Let me give us a ground so it's just a little easier. And let's say that's our ground right there. I do want to lock these down. Okay. So that's that. This one is on the ground. It's actually quite a bit lower than the other one. The character is like almost below the ground, which is weird. But I think we want them to be on the same level. Because the head is what's supposed to be lower. So I'm just gonna shrink it, and that's gonna be what we do. This is got all kinds of problems. It's got all kinds of problems. Okay. And then this one should be higher. But we still want that foot to be on the ground. And we want it to actually be the same height as this one. I mean, I almost want to add topmost level. The highest one should be the red one. Actually, this is right. This one should be right, just barely. The red one actually goes above it. So we should do it something like that. It's so much to think about. Okay. So this is right on there. This one is lower. Not that much lower, though. That's too much lower. This head is almost level with that. This one is way lower. Foot is on the ground. This one is right at the top of the bar. Foot on the ground. This one is above the bar. Back foot on the ground. So that looks pretty good. This one is barely lower than the red one. Nothing on the ground. We're flying here. Contact should be lower. This one? Or this one. So this is the in-between here that I'm doing. I think this one seems okay, but this one I might need to fix. Or maybe you're saying that this overall is like wrong. You know, we can always make adjustments later. Just kind of looking for a general guide. And I guess this one we want to be, this is the same as that one. So, I mean, I could literally just copy and paste this, make sure it's on top, and drag it over. It's fine. All right. Thank you for keeping an eye out. Thank you for keeping an eye out. I appreciate it. Okay, bring that in there. This one, again, we're repeating. Actually, this one's different. This is a different position. But technically, I want it to be the same as this one. So I'm just going to line it up a bit. And then move it over. And then the recoil. This is actually using the same image as this one. So I'm just going to copy this and paste that. And by the way, the reason why some of these have like a rotation or like a repeat icon is because they're actually facing the wrong direction. Like the legs need to be flipped, which is just great. But it's just because this like drawing of a cycle didn't have the full cycle. It only had half of it. And I'm not about to draw it. So we're just going to put a little flippy dippy here. And I'm going to remember to do it for the opposite legs. That'll be fun. So this one we can duplicate. Same thing with the high. Pretty much for the rest of these, I could just duplicate all of them. So I'll do that for the last two. Or there might be one more, actually. There's a couple more. We can actually do all of these. Delete this one. Grab all three of these. Duplicate it. And by the way, I'm using Canva here. It's just like a online image graphic design program. It's good for simple stuff. Okay. There's that. I don't recommend having it replace a professional graphic designer, but it is quite useful. So this kind of overlaps. I don't really care. It's fine. I mean, if I move this, it'll mess up the edge in Blender and the animation in Blender. I could shrink this down. It kind of doesn't matter. I just need to make sure the head is in the right place. It's imperfect. Okay, and then this one, we just want to make sure is about the same. Okay, so maybe like this. This is a little bit more what we actually want. So the contact, the second stage of the contact is a little lower than the first stage of the contact. That's the main thing to keep in mind. All right, I'm going to export this. Try to get this back into Blender. So many things, just to get in the place where I can edit it. But I do feel like I learned a lot about editing in Blender. I'm still going to make mistakes. And how I get it into Godot. Like, it feels like I'm holding up all of these things and I'm just like barely keeping it together. And like maybe I lose one thing, like, oh, come back here. Okay, no, don't overwrite that. Okay, here. Oh, don't mess up my animation. Stop. Okay, we got it. We're good. I think I do this. It's kind of what it feels like. But that's better than just being like, huh? I'll take it. All right, so this image, I actually want to replace it. And I also want to make sure I update it in my project folder as well. But let's just update it here. Image, replace. Go to downloads. It's called Contact 2. Can we do date modified? Ideally. That would be great. There it is. Hey, it just updated it in Blender. Yeah, Blender. Cool. I'm actually just going to save it from here and put it in the project folder that way. Dev docs, run versus walk, override it. Done. Okay. And so now, this is corrected. It looks much better. Much more sensible here. Okay. So for walk 2, or run 2, excuse me, I do want to make sure the armature is leaning forward a little bit. I think I am going to try animating that here. So I'm going to adjust the X position on this. That's pretty extreme. I might want to change that. Let's keep it for now. And I'm going to add a keyframe. So there's our first keyframe for the run cycle. We're getting somewhere. We're not nowhere. Actually, the rest of it doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look that bad. I mean, it actually looks kind of fine. Truth be told. We can maybe kick the back arm out a little further. Don't forget to apply rotation. So this is new information you're giving me here, Olaf. So now I am aware in Blender in general about applying things, but this is, so I can only do pose applications because this is like an armature. You have to zero all transformation. Are you sure about that? So I didn't do that at all for the walk animation, number 1. Number 2, we're doing armature animation stuff. Okay, so let me make sure I understand this. You're saying just for the armature, that is to say, I wouldn't do this for the bone positions. That I don't want to apply. But since I'm modifying the armature here, but I don't want it to be 0. That's the thing. I don't want it to be 0. I want it to be animating as this. So if I switch to like a different animation, I want that one to be 0. I'm a little confused. I almost understand, but I don't know that I do. I feel like I wouldn't want to do that for this. But I kind of hear what you're saying. I just don't... Like, what are the consequences of not doing it? Because I didn't do it in the other animation. All right, let's... I'm going to stash this down. All right. I'm going to stash the run 2 down. So run 2 exists on here. Now, if I come back to walk to strip, it's still leaned forward, which I don't want. So actually, something that I need to do that I just realized. Let me come back to run 2. It might cause some issues. Fair, fair, fair. You've at least given me some consideration here. I don't know. I didn't do that for the other one, so let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of that keyframe. We're all right. Keyframe 1 is undone already. I'm even gonna delete this push down, which should almost make it an orphan again or something. Okay, so there's that. Walk animation looks great and fine the way we want it for now. Now, in the armature here, I didn't zero it out. So I animated the armature on the walk cycle, and you can see, kind of, it's a little hard to tell, but it is updating. I'm still not exactly sure how to get this to like update as it's animating. Maybe if I do start editing stashed action, I don't know. But this is changing with all of these keyframes. So like, where would I zero it? Like if I'm animating it into different positions. So you're saying I would go into object mode, come to the armature, and apply it, even though it might be in different spots at different times. So we're saying that like the starting keyframe is the zeroed spot. It worries me. So I'm gonna apply a location transform. That zeroes that. The animation looks okay, I guess. The mesh object. The mesh object? Wait. So, okay. So, you're talking about something totally separate, number 1, which is fine. Number 2, I want you to know that if it's not applied, that might have to be okay. I just want to say that because it makes me nervous. Let me come into layout mode so we're out of this. We're not messing with all this. It makes me nervous because a lot of things could get bugged out if I do this. I do see the stream glitching. I apologize for that. It's probably because I still have Canva open. Let me close Canva. That was happening. I know that was happening a few seconds ago. I apologize. I'm watching the stream on a delay, so I see when it glitches. The reason why it's glitching is because I think I had those windows open, and so the bandwidth was getting compromised. If it doesn't resolve shortly, I will switch to the other internet, which now that my partner isn't using, might be better. That number in the top left should be at 5,000 kilobits per second. You can see it is not, which means you might encounter the glitches again. But I'm going to let it ride out a little bit. Hopefully it sorts itself out. If it doesn't, I'll try switching to the other internet, which means, well, let's just hope that it sorts itself out. Let's just hope that it does sort itself out. Okay. So I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to do something I don't really want to do, because there might be other problems. There might be other problems that this brings up. But let's do it, because Olaf said so. So if I go to apply, I mean, if I look at these transformations, I kind of want to say, let's apply them. All right, let's apply them. Let's just apply the transformations. All transforms. They're applied. I'm going to save it. All right? And let's just see if the Godot project breaks. I guess I'll look at the old animations. I have some concerns. Oh, and often Godot especially crashes when I do this, but maybe not. Yeah, it does. It usually crashes when the only change I make is, or a major change I make is applying transforms. It doesn't like that. It gets very grouchy about that. I'm surprised the stream is so stable, even though the bitrate is wobbling. I also tried closing GitHub. That might cause it to. Okay. So let me just look at some of the old animations and see if they're still... All right, it looks fine. All right, we applied it. The game isn't broken. Awesome. I wasn't sure. But it looks okay. It looks like we're kind of clipping through the ground a little too much, but that might have been already like that. Okay, good. There you go, Olaf. I did it. I was scared to do it. I was afraid to do it. But it seems my fears are unfounded. The game is fine. Cool. We're still a little sunk into the ground too far. It's kind of hard to tell whether switching to a different animation would fix that. Do I have a different animation loaded up in here? I don't. It's fine. So I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. So nothing's broken. I did it. I hope you're happy. Thank you so much. I do see the internet is still kind of goofing. I might want to switch them. It might be that this internet itself is just having an issue. It's not really affecting the stream. You're probably seeing it in a lower quality right now, which isn't fair. No one deserves that. Oof, and it's being goofy. Ay. I might need to switch to my other internet. We'll see. I'm gonna put up a timer. If it's not better within that time, then I'll swap. That's the deal. Oh, it's glitching still. Oh, it's still glitching. I'm gonna give it 3 minutes. All right. Well, you guys get to see my new timer. It fades in differently, and I can move it around. I use this in the game jams. I haven't gotten to use it since I set it up, the new timer, and I changed the colors too. Look at that. Wherever we want it, that's where it can go. I'm thinking it would be kind of nice if it could fit up there in the top left above that. So when that timer ends, all right, I'll switch to the other internet if this isn't balanced out around 5,000. My least favorite thing about switching to the other internet is it means you guys might have to refresh your stream. You might not have to, but you might. All right, back to the animation. Good looking out, Olaf. We might as well do it. Okay. Back into the animation mode. Oh, interesting that this stayed starred. Please don't. I want to mute this. And I'm not sure where the background went. Oh, because we applied the transformation, it broke it. Uh-oh. Well, that didn't turn out well. So applying the transformation has broken the other thing, because I animated it without it. So you haven't saved me potentially. Okay, so let me fix that. The way I'm gonna fix that is we're gonna not apply transformations to this. All right, that's just the way that's gonna be. That's just how that's gonna be. We're not applying any transformations to these. We're only gonna apply it to the character. Okay. Period. I'm saving myself the heartache. But I will allow it for everything else. Okay. Anyway, seems like the internet's getting better. Ooh, the timer served us well here. It really helps, like, put into perspective how long things are doing. Oh yeah, I Control-Z'd it. You know I did. And then I just applied the transformations only to the character. Okay. I don't want to be editing this. Oh, shoot! Wait, it's still disappearing. Why? I'm a little confused, actually. I'm actually a little confused there. Wait, where is it going? Why is it disappearing? Is that unrelated to applying the transforms? What has happened? Maybe I'm not Control-Zing enough. It never ends. Okay, there it's playing. It's not gone. All seems well. Did I have this unchecked? Did I have it like muted or something? I don't know. Let's see if I can apply the transformations to the character. Yes. All right. I don't know what that was about, but we sorted it out. We're back. I think. All right. Mute these. So the animation's not going to play, which is correct. Although we do actually want to unmute the background. I want the background to play. I want to make sure I'm selected into the armature. Start at the beginning. And we're going to pull up Run 2, which is the one that I'm about to start animating. Finally, maybe, for once, we'll see. I'm going to move the rotation forward so it matches what we want. I believe negative 25 was what I was kind of going with here. It does look like the character is a little low down compared to before. I'm not really sure how that happened, but it did. So we're going to keyframe this armature here. I didn't see a keyframe pop up. Run 2. Okay, make sure Run 2 is selected. Keyframe that. Wait, why isn't... Oh, there it is. It was. It's just up here. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's that. Oh, I know what I was gonna do. I forgot. I know what I was gonna do, guys. I was going to make sure I create in walk 2. Come to walk 2. And actually, what if we stay in Run 2? I right click on this and do start, whoops, and do start editing stashed action. Oh, click on this. Start editing stashed action. I need to add a blank X or it's not going to stay upright. This is kind of what Psychonic and Stormrun were suggesting before. so it doesn't get messed up. This seems like a good place to do that. So I'm going to keyframe it here at the 0 position. And then I'm going to stop editing this one. And now I'm on the run 2. Now I'm going to keyframe this in its new position. Oh, you know what applying the transforms might have done? I think it changed the origin. That's why it's rotating differently, by the way. Before it was rotating at the bottom of the foot. Now it's rotating above it. I bet you that's why. I bet you. Now, interestingly, this isn't actually resetting the angle on the x-axis, which is concerning me. I thought that's why we keyframed this at 0 in the first place. But that didn't do that. Oh, because it's muted. Wait. But that shouldn't matter. Oh, man. I knew this would be difficult. I knew that there would be problems. Unlink the run. But now it's tilted. I guess it's the right way. I guess it's not tilted wrong. I guess I'm bugging. But it's just so much lower than it was. Like, why is it sinking in the ground? Okay. I'm doing some undos, unfortunately. I'm still trying to get... We're still not there yet. We're still not doing the animation. See, there we go, right there. It sunk down. That's when I applied the transformation. Right there. So applying the transformation was unifying these origin points. But by unifying those origin points, it's changing sort of the position that it's walk cycling at. Hence why it looked like it sunk down in the ground more in the other place. So, a way we can get around this, maybe, indeed apply the transforms, all right? Just allow it, embrace it, fine. But I might want to adjust. Oh gosh, I'm so afraid to do that. I mean, then I have to move the armature. The armature here, it should be a root bone for all other bones. Yeah, so there's a problem with that. The root bone is a weird thing here. So if we go into pose mode and I move the root bone, I don't know if this matters, but yeah, this is the root bone. It is the root bone. It is technically the root bone. And so what about it, by the way? By the way, what about it? We do have a root bone here. But it doesn't, you know, it moves, it's weird. I guess that's fine. But were you implying that we change, what do we do with it? We do have a root bone. So this is the root bone. Although not all bones come from it, actually. The legs don't. Everything but the legs. Why would I want to do that? What's the purpose of doing that? Why is that a good idea? Especially in my situation. Why would I want to do that? What I really think I want, at least, is to move the character up. So it's kind of where I want this animation to be. The problem is that is changing some things. Apply these transforms. Now I come back to the animation. It just sinks it back down automatically, regardless of that apply. Are we still up at this hour? Oh yeah, absolutely. I usually go at least 8 hours these days. It's going okay, Tincho. I don't even know. I'm just trying to get situated. It's going well. It's going well. How's it going with you? I'm trying to get situated. I know I'm not going to be able to do a full run cycle today. And so I'm just trying to, like, get my project set up. Killa, welcome, Killa. Good to see you. Hope you guys are doing good. Thanks for both stopping in. I appreciate it. Yeah, so, I mean, I've been doing a lot today. Where do I even start? I'm 8 hours in. I don't even know what to tell you. I've been just trying to learn Blender animation and how it communicates with Godot. And, you know, there's just a lot of little things. There's a lot of little things. And I'm just in the middle of it. And that's all I can tell you. So yeah, honestly, Olaf, I'm not going to apply the transforms. I know, I hear you on so many levels, all right? Please understand that I hear you. And I'm going to look back and be like, man, I wish I listened to Olaf. But right now, I don't want to. It's going well. It's going well. It is. I mean, I'm learning. I would say I'm going weller than it is. It's trying. It's trying to get somewhere. But I don't even know. There it goes. Now it's up high enough. Oh, interesting. Is this why you said it, Olaf? Was this the initial reason why you even said, oops, why you said to do it? Because of this? You agent of chaos. You agent of chaos. This is going to mess up things. So you can see this origin is bouncing up and down. Which, I mean, whatever. I understand I have no idea how to animate in Blender. Fair, fair, fair. I mean, look, applying transforms is important and good and wise and smart. Which made a lot of sense to me once upon a time before I started adding animations into the mix. And now that I'm adding animations into the mix, I'm just kind of like, oh man, can we just, exactly, oh man, can I just do the animation? Maybe this transform could be in a better place. But maybe if I just do the animation this way, it'll just be easier right now getting through it. And then later, if I want to adjust it, we can. At least I already have the animation down. And hopefully it's relative to it. And if it's not, I'll fix it. But for getting through this right now, I think this has to be okay. I think this has to be okay. Because, I mean, I come through here. I'm going to redo. I mean, it still bounces. It still bounces, right? It's still bouncing. It's not changing the bounce. So I guess that's not why you said it. The foot is not moving at the same speed as the monster. You can start by moving the position keyframe closer to the starting point. Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, oh, so you're misunderstanding. So, okay, there's a... There's a couple things, Tincho, that you're saying that don't necessarily work out with reality, but I hear you. Yeah. So, no. The monster isn't moving. No. The monster isn't moving. Number one. It's not that important. There are more things that are confusing in Blender. I know that's right. So, Tincho, this background isn't representing the speed of the alien. This background is just a reference image. So that way I know at the different stages what the animation should be. All right? So as I move to the different sections, right? So right now we should be in recoil. Right now we should be in passing. Right now we should be in high, etc. So this is just a reference image. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. Now, with that said, it is actually still too slow. It is actually still too slow. But that's not what I'm doing. Not what I'm doing. All I'm doing is getting my project together so I can do the animating. Yeah, it is still technically too slow. But I'm not worried about that right now. What I'm really trying to do is set the stage so I can do the run cycle. So I've already done a rudimentary walk cycle. That is to say, I want to improve this walk cycle. This isn't the final version of the walk cycle. It's just currently the one that we have. So if it'll confuse you less, right, and that's understandable. That now that you say it, I'm like, oh my god, that is so confusing. If it'll be less confusing, I'll just stop this so that way it's not playing in the background here. And maybe that'll just be a little less confusing. So, this is a rudimentary walk cycle. I'm going to want to update it. I want to make changes to it. This isn't the last one. But I'm just trying to get a walk cycle down and really ultimately prove a point that animating this a certain way will avoid a certain glitch when I bring it into Godot if I blend between a walk cycle and a run cycle. All I have right now is a walk cycle, and it's rudimentary, which is fine. Now I need to make a run cycle, which doesn't exist, and I'm trying to get to the point where I start make it, but there's a lot of things that I'm still trying to get into place so I can make sure I'm animating it correctly. Because I'm a noob. I don't know what I'm doing. But we're getting there. And then once I have that rudimentary run cycle, that rudimentary walk cycle, I am then going to try to blend them in Godot and see if that glitch that I'm trying to fix is indeed fixed. So hopefully that makes sense. I know that was a lot, but that's really technically where we're at. I actually already have a walk and run cycle in the game. You want to attempt to animate the monster? I mean, look, I'm making this game as a learning project, right? I'm here just to learn Godot, Blender, GitHub, and just try to figure out what a workflow is like when making a game using these programs. So that's like my number one priority. Not it looking great, not it being the best it can be. Just me learning the most that I can in pulling something together. With that said, when I finish this project, which again is prioritizing learning, when I finish this project, I want to put it up on itch.io, and I want to see what feedback we get. I want to see what people think about it, what they don't like about it, things like that. And then I want to make changes and potentially remake the game. And if it seems viable, potentially actually remake it and release it potentially on Steam and market it that way. At which time, I might be like, hey, Tincho, remember how you said you might want to animate it? Well, I'm remaking the game to look actually great. Would you be interested in animating it? So hold that, and maybe later. But right now, honestly, I would just rather just scrap through it and learn all the different steps. Why is that exciting? Why is that exciting? Look. The main takeaway should be that I'm okay with it looking crappy right now. And someday, if it turns out good as a fun game, maybe, just maybe, I'll work on a remake where I might want to tap on people who are interested in improving it and stuff. So that is a big maybe down the line. and it is really not guaranteed. Because it's very important to me to not have this illusion that I'm working towards making a game that I'm going to sell on Steam or something. I do not want to have that illusion whatsoever. I want to just be doing it for the sake of doing it. And then, depending on how it turns out, take it further. So, you know what I just realized? I forgot to be updating credits. We've had at least Olaf. Actually, yesterday, there must have been somebody who came through who I haven't seen before who gave tips. And I forgot to add credits. Sometimes I forget. I do have a credits list. This is me just helping to keep track of all the people who give ideas and thoughts and suggestions. Olaf has just been like absolutely killing it today with advice, and yesterday too. I don't know why it's not dark moding. Oh, there it goes. That's okay, Psychonic. What happened? Stuff. Oh man. Hard to say. Did Psychonic give us Blender Consultant? Yes, I would say so. Stormrun gave us some Blender Consult. Would this be a downloadable game or a browser game? I would probably upload it. I would upload it as both. Because it is already, like, open source. So there's, like, GitHub repo. So I would probably just make sure that that was part of the itch.io page and it was accessible as a download. But I would want it to be in there as well. Oh! Olaf is a member here on Hyper Game Dev. What the what? Welcome to the family, Olaf. Olaf is on. Olaf is on to the membership. Membership. We got Olaf on to the membership. You get a song for being a member. That's the way that this works. Believe me, I'm telling the truth. You get a song, Olaf, because you're not off. You are on. Let's go. Thank you so much for supporting Hyper Game Dev. You're going to get access to a live stream every Monday that you wouldn't otherwise get. It is as long as this one is on average. Olaf is total W. It's about the same length as this one. I do it every Monday, and it's actually exclusively Blender. All I do is Blender. The idea is game art and research, but pretty much I just be in Blender the whole time. So maybe I'll see you there. Appreciate the support. Thank you. It means a lot. Congrats. Enjoy the emotes, the badge, and all that good stuff. We're adding a couple more emotes, so yeah, we'll improve those too. Vote submission for renaming the credit list to Smart People List. I vote no. So just know that that's true. Olaf is a member, and Olaf's getting a credit. All kinds of recognition, and you deserve it. Thank you for all your help. Blender Consultant. There we go. That was Coinum, not Olaf. We want to add this in the right spot. There it is. Let me try to sort. Can I get the sort correctly? Yeah. That's the wrong way. Sort sheet like that. There we go. Done. Congratulations. We got you on there. Psychonic just gave some Blender stuff. Look at that. You're way up there, Psychonic. You've been helping out a lot. Thank you, Olaf. Thank you again. I appreciate it. Okay. So I've got only about 5-10 minutes, something like that. I got like 10 minutes. I really, really would like to get this character on a right, like, even plane. Because currently, it's, like, under the ground. Which is only because Olaf told me to apply the transformation. And you know what? Okay. Now, if I move the character up, so if I select Really, I could just move everything, but we want to move just the character. So if I grab the armature and I push it up so that it's actually above the ground, it doesn't really work because it's animating below the ground. So I think what I have to do, we have to redo the walking part up and down. I think that's the best solution here. So that whole section is it object transforms Z location? Yes. So that's this one. I guess I could turn it off. I still need to update it. But for now I could turn it off. And then if I come here, can I move it anywhere? Yes. So I kind of want it maybe right about there. Right? And then I'm going to apply the transforms. Let's grab the armature, apply transforms. I'm going to come back to animation. We're getting there. Olaf, I'm glad you told me to apply it, because you know what? We're learning things. So the Z location is going to be in the wrong spot, right? It's too far down. But now, if we grab the armature here, we're going to push it up. So it's at negative 0.1. I need to remember that because at other points it's at negative 0.1. And I want to make sure that all the negative 0.1s get upgraded to a different spot. Namely, maybe 0.02. We'll say, I mean, almost 0. I guess we want it at 0. I guess we'll just put these at 0 is where these will be at. That kind of makes the most sense. So this is negative 0.1. I want to change this here. You want your song? You know what to do. You know what to do. Hey, if you got YouTube Premium, by the way, you can get a month membership free, which means you'll get as many songs as a month goes. Negative 0. Negative 0. My favorite number. It's actually a little upsetting. Like, I almost feel like, should I not have it be 0? Is that a mistake if we have that be 0? Oh, shoot! Tincho! With the membership! Tincho! Oh, Tincho! Tincho, you are a member. Don't you know? Tincho! You are a member. Welcome to the channel. Tincho, don't you know you are here? Tincho, don't you know that you are here? Tincho, I know that you're here. Tincho, welcome to this family. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate Tincho so much. Yeah. There you go. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. And you're welcome, but I'm also sorry. But you're also welcome. Especially to being a member. Thank you. Yes, that means you get access to that Monday live stream that I do. Again, it's as long as these are, and it's focused on game art and research, especially Blender, pretty much all the time. That's what I'm doing. I healed your... What? Your hippo... Hip out... I don't know what that is. But you're better now, and I'm glad. You're welcome every time you join up in the chat. And I remember, you can always remind me, every stream I will sing you a song. That's the deal. Enjoy the emotes, all of that. The falsetto. Oh, come on now. I don't know what I'm doing. Thank you, though. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. It means a lot. The more of you join, the more emotes we get. If you like emotes, we'll get more emotes. So appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So much hype right at the end. Could you imagine? What if I ended early? What if I was like, today I'm ending early? Could you imagine? It would be devastating. All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So for the Z location, I'm going to want to make sure we put all the negative 0.01s. You can use this, buddy. Yes. The Godot smile. Yeah, we got a few emotes. I want to add some more. I just haven't gotten around to it. And we need more members. And you're making it so we get more emotes. Yeah, this is a cute one. I actually made this one with my own 2 hands. With my own 2 hands. Hey, hey. The other ones are actually all made by Pierogigon, who is one of the foremost supporters of this channel. I'm going to be adding at least one, there are more, from Pepe, who is another foremost supporter of this channel. So, you know, if more slots come open, I'm always down to add members' emotes if they want to design them. But we just need more slots, too. If nowhere else, there's always the Discord. Okay. So this is 0. I need to make sure I actually add this as a keyframe. So it is on 0. So I got to come to the next negative 0.01 behind my head there. Set this to just regular 0 here. So it pops it up. A part of me almost wants to put it a little higher. We got to make sure we confirm these keyframes. That did not confirm diddly squiddly. Okay. Good, good, good. This one is negative 0.01. There's a lot of... I didn't realize these were all the same. Has it always been true? I guess so. And then this one, add that in there. Okay, so those keyframes are all updated. Now it's going to be going too low at different parts. How good do you think a 4-player Pong will be? I think that'll be, I mean, it depends on how you do it. So I'm going to imagine, Tencho, that you aren't talking about doubles. It sounds like what you mean is like, I'm just guessing though. We got player 1 over here. Player 2 over here. Player 3 over here. And then player 4 over here. I keep changing the colors. And then player 4 over here. Is that what you mean? And then like a ball is gonna fly around in between there? That sounds awesome. I love the sound of that. And it's definitely worth exploring. Oh, we gotta set this up right. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. This seems awesome. You were thinking about teams. Ooh, a different game mode. Okay, so what you were planning on was doubles. That also seems fun. I think it would be, there's a lot of precedent for that. Right? Just like doubles tennis or whatever. So that kind of will make it maybe a little less difficult to figure out. That sounds fun. I mean, I feel like it raises questions. Like, they can like pass through each other. So could they like be on top of each other and like do like a super pong? Or would it just like not matter? Would they just like go right through each other and it doesn't? I don't know. It'd be interesting. Maybe they bump into each other and they can't pass through each other and they have to like stay on certain sides. This, something I like about you, Tencho, is that you, yay! I love that you share your game progress with us. And by the way, any of y'all can do this in the Discord. We have a Games by You category, and it has, it's like a forum post. So you can put up like a whole post just for your game and then keep it updated, and it won't clog up anything else other than its own little situation. It's really nice, and it's really cool, Tencho especially. Like, I love seeing the little games that you make because it inspires me to not always be making big games. Like, sometimes it's nice just to come up with 4-person Pong. Like, how about that? Seems pretty doable. I'd also ask, like, is it going to be local multiplayer? How are you going to test it? Is it going to be online multiplayer? I'm praying for you. Yeah, I'm still here. Well, I'm actually at the end. I do kind of want to set up at least this new transform position. But yeah, I'm kind of at the end of it for sure. We're back. We're back. We're 2 members richer as well. So it's a good thing I'm still here. I left the house like hours ago. What you got done? Local, not online. Okay. You're actually making it to party with your friends. Oh, that sounds awesome. That's such a good motivation. You inspire me, Tincho. You really do. What have I got done? Well, I feel like I understand better, and Psychonic was kind of asking this too. I understand better how to do animations in Blender, not have them trounce all over each other, I think, and how to get them into Godot, and also not have animations trounce over each other in Godot. So I really don't have anything to show, because a lot of it is just what I know, and then just like trying to get everything set up so I can do it, because a lot of it depends on if I have something ready to do it with, and I just kind of don't. But basically one of there's so many things. I don't even know how to go through it all. And so what I'm trying to do right now is set the stage so I can do the run cycle. Because I've got the walk cycle, although now, since Olaf reminded me to apply transforms, I realize I need to make some adjustments to the walk cycle, and perhaps maybe I can get the run cycle started. Just like one keyframe, and then I'd like to see how easily I can get them both exported into Godot and have them be separate and everything. Animations are hard though. It's like, I don't think humans walk like this. Well, yeah, I mean, the whole animation, the artistic aspect of it is kind of its own separate thing that I gotta figure out. Is it human? It is not human. Oh, do you not know about the lore? There is lore. If you've already heard the lore, well, you're hearing it again. All right, here's the lore. And this lore is subject to change. But for right now, this is the current lore. All right. So we have this creature right here is an alien from another planet. All right. There's actually a lot of them that exist on their planet. It can walk with the Lorax. Doesn't it like do like this, like really extremely? On this other planet, there are a bunch of little other ones like it. And these they're actually wind pearls. These wind pearls are created by the wind. So 2 winds on this planet pass by each other and it creates a pearl. It's a mysterious pearl, but it is what it is. This alien species can actually secrete its saliva onto this pearl and create a magical reaction. These pearls are very strong, they're very tough, they have a lot of magical abilities, but those only get unlocked if they secrete onto it. And if they do, their heads merge with the pearl. And now they have a pearl body along with their little heads. All right? Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Okay. So, and they want to be able to do this more. Okay, so this is something else. So skip all of this right now. So we're going to fast forward to the present day. Humans have sent animals into space. This is true. Including mice. And some of those mice, this is also true, got lost in space. And they never were recovered back on Earth. Nobody knows what happened to them. I know what happened. One of them landed on this alien planet. And these aliens who secrete on those orbs, it is really sad. It's very sad. These aliens found out that if they eat that mouse, they grow mouse limbs. So from that magical orb that is their body, they get mouse hands and mouse feet. That's this guy right here. And he's like, yo, we need to get more of these animals so we all can grow limbs and build our civilization to be great. And so you can imagine this is what they want, is to be able to have arms and legs so they can just secrete over all kinds of pearls, build things, build domiciles, make their society huge, because they all have great limbs that they can use to build with. And so they send a bunch of aliens to Earth to invade, to get more meat so they can grow new limbs. And so you start out the game, you only actually have access to cows at the beginning. So this is a whole thing I have to make, is eating a cow and you only get cow arms and legs. Yes, I overscoped. Of course I overscoped. And then at the end of that level, you're going to eat your first human and you'll get human limbs. So they're not quite human. They just have gotten human limbs from eating humans. Does that make sense? I have proof the humans send cows to the space. Well, I've played that game, Tencho. And if you guys join up on the Discord, you'll know about that game too. Tencho made a game about collecting cows, and I think that's what you're referring to. Hopefully they don't like keyboards. Why? So they don't just like start rage tweeting and causing social chaos. Yeah, that would probably be for the best. I think this first keyframe I need to set to 0. Keyframe it down. Now this next one, oh, this one's supposed to be saying, are these keyframes actually being keyframed? Didn't we already do this? Hopefully they don't like tungsten. What? Now you're just memeing. Because they ate mice. Oh. Yes, mice and keyboards. That would be... They turn into like keyboard limbs. They just like have keys. They click. That would be useless. I definitely want there to be useless useless like things you can transform into as like a punishment to the player. Like, oh, you shouldn't have eaten that. You shouldn't have eaten that. Okay, so we got the zeros. But is that, are those all supposed to be 0? Are we sure that those are supposed to be zeros? Maybe that one was already 0. I don't even know anymore. I'm a little confused. I'm lost. At this point, I'm just lost. That's 0. I guess this one's 0. I'm frustrated because, all right, I'm going to do undos. I'm undoing all of this because I totally forgot which ones need this and which ones don't. I just forgot. So I think this is me modifying it elsewhere. So -0.1. But see, it's changing. Is there a keyframe that I'm missing here? I must be missing a keyframe. Because it comes back. Oh, that's -0.01. It's so confusing. Okay, I see. So this is supposed to be 0. Why don't you use the gizmo? Because I want it to be precise. And I like doing it here. I don't know, I like doing it here. It's right there. It's kind of nice. And I like being able to type in the numbers pretty much. And this shows me the keyframe status. I just like all the information that it gives me pretty much. So I'm replacing -0.1, not -0.01. Yeah, I don't know. The gizmo feels a little less reliable, and you know, since we're doing it on like, I don't know, I don't even like see the gizmo showing up. I don't know. It just kind of works better for me. I was gonna say highlight your whole character. Sometimes I get hidden keyframes if I'm not messing with some bone for a while. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to accidentally animate something I don't want to animate. I feel pretty good about the way I'm doing it. I'm just getting lost about the values. Okay, so this negative 0.01. So this should be pushing it up. This should be making it higher. Right? And so if there was a difference, it's basically a 0.9 difference. So if we're at 0, I'm just going to put this up to 1.1. And that's going to be this new keyframe. For this one, this is at 0.03, which isn't much of an increase, but it is a little bit of an increase. So we get a little higher. Oh, wait, shouldn't that be lower? Oh, this is 0.03. Oh god, it's confusing. Because we go up, and then it comes... Oh, I think this is still supposed to be up. I think this is still supposed to be up. Right? Oh god, it gets so confusing. I didn't know you could alter the numbers like that. I just zoom in real good and move the arrows. Yeah, there's different ways to do it. I don't know. That I don't like messing up too many of my views if I can avoid it. So this is the difference between, what is this normally? Negative 0.01, which is basically 0. It's basically 0. And then this is increasing, i.e. getting higher from there. And before, I know it's just so confusing. Before, it got higher here, and it got even higher. Okay, got it. I'm just trying to, like, figure it out. Oh, I lost my redos? I did. I lost my redos. That's okay. It's fine. 0. Keyframe again. You can change interpolation to constant while you're dealing with keyframes. Oh, yeah! That was something I learned in one of the other, Dude, that's a great tip. I learned that in one of the other tutorials. Now I just gotta remember how to do that. Where is that again? Yeah, that's a really cool thing. So basically what it'll do is it won't blend between them, and it'll just like jump. Is that in like curves or something? Let me try opening this up. Graph editor. I think it's in the graph editor. And then somewhere in here. I don't remember where. Here? No. Yes. No, it's proportional editing. Somewhere in here. Maybe Olaf will tell me. But yeah, I remember learning about that, and that seemed really useful, but I forgot how to do it. We want to go up a little bit by 0.9, so we're going to say just 1, or 0.1, sorry. Not that much. I'm trying to fix my walk cycle after changing these transforms. This one needs to go up a little higher, so I'm going to say 1.3. Oops. 0.13. Get that keyframe down. This one is that. This is going to be 0.1. Keyframe that. This one is that, which makes it 0. No. In dope sheet? Oh. I think this one goes to 0. Right? Actually, this one... No, I don't think we want to go lower than that. Just press T. Oh, nice. Oh, sweet. Oh, cool. I don't even need to pull it up over here. T constant. So then what this will do is it no longer is going to have the blends in between. And so it's just going to like move really jerkily. But what's nice about that is then I don't get confused about what's doing what. Which can be kind of... I actually find this a little more difficult. Because I can't like see like the gradual. But thank you for reminding me how to do that. So that way I know how to switch to it if I want to. T over dope sheet. Got it. Who doesn't love T over dope sheet? Alright, that comes up. Okay, and then, and again, this might be changed, right? But for now, I just want to get it back to normal. This one, we want to set to 0.1. So there it goes back up. We're just trying to get it back on the actual ground here. This one is 0.13. Keyframe that. Hop over here. And then this one we bring back down to 0 because it's back to the start. Okay, it's been fixed. So now we're back on top of the ground. That's 0.1. That's 0. Yeah, this seems good. Okay. Whew. Oh my goodness. Alright, stop editing this strip. Now, maybe, perhaps, I can start doing the run. Well, there's still one thing to think about. Hold on. Which is the angle. I want to make sure that the angle, the rotation, is locked in on here. Because I'm going to be changing the rotation to be leaning forward for the run. So in theory, I wasn't able to get this to work before, but in theory, I should be able to create a keyframe here, which will give us this X Euler rotation right here. And now, hopefully, that will stay like that. Stop editing this. I don't want this to play anymore, so I'm going to mute it. And then I'm going to load in the run 2. Alright. This is a moment of truth. I want to find out if I add a keyframe in here. And specifically, I want it to be the rotation. If we can get this to go back. So I think negative 25 degrees is the keyframe I want to add in here. So there we've added in this Euler rotation for presumably run 2. I'm going to push it down. Run 2 is right there. I'm going to uncheck it. I don't know if this will work right. Hey, it went back! Yes! It makes sense! Okay, cool. So now I can play That's the Walk. I can come over here, turn off this, play that, and now we're on the run. Multiple animations within the Blender project. I can edit them. Oh my gosh. And now I know how to get it in Godot as well. It's a little trickier, but it's not trickier, but it's different. Oh my gosh. That's what's up. Let's go. The first keyframe for the run has been added. There's more to do, but I can't. It's too late. I've been here too long. I gotta do it next week. So next week, I will come in here and I will do the rest of this run animation. I can save it for right now, so I can at least see what it's like in Godot importing. It's gonna be a little weird, but we'll get there. Wow. This has been kind of a weird week, because this week I've just been focusing on animation stuff. That's been kind of the main thing this week. Often I'm doing like coding and programming, but it's just been all animation here. And I feel like I understand a lot of things a lot better. So we've got run 2, That's walk 2. We've got run 2. Oh, we need to reload this. Sometimes, we just have to reload the scene. It's fine. It's fine. It's just the scene needs to be reloaded. It's not a problem. Everything's fine. Open up the scene right here. Come to the animation player. Walk 2, run 2. There we go. So it's just leaning forward. That's all it does. Walk 2. Looks like that. And we can switch to run 2. And there's nothing in here other than it leaning forward. But at least we got that. And I also figured out how to make sure these animations don't get confused within Godot. It's a little annoying, but we can do it. So if I come over here to my existing run and walk animation, these are what we already have in the game. Right here, you can see we're sinking below the ground a little bit, but that's because I changed the transform. That's okay, it's fine. So this is what they already look like, right? But I'm gonna be replacing these because they have some glitches. That was sort of the whole purpose of everything that I'm doing here, is to replace these animations. You can't really see the glitches, but they are there. So there's that. But now if I do this here, and we stop, let's say in this spot, and I come down here to the import into Blender, look what happens. It messes it up. The reason why it messes it up is because the old animations are animating body parts that aren't animated in the new animation. So this walk, and vice versa, maybe not, but in theory. So this one has, so let's turn off this animation player. Let me stop this one. This is the old animation, the old walk right here, right? Looks fine, looks good. This has thigh left, knee left, foot left, thigh right, knee right. All of these, the thigh, the knee, the neck, the root, these have some potential slight animations on the old animation. And so when I come to the new animation, which doesn't have any of those in here, it just holds it in those positions because it doesn't know what to do with them. So if I want to fix that, what I have to do is I have to actually create a new track on here, which is a little annoying, but it is what I have to do. So I got to make sure I come in and I reset. Well, I actually have to reset all those bones first and then save them as new ones. It's kind of a lot. If I save this fresh and we come in here, will it overwrite that? I hope it will. It's kind of its own little messy thing to figure out, but I know how to fix it. I swear. I promise. I do. Yes, I do. I know how to fix it. Okay, so now this is reset, and this animation looks great. Right? This is what it's supposed to look like from Blender. Now, if I go and play an old animation in Godot, it's gonna have some of those tracks that aren't on here applied to this, and it's gonna look jankified. So, the way I fix that is I need to add blank keyframes onto here. So I gotta come to the skeleton. It's a kind of a pain, but every time I wanna bring it in and update it, I have to do this. So we come to the ones that aren't currently animated here, but are on the old ones. For example, arm left is one of those. There's no arm left in here, but it might be animated elsewhere. So I gotta come in here and drop a keyframe. Create it. Blank keyframe. Root isn't in there. Let's do it. Create it. New keyframe. Neck. Create it. Bam. So I come through here, I do all of these. Mainly, I only need to do the ones that are actually animated, but the thing is, I feel like all of them are, even if it's just for like one frame. So I kind of got to do them all. So we got to come through here, make sure everything has a keyframe. You can actually do this very simply in Godot by doing insert key for all bones. So I don't have to really click each one. Oh yeah! We can do insert key for all bones, and that'll just add them for every bone. I forgot about that. Well, that saves me all that time. The animation will look fine here. And now if I come back to an old one, right? An old one that is now not animating something that isn't written down over there. Dude, I forgot about that. Boom, indeed. So we're playing this animation here. I'm gonna stop it in the middle of it. Normally this would goof it up, but because we created all those bones, now it animates correctly. These are the results of labors today. Is that I can now animate separate animations in Blender. I know what to click on where, probably, usually, most of the time, to make sure they don't mess each other up, export them into Blender as separate animations, and then be able to make sure that the animations, once they're in Godot, aren't conflicting with the old ones that are already in there, and stuff like that. So this has just been a big learning experience for figuring out how better to animate between Blender and Godot. Maybe I'll make a tutorial about it someday. I feel like I still need some more practice before I know how to do it. Big thanks to patrons who support this channel. My partner makes enough for us to get by. Because of y'all, I'm able to, at the end of my partner's pay periods, be like, hey, I know we ran out of money, but look, we got some money from Patreon and YouTube. Thank you guys for supporting. And then my partner will pay me back because I like to make sure the money stays in the channel. That's how much they love me. They don't care if we don't bring in a lot, but they're willing to support me anyway. Thank you guys for helping me have a little bit more to offer my family. These are people who've donated to YouTube and are members, including Olaf and Tincho, who need to be upgraded on that list because they just joined. Thank you guys. Thank you for helping support this channel. It means the absolute world. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Tomorrow. It's gonna be late though. Later than this. Well, not later than this, around this time. A little earlier than this. Let me be specific. 6 p.m. Eastern time. I'm gonna be doing a game jam, a 1-hour game jam, and you are all welcome to join. So come through if you're interested. There's more information on the channel page if you want to learn about that. Thank you everybody for all the wonderful things you do, and thank you to you, whoever you are, watching this after the live stream. Hello, I see you watching this after the live stream. I can't believe you made it this far. Do you want to subscribe? You made it this far, you might as well subscribe. Don't forget to hit subscribe. But besides that, if you want to watch the last live devlog in this series, tap or click in the bottom left. If you want to watch the next devlog in this series, tap or click in the bottom right. And I will see you all there. Goodbye. Thank you.